Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. In just a few days, 2025 will be coming to an end, and will be ringing in 2026. We're hoping the new year brings us even more good fortune than the last, and we hope you'll keep loving and supporting Paranormal M. Don't forget to send us your mysterious experiences. Now, let's jump into today's stories. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay, I've got to tell you something that still has my brain doing backflips, because I genuinely can't explain it. So last night, I went to bed like normal. And when I say normal, I mean nothing weird was going on. No mess, no random stuff on the floor, no clutter near the bed, and especially no feathers. None in my room, none in my bedding, none stuck to me, because I sleep in a big old t-shirt and that's it. And it's not like I'm wearing some fluffy jacket to bed that could have shed. I don't even own anything feather related. No decorative pillows, no down comforter, no stuffed animals, no dream catchers, nothing like that. And my window? It doesn't open, like at all. My vent is across the room and it's usually blocked by this heavy floor mat I keep there. Sometimes I move it if the room gets stuffy, but honestly, I hardly ever do. So it's not like some gust of air could have carried something in. And my bedroom door was closed and locked. I'm super particular about that. Anyway, when I got into bed, the spot right next to me was totally clear. I remember it because I did that little pat the sheets thing to smooth them out before I knocked out. Then this morning, I wake up, and right beside me, on the bed, is a feather. A pure white feather. And not like dingy white or bent up or dusty. I'm talking perfect, clean, bright, almost glowing in the morning light. I've honestly never seen one that looked that crisp in real life. And it wasn't caught in the blanket. It wasn't tucked under anything. It was just resting there, like it had been placed next to me. So of course I immediately do a reality check. I check the door, still locked. I'm like, okay, did someone somehow mess with me? So I ask the people I live with, and they're all looking at me like I'm speaking a different language. Total confusion. No one had been in my room. No one has feathers. No one is pranking me. And the more I looked around, the weirder it felt, because there was no source. Nothing it could have fallen from. Nothing it could have floated in from. It's not like I have a pet bird hiding in the vents. It just didn't make sense. So naturally, I go straight to the internet. I type in what a white feather is supposed to mean, and I get the usual stuff. Comfort, protection, peace, like someone's watching over you, clarity when you're stressed, even fresh beginnings, which, honestly, that phrase alone made me pause. But then I clicked into a thread online, and that's where I got goosebumps, because there were so many people describing almost the exact same thing. Waking up to a single white feather where there shouldn't have been one. No explanation. Same vibe of, it felt intentional. And a lot of them were convinced it had something to do with spirits, fate, the afterlife. Something hovering just outside what we can prove. Which brings me to the part that makes me feel like I'm admitting something out loud. I've done a bunch of spirit board sessions in the past, like enough that I'm not even new to weird moments. I've had situations where small objects shifted in ways I couldn't explain, and I've always filed it away as, okay, that was odd, and moved on. But this feather? This one got under my skin in a totally different way. Because it wasn't just strange, it was clean, specific, and in a room where it basically had zero right to exist. And I'm not scared. I'm honestly not. I'm more fascinated. Like my curiosity is louder than any fear. It just feels significant, like I was meant to notice it. So I'm asking you, have you ever had something like this happen? Waking up to something that wasn't there the night before, with no physical way it could have appeared? Or am I missing some super obvious explanation that my brain is just refusing to see? Because right now, I'm stuck between the universe is sending me a little message, and, okay, how did this physically happen? And I cannot land on either one. So, a few years back, me and a bunch of friends, like maybe 7 of us total, drove out to this friend's place in the country. Her name was Marlo, and when I say in the country, I mean nothing around. Long gravel road, fields on fields, and the nearest neighbor was so far away, it felt like you could scream for help all night, and only the coyotes would hear you. Marlo had this whole reputation for telling "my house is haunted" stories. And she didn't say it like a spooky campfire thing. She said it like matter of fact, like she was talking about a leaky faucet. Doors clicking shut, footsteps upstairs when nobody's home, that sort of thing. I wanted to believe her, but honestly, some of it sounded so dramatic that I kind of filed it away as maybe she's exaggerating. Anyway, the plan was simple: junk food, blankets, and a marathon of scary movies. We started with some random sequel. Honestly, I can't even remember the exact one, but it was one of those older horror movies where everything feels grainy and doomed from the first 10 minutes. We set up in the basement, and I need you to picture this basement because the layout is burned into my brain. You go down the stairs, and immediately to your left, there's a bathroom and laundry area. To your right is this room Marlo called the safe room, like where her family kept hunting stuff and locked cabinets. Not huge, but the doorway was right there, like it wanted your attention. Past that was a little hobby room with shelves and bins and craft supplies, and then the space opened into a small family room with this big L-shaped couch. The TV was on the short wall, so if you sat on that couch, you could look down this little stretch of hallway and see straight toward the hobby room, and that safe room doorway on the right. The second I stepped into that basement, I didn't like it. Not in a basements are creepy way, like specifically that doorway. It felt wrong, like there was a heaviness in the air right in that spot. And I remember thinking, don't stare at it, which is such a weird thought to have when you're just walking down some stairs. I tried to rationalize it. I don't like weapons. They make me uneasy. So I told myself, that's it. That's all this is. You're being dramatic. We all piled onto the couch, killed the lights, and started the movie. I was wedged in the corner. On my left was my friend Eli, and on my right was Marlo. Next to her was her cousin Tessa, who was one of those people who acts totally unbothered during horror movies, but still jumps at every sound. About halfway through, I had to use the bathroom. I remember standing up and feeling that weird, prickly fear, like when you're little and you have to walk down a dark hallway alone. And again, I tried to blame the movie. Like, okay, you're just getting into your own head. I went into the bathroom, closed the door, did what I needed to do. Normal. Fine. But when I finished, I just stood there with my hand near the doorknob, and I had this clear, sharp thought. Do not look into that room. Like it wasn't even my own voice. It felt like a warning that landed inside my brain fully formed. And suddenly, I didn't want to open the bathroom door at all. My heart was beating so hard it felt stupid. I remember thinking, what are you doing? Everyone you know is literally 10 feet away. So I forced myself to open the door. And I'm not kidding. I kept my chin tucked to my chest. I stared at the floor like it was the most interesting carpet in the world. I walked straight back to the couch without letting my eyes drift even a little to the right. I sat down, tried to breathe normal, tried to laugh at a dumb line in the movie. I had been staring down that hallway. Not blinking, not moving, just locked in. And in the safe room doorway was this shape. A person-shaped outline, but darker than the dark around it. like someone had cut a hole in the air. It looked tall, too tall, and it had this distinct, old-fashioned hat, like a high brim or a tall crown. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't see eyes, but I could feel, in the most unsettling way, that it was looking back at us. And the worst part? The feeling I got was that it hadn't just appeared. It felt like it had been standing there for a while, like it had been there long enough to get comfortable. My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to do, because how do you say that out loud without sounding insane? So I leaned slightly toward Eli and I whispered, "Eli, do you see?" And he didn't even let me finish. He just whispered back, completely flat, like he was trying not to panic. "That black shadow in the doorway?" Right away, Marlo goes, "Yeah." And then Tessa, her cousin, goes, "I see it." And Marlo, like she's commenting on the weather, says, "I've been staring at it for a minute. I didn't want to say anything." So now it's 4 of us. 4 people seeing the same thing. And I swear, the moment we all acknowledged it, like the moment we put words to it, the rest of our friends suddenly popped up like the spell broke. Someone turned on the lights. Everyone started talking at once. They thought we were doing a bit, like we were trying to prank them mid-movie. A couple of them marched right over to the doorway, all brave and loud, and stepped into the safe room. They started tossing out theories immediately. "It's a shadow from the TV. It's your eyes adjusting. You guys are messing with us." And I just sat there frozen, because the only thing I knew for sure was this. I had been trying all night not to look at that doorway, and somehow, it still got me to look anyway. So, I've got this story I still can't fully explain, and every time I tell it, I get that same little chill in my shoulders. It starts when I was about 5. I'm outside on the footpath with my cousins, just that kind of loud, scrappy kid energy, bouncing this scuffed-up ball like I'm a pro, even though my coordination was, let's be generous, enthusiastic. Anyway, the ball clips my sneaker weird, skips off the curb, and rolls right out into the street. And without thinking, because I'm 5, and 5-year-olds are basically fearless disasters, I sprint after it. I remember this part so clearly. The sound. That awful screech of tires. Someone yelling. My whole body turning to ice. I squeezed the ball to my chest and shut my eyes like if I just held on hard enough, the universe would have to pause for a second. When I opened my eyes, the front of a car was right there. Not touching me, but so close I could have reached out and put my hands on the hood. The driver had slammed to a stop just in time. And then me and my cousins did what kids do when they know they've just narrowly avoided becoming a headline. We bolted. Ran as fast as we could, no looking back, already imagining the trouble we'd be in if any adults caught up. So that's the first part. Now, later that same week, my parents took me to the mall. My mom was browsing clothes, which, to 5-year-old me, felt like an actual prison sentence. So I wandered a little, just looking for something to do. This was the mid-90s, right? No phones, no tablets. If you were bored, you had to get creative. That's when I found the escalator, and I got obsessed with the rubber handrail, pulling it, tugging it, pretending I was some kind of superhero powering the whole thing. Like everyone going down was only moving because I was so strong I was dragging them along. I'm there making little grunt noises, fully committed to the performance, and then, out of nowhere, I get this heavy feeling, like the air changes, like something behind me is wrong. You know that feeling when you can tell someone's close without seeing them? I turn my head, still holding the rail, and there's a man standing just behind me. Maybe late 40s, early 50s, dressed almost entirely in dark clothes, Black jacket, dark pants, the whole silhouette kind of flat and clean, like he didn't belong with everyone else. His hand was reaching out toward me, not waving, not gesturing, reaching, like he was about to grab me. And as soon as our eyes locked, he stopped, just paused. Then he smiled, and he turned his hand into this little finger gun, like a kid would do, like pew pew. He mimed firing. I panicked, like instant electric fear. I yanked my eyes away, scanning for my parents, heart pounding, and when I looked back, he was gone. Not walking away, not blending into a crowd, just gone. I ran to my parents and tried to explain, but you know how that goes when you're 5. My mom didn't think I was in danger. She was more focused on the fact I'd been mucking around, so she scolded me and basically made me stay close after that. I tried to forget it. Here's where it gets weird. About 10 years later, I'm 15. Same mall, different day, just with my mom again. This time we're shopping for sneakers, and I'm doing that teenager thing where you're physically present, but spiritually somewhere else. And suddenly, out of nowhere, I get that same feeling. That exact same something behind me isn't right feeling. I turn around, and there he is. Same man, same dark outfit, same face. Only difference is I'm taller now. I'm bigger. I'm not 5. And somehow that makes it more unsettling, because I'm realizing this isn't just a creepy kid memory. This is happening again. He's close. Close enough that his hand comes up like he's about to touch my shoulder. I lock eyes with him, and it's like he recognizes me instantly. Then he smiles again, and he does the same thing. Finger gun, mimes firing. This time I don't scream or run. I just freeze. Like my brain short circuits because my body is already replaying the escalator moment from when I was little. I glance at my mom. She's still focused on the shoes, totally unaware. Then I look back. Gone. Again. Now, one extra detail I've never known what to do with. Earlier that same year, I had a really close call. I choked badly while laughing at something on TV, like properly, genuinely choking. It took a scary amount of time to get it out, and for a moment it felt like I might actually pass out. So, yeah. Sometimes I wonder if that guy in black was death. Like he was saying, not today, but I'm keeping an eye on you. Like the finger gun thing was his weird little signature. I almost got you. And one day, I will. And other times I'm like, maybe it's just a guy who somehow looks identical a decade later and decided to commit to the longest, strangest prank of all time. Either way, I can't shake how specific it felt. That identical moment. That identical gesture. And honestly, the worst part isn't even what he did. It's the way my body knew he was there before my eyes did. So, this happened about 9 years ago when we were renting a house in Aurora, Colorado. It was me, my wife Maya, and our 2 boys. Logan was the older one, around 13 then, and our youngest, Eli, was 6. I worked from home and Maya commuted to an office. Eli wasn't in school yet, so he spent a lot of his day just being a kid, playing, wandering, making up games. The house had most of the bedrooms upstairs, and then a full basement, finished, comfortable, not creepy. It had a little living area, the laundry room, and a couple of spare bedrooms. Honestly, it felt like a second living room down there, just without a kitchen. The stairs going down were carpeted and normal, nothing like the kind of place you'd expect a scary story to happen. And this wasn't at night either. It was the middle of the day, around noon or so. Bright Colorado sunshine pouring through the windows upstairs. Totally ordinary. I remember I was at my desk answering emails between meetings, just doing boring work stuff. And then I heard it. This scream, this absolutely gut-level, blood-curdling scream. Not a whine, not a frustrated dad yell. Terror, pure terror, like something had cornered him. I didn't even think. I shot up and ran for the basement. My brain was already doing that awful parent math, falling, hitting his head, getting trapped, something sharp, because it was so out of nowhere and so intense. I took the stairs 2 at a time and hit the bottom, and the first thing I see is Eli running straight at me. He was wide-eyed, pale, shaking, just booking it like the floor behind him was on fire. I grabbed him and immediately started checking him, arms, face, head, everything. But he seemed physically fine. No blood, no limping, no bruises forming. I asked, "Eli, what happened? What is it?" And he looks past me, past my shoulder, like he's still watching something, and he says very clearly, "That man is scary. He's a scary man." Just like that. Now, the basement didn't have a walkout. There was no back door down there, no outside entrance. The only way in or out was the stairs I'd just run down. And I remember having this immediate, almost reflexive adult response. Like, okay, he imagined something. Kids do that. I tried to calm my voice, tried to tell myself it was just kid stuff, even while I was still holding him. And then, right behind me, on the staircase, I heard footsteps. Not creaks, not a soft shuffle. This was heavy, violent, like someone was stomping up the stairs fast, almost like they were skipping steps, slamming their feet down hard with every hit. And I was close, like maybe a couple yards away. Close enough that I didn't just hear it, I felt it. The vibration of each stomp in the air and through the floor, like the staircase was being attacked. The sound moved upward, step after step, and it didn't stop halfway. It went all the way up, like whoever or whatever was running didn't hesitate for a second. I froze. Eli clung to me, and I remember the hair on my arms lifting. The basement suddenly felt too open and too quiet, except for that pounding. And the thing that really messes with me is this. There wasn't anyone else in the house. No guests, no delivery person, no neighbor wandering in. Nothing. And Maya was at work. Logan was upstairs doing his own thing and hadn't even come down yet. It was just me and my little kid in the basement. And those footsteps, those stomping, rushing footsteps, happened right as Eli reached me. Like the moment he got to me, whatever scared him decided to bolt up the stairs. Nothing. Just quiet. To this day, I still don't have an explanation that sits right. I'd love to file it away as a trick of sound, a weird echo, my imagination filling in the blanks. But it didn't feel like that. It felt real in the way that only a few things in your life ever feel real. Eli's older now, 15, and he doesn't remember it at all, which somehow makes it stranger. Like it happened in this tiny pocket of time that only I carried out of that basement. And I'm not someone who goes hunting for supernatural stuff. I'm usually the guy who shrugs and says, there's probably a rational explanation. But that day, on a bright, sunny afternoon in a perfectly normal house, something happened that still gives me chills if I let myself picture it too clearly. Because I can still hear those footsteps. And I can still see my kid's face when he said, "That man is scary." So, I swear I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I need to tell someone this. because it's been sitting in my chest for weeks. Last year, my dorm was haunted. I posted about it a couple times, got the usual mix of nope, 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 and you're imagining it. And eventually, the school year moved on. But this year, different building, different dorm, same kind of energy. There are 4 of us living here. Me, Mara, Jules, who roomed with me last year too, Naomi, and Tessa. And everything started up again around the beginning of October, which is already such a creepy time for anything to start, right? The first thing that happened to me was honestly small enough that I tried to brush it off. I was in my room, and I saw this shadowy figure move through the doorway out into the hall. I thought, oh, it's probably Tessa heading to class. Except, the door never opened. No click, no swing, no footsteps. Just a figure moving where there shouldn't have been one. After that, it was like once my brain allowed the possibility, we started noticing things more and more. I started catching glimpses of shadows in the 2 bathrooms, like someone was standing just out of view, and then you look again, and there's nothing there. I also started seeing a darker shape hanging around the common area, where our couch and kitchenette are. Just a presence, like the room was occupied even when it wasn't. Then one day, Jules tells me, super quietly, my mirror was moved. They have this tiny little mirror in their room, and it was angled toward their bed, and they were freaked out because they never pointed at their bed. It's like a personal rule. They didn't move it, and none of us had any reason to go into their room and do that. Now here's the thing. Jules and I have always been the sensitive ones, I guess. Like, we're the ones who actually see things. Naomi doesn't really see stuff, but Naomi gets feelings, strong ones. Like walking into an area and instantly knowing, no, not here. And our dorm is kind of split. There are 2 entry doors, one on my side and one on the side where Jules and Naomi's rooms are. The door on Jules and Naomi's side started unlocking on its own, just randomly. No one outside, no one coming in, nothing. And that was when things started ramping up instead of fading away. Jules and Naomi's bathroom door began opening by itself, and then the light would turn on. The weird part is, they keep that door shut even when it's not in use. It's habit. So the fact that it kept being open was really noticeable. Jules would close their bedroom door, and later it'd be cracked open again. Naomi told me the dorm would feel hostile if she was home alone, like the air got sharp. And then the thing that still makes my skin crawl happened. I'd had a really bad fight with my boyfriend one night, like the kind where you just feel wrecked. I went into my room and shut the door, and I was lying there trying not to cry, just wanting to disappear for a bit. There was a knock on my door. I said, "Yeah?" And I heard Jules's voice, clear as day, go, "Hey, are you okay?" So I answered like it was normal. I said something like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just going to sleep." And that was that. Except the next morning, I asked Jules if they came over to check on me, and they looked at me like I was speaking another language. They said no, and not only that, they said they wouldn't have, because they know I like to be left alone when I'm upset. So I asked Naomi and Tessa, and both of them either weren't home at the time or didn't go anywhere near my side of the dorm. So, who knocked? And we also started wondering if it began in October for a reason, because that's when maintenance tore open part of a wall to fix damage from a flood. Like the building got opened up, and something that was sealed away wasn't sealed anymore. One night, Naomi and I were sitting on the couch in the common room, just trying to keep it normal. Like if we acted casual, it would stop. And I'm not kidding. Every time I opened my mouth to talk, there would be a loud knock on the wall. Like a response. Like, stop. And while we were sitting there, we both felt touches. Not like your shirt brushed the couch. Like actual hands. Little taps. Little presses. We both looked at each other at the same time, wide-eyed, silently confirming. You felt that too, right? Another day, I was alone in the kitchen. I turned toward the fridge, and right in front of me, the door on Jules and Naomi's side unlocked. I stared at it for a second, then checked the peephole. No one there. And I know what it sounds like when someone struggles with keys in a lock, and there was none of that. Just click. Then reading week came, and Naomi, Tessa, and I all went home to our hometowns. Jules stayed. And while we were gone, Jules had the worst stretch of activity yet. They told me they heard heavy sounds coming from my side of the dorm, even though no one was there. They heard scratching out in the common area. And then, this is the part that makes me laugh and want to cry at the same time. They heard noises coming from Naomi's room, like bed springs squeaking, shifting, movement. Jules wasn't sure if Naomi had gotten back early, so they went and knocked on Naomi's door. And from inside the room, they heard what they described as someone panting like a dog, like a person trying to imitate it. When Jules told me, I made the stupidest joke imaginable, because humor is how I survive. But inside, I felt sick, because that's not just a bump in the night. That's something trying to perform. When I got back, my side of the dorm smelled like rotting food, like old, sour decay. Tessa and I were both careful. We didn't leave food in our rooms. We checked. Nothing was spoiled. But the smell clung anyway, like it was soaked into the air. The whole place felt negative, heavy. That night, Jules and I did cleanses. We used eggs, like the kind people do for clearing bad energy. And both of ours came back with these sharp spikes in the results, which, if you know, you know. It's not a cute little cleanse. It's a something's wrong kind of sign. That night, weirdly, Jules and I had almost no activity. Naomi, though? Naomi got slammed. Stuff moving around her room, weird sounds, and at exactly 3 a.m., she heard that door on their side unlock again by itself. The next day we were like, okay, we need to stop just reacting and actually do something. We made a spray with cedar, pine, rosemary, and cinnamon. Someone who's into spirit work told us those were good for protection. We bought protection candles. We got Palo Santo to burn. For a couple days, things calmed down enough that we could breathe. But we noticed something strange. If we tried spraying in a spot that made us uneasy, the spray bottle would clog. And yes, later we realized the cinnamon was part of the clogging issue. But it was still eerie how it only seemed to happen when we aimed at the places that felt wrong. Then the lights in Jules and Naomi's bathroom started flipping on again. Naomi started getting touched in her room again. Things shifting. That same, someone else is here feeling. And me? I mostly get the shadow figures, the cold little flashes in the corner of my eye, and the sudden vibes that make you freeze mid-step because your body knows before your brain does. Yesterday, we went out and got more candles and more Palo Santo. Naomi and I spent time with the candle, like actually sitting with it, focusing, trying to make the room feel like ours again. And we smoked our rooms. Jules wasn't home at the time. And now, the most recent stuff, like literally within the last day or so. My doorknob moved on its own. I felt a hand touch my butt as I walked into the common room, which sounds ridiculous to say out loud, but I'm being dead serious. More shadow figures. Naomi saw Jules's doorknob moving when Jules had already left for the day. And this morning, Jules woke up and found their phone under the bed, even though they left it on the desk. Their bedroom door was open too, after they closed it. So today, while Jules is out, I'm going to smoke their room as well. Because at this point, even if it doesn't fix everything, I need to feel like I'm doing something. And honestly, that's why I'm sharing. Not to convince anyone, not to start a panic, just because this is my life right now. And it's weird and exhausting and sometimes genuinely scary. And before anyone says it, Tessa is barely ever home. There is no way she's orchestrating anything. And she had her own weird experiences in a dorm last year too. If she's seeing anything this year, she hasn't told us. But I don't even blame her. Sometimes saying it out loud makes it feel more real. I want my dorm back. I want it to feel like a home again. So, I had this experience a few years back that I honestly tried to bury because it scared me that much. But enough time has passed that I can finally talk about it without feeling like I'm going to crawl out of my own skin. Back then, I was living in this old share house, and I swear to you, the vibe was wrong. Like, not just, ugh, it's winter and everyone's tired, wrong. I mean, the whole place felt heavy. Everyone in the house was struggling in some way. One housemate was barely sleeping. Another was constantly sick. People were snapping, crying, having these weird emotional spirals. It felt like the house itself was pressing down on us. Anyway, the first thing happened really early one morning. One of those times when the sky is technically light, but it's still gray and washed out, like the sun hasn't decided whether it's showing up yet. I remember waking up in that half-asleep way where you're not fully in your body yet. And when I opened my eyes, I saw someone in my doorway. It looked like my housemate, Talia. Just her head and a bit of her shoulder, peeking around the frame like she was checking if I was awake. She wasn't smiling, wasn't speaking, just staring. And because we were close, my brain didn't go straight to fear. It went to confusion. Like, why are you being so weird? I didn't say anything at first because I was foggy. Then I blinked, looked again, and she was still there. So I mumbled something like, "Huh?" And then after a second, "You okay?" Nothing. No response. She just stayed there, perfectly still. That's what gets me. The stillness. Not like someone pausing mid-thought. More like something holding a pose. I remember feeling annoyed more than scared, like, seriously, what do you want? And then I turned over, deciding I'd deal with it later, and fell back asleep. A couple hours later, when I woke up properly, I sat up and went, wait, what was that? But even then I was still thinking in a normal way. Like, she probably needed something and chickened out, or she was half asleep and being odd, or maybe she was coming back from the bathroom and just looked in. So when I finally saw her in the kitchen, I laughed a little and went, "Oi, why were you creeping in my doorway earlier?" And she just stared at me like I'd spoken another language. "What?" she said, genuinely confused. So I told her. I described it exactly, how she was peeking in, how I spoke to her, how she didn't answer. And while I'm talking, her face starts changing. She looked uncomfortable, kind of guarded, like she thought I was trying to mess with her. We went back and forth for a while. "Are you serious?" "No, are you serious?" And then it hit me, slowly, like cold water down my spine. She hadn't been there, at all. She wasn't a sleepwalker. She swore she'd been asleep the whole time. And I believed her. I could tell she wasn't acting. Her eyes were too wide, too steady. And I remember just sitting there, feeling lightheaded, and saying, really quietly, I talked to it. Because I did. I acknowledged it. I asked it questions. I treated it like it was my friend standing there. That was the part that made me feel sick. Not just that I saw something, it was that I interacted with it like it belonged in my life. I told the others in the house, and one of them, Jay, pulled me aside later and said, kind of under his breath, "I don't know how to explain this, but the energy in the house has been bad." And I got that full-body chill again because yes, exactly. That's what I'd been feeling too. After that, I started sleeping with my door locked, sometimes with a lamp on too. I didn't love admitting I was scared, but I was. I really, really was. And then, the second thing happened. I can't tell you exactly how long after the doorway incident it was. Weeks, maybe? A month? But it was late. Around 1 a.m. I know because I'd checked my phone. I was fully awake, sitting up in bed, watching videos, just trying to unwind. And I heard this sound outside my room. At first I thought someone was sick, like genuinely choking or trying to breathe through a panic attack. It was this harsh, strained, monotonous noise, labored, ugly. It sounded like something struggling for air, like grunting but also wetter? Not quite a cough, not quite a moan, just this awful, controlled rasping. And it wasn't faint, it was loud, like it was right there in the hallway, only a couple steps from my door. My stomach dropped. Immediately, I messaged the housemates in the rooms beside me. "Are you okay?" No reply. I listened for movement. Nothing. No doors. No footsteps. The house was still, except for that sound. So I called one of them. Twice. No answer. Just sleeping, apparently. And the longer it went on, the more my brain tried to make sense of it, and the less it fit into anything human. If it had sounded like a person, I would have opened the door. I would have checked. But it didn't. It had this wrongness to it, like it was mimicking the idea of someone in pain without actually being someone. I put my headphones in to drown it out, and I could still hear it through the headphones. That's how loud it was. I sat frozen, not even breathing properly, staring at my door like it might start bowing inward. And I remember thinking, please just stop. Please just go away. Eventually, at some point I can't even pin down, it faded, like it either moved away or simply ended. The next morning, I asked everyone, "Did you hear anything last night? Like weird breathing or choking or something?" And they all looked at me like I was being dramatic. No one heard a thing. And that second event is the one that messes with me the most, because I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't groggy. I wasn't dreaming. I was alert. I was present. And I heard it. After that, though, nothing else happened. Not to me, anyway. Over time, the mood in the house actually started lifting. People started sleeping again. It felt lighter, like the weight had moved on. I don't live there anymore. I'm out. I'm safe. But every now and then, I'll remember that early morning, gray sky, half awake, and the shape of a head in the doorway that looked like someone I trusted. And I still get that chill. Because the weirdest part isn't even what I saw or what I heard. It's the fact that, in the moment, my body knew something was off. And I still treated it like it belonged there. Hey, so I've been sitting on this for a while, and I still don't know what to make of it. I just want to tell it the way it happened, because honestly, it was one of the creepiest moments of my life. So this was maybe 8 or 9 months ago. I was home alone one evening, just pacing around my apartment and chatting with my boyfriend, Merrick, on the phone. Nothing unusual, normal conversation. And then, out of nowhere, this wave of weird anxiety hits me. Like that sudden drop in your stomach, the kind that makes you stop mid-step. The thing is, there was no reason for it. No bad news, no scary movie, nothing. And then I heard it. A single, loud meow. But not a real cat meow, no way. I have 4 cats and I know every sound they make, from the tiny "feed me" chirps to the dramatic screaming for attention ones. This was different. It was low, flat, and wrong, like a person forcing the word meow out loud. Almost like someone trying to imitate a cat without even trying to sound convincing. It didn't echo like it came from the hallway, and it didn't sound muffled like it came through a wall. It sounded close, like it was just in the room. I froze, like fully froze. And I remember whispering something like, "Did you hear that?" Even though Merrick obviously couldn't. My brain was scrambling for explanations. One of the cats? A neighbor? The plumbing? But none of it fit, and the fear just kept climbing. And then I did the dumbest thing. I panicked so hard I accidentally hung up on him. I fumbled to call him right back, and when he picked up, instead of his voice, I heard this strange, mechanical sound coming through the receiver. Not static, more like a choppy, robotic garble, like the call was glitching in some really unnatural way. I know how that sounds. I know phones can bug out. I know coincidences happen. But in that moment, I was terrified. I couldn't make myself stay inside. I grabbed my keys and went outside, and I stayed out there for ages, pretending I was just getting air, when really, I was too scared to be alone in my own apartment. For a long time, I tried to talk myself out of it. I've dealt with auditory hallucinations before, and that's exactly what I told myself. Okay, you got anxious. Your brain did a thing. End of story. I wanted it to be that. I needed it to be that. But then, a few months later, I came back from school around early November, and my brother Philip casually dropped something that made my stomach go cold. He goes, "You know that weird fake meow you told me about? I heard it too." I thought he was messing with me at first. Like, I actually laughed, because what else do you do when someone says that? But he was dead serious. He told me he'd been alone at home one night, sitting with his headphones on, listening to music, and one of our cats, this one who's usually pretty indifferent to him, walked over and started acting weirdly clingy, like overly sweet, rubbing up on him, hanging around his legs, watching the wall behind him. Philip said it felt off, like the cat was trying to get his attention. And then he heard it. The same unnatural meow, right from the wall beside him. He told me he ripped his headphones off and immediately rewound the song, because he assumed it had to be in the music. He even slowed the playback down to check for a hidden sound or a weird sample or something. Nothing. No meow. No anything that matched what he heard. He had a recording. And when I heard it, I swear my whole body reacted before my brain did. The hairs on my arms stood up, my chest tightened. It was the same sound. The exact same. That flat, human-sounding meow that doesn't belong to any animal I've ever heard. Hearing it again, knowing it wasn't just in my head the first time, hit me like a punch. And that's kind of where I'm stuck, because I still don't know what it was. It doesn't match any door noise, any pipe noise, any weird building creak. It doesn't even sound accidental. It sounds intentional. Like a person. Like something trying to imitate a cat, for some reason I can't understand. And maybe this part will make it sound even more dramatic, but I live in an old tenement building in southern Poland. It's the kind of place with thick walls, strange drafts, and that constant feeling that the building has seen too much. There are stories, nothing official, just things people say, about damage from decades ago, and an explosion nearby during the war era. And honestly, weird stuff has always happened here. Random objects falling when no one touches them. Sharp bangs that don't repeat. That heavy, prickly feeling you get in certain rooms at night. One of my aunts refuses to come over at all. She says she feels bad energy in the stairwell, and it makes her skin crawl. I used to roll my eyes at that. Now, I'm not so quick to joke about it. So yeah, that's it. 2 separate nights, 2 separate people. The same unnatural meow. And a recording that proves it's not just a memory playing tricks. I'm going to try to share that recording once I can get it transferred properly. Philip keeps getting errors when he tries to send it, like it's too big or it fails halfway through. I'm not great with that stuff, but I'm going to try from my laptop when I'm back home. Until then, I'm just sitting with the question that keeps popping into my head whenever my apartment gets too quiet. If it wasn't one of the cats, then what was it? Okay, so let me tell you what happened, because I'm still trying to make my brain accept it as normal, and it just won't. So I left my place with my boyfriend, well, I'll call him Mateus, and we walked to his house the way we always do, talking non-stop the whole way. You know those conversations where you don't even notice you've arrived until you're already at the door? It was like that. When we got inside, we went straight to his room and sat on the edge of his bed, still chatting. His door was open, and the room wasn't using its own light, just this soft glow coming in from the hallway and living room area. Calm, regular, nothing creepy. And then, out of nowhere, we both just stopped talking. It wasn't like we got distracted. It was like someone turned the volume down on us, like the air got heavier for a second. And in that silence, I heard this quiet, close little shh. I didn't say anything at first because, this is embarrassing, but I'll be honest, I sometimes hear things, like little noises that my brain invents when I'm anxious or overtired. So my first instinct was, ignore it, don't feed it. But then something happened that I can't overthink away. A shadow, like a huge shadow, just slid across the room for maybe 2 seconds. Not a person-shaped shadow, not like someone walked by the doorway. It was more like the whole room got dimmer, like something large blocked the light source, and it faded across everything in a kind of gradient. It wasn't just a quick flicker, it was intentional looking. Like something passed between the living room light and our door, even though the door was open and we could see out. I remember freezing and just scanning the room with my eyes, trying to find something, anything that could explain it. Mateus noticed immediately that I'd gone tense, and he goes, really quietly, "Did you hear that shh?" And I just stared at him because, okay, that's already weird. So I said, "Yeah, but the shadow freaked me out more." And then he described the exact same shadow I'd just seen, without me giving him details first. That was the moment my stomach dropped, because if it was just me, he wouldn't have matched it so perfectly. So we did what you do when your brain is trying not to panic. We tried to be logical. We started listing explanations out loud like we were negotiating with reality. Maybe someone came in, but the doors were locked. Maybe someone walked through the living room and passed near the doorway, but the shadow didn't look like a person, and it would have had to be really close to the light to dim the room that much. We even went and checked. We looked around, listened, checked the hallway. His little brother, Davi, was in his room, and when we told him what we saw, he got wide-eyed and swore he hadn't stepped out at all. Like genuinely scared, not joking. Their mom was asleep in her room. The cats, usually the first ones to react to anything, were all curled up and dead asleep. And here's the detail that keeps bothering me. For the room to darken that much, even for 2 seconds, something big would have had to block a decent amount of light. It wasn't like a small shadow passing low on the floor. It dimmed the room almost completely, like the light got swallowed for a second and then returned. And the worst part is, this isn't the first time something about that place felt off to me. A while back, I didn't make a big deal about it. I told Mateus that sometimes, in that house, it felt like there was a presence. Not like I saw a person standing there, just that sense that you're not alone when you should be. I'd even had a couple dreams about it. But we brushed it off because I always joke that I'm not right in the head when I get too in my own thoughts. We laughed it off, moved on. Except now, he's been having horrible sleep ever since I mentioned it. He told me he'd been waking up unsettled, like his body panics before his brain fully wakes up. He doesn't remember the dreams clearly, but he remembers two images, a small child and a spider. And he remembers the feeling, like dread that doesn't have a source. So after the shadow thing, we were already on edge. But we still tried to act normal, because what else do you do? Eventually, we went outside to the terrace to bring in some secondhand stuff his mom had picked up earlier, like some furniture pieces and random household items. And while we were out there, we heard this sound. It was faint at first, and then it got clearer, and the closest way I can describe it is carousel music. Like that tinkly, childlike melody you'd hear from a toy or a little merry-go-round. But the weird thing was, it didn't feel like it came from one direction. It felt like it was everywhere at once, like it was surrounding us. Now, if I'm being fair, I personally think that part could have been normal. Someone down the street playing something, a TV, a phone, a neighbor's kid, whatever. Sound carries strangely at night. But paired with everything else, it didn't feel normal in my body. I got so scared my legs felt wrong, like they didn't want to move unless I stayed right beside Mateus. And even then, I kept feeling exposed, like if he stood on my right, then my left side felt vulnerable, like something could come from that side. And that's the part I can't explain to anyone without sounding dramatic, but it was real. It wasn't just fear in my head, it was fear in my skin. We're not super religious. We're both pretty agnostic, honestly. We're not the type to jump straight to ghosts or demons or anything like that. But after seeing the same shadow at the same time, hearing the same sound at the same time, it's shaken us. So I'm telling you because I don't know what to do with it. I don't know if there's a practical explanation we're missing, or if stress is syncing us up, or if houses can just feel wrong sometimes and your brain fills in the blanks. But if you've ever experienced something like this, something shared, something that made you both go quiet at the exact same moment, I'd genuinely love to hear what helped you. Even if the advice is just, here's a logical thing to check, or here's how we calmed ourselves down afterward. Because right now, it feels like we opened a door by accident, and we don't know how to close it. Okay, so I want to tell you something that still feels a little unreal when I say it out loud, even though it shaped years of my life. Back when I was about 25, in the early 2000s, I went through this phase where I was absolutely devouring books. Occult stuff, philosophy, comparative religion, mysticism, all of it. I wasn't trying to be edgy or anything. I honestly couldn't have explained why I was so pulled toward it. There was this dusty little used bookstore near my apartment, one of those places where the shelves lean a little and the carpet smells like paper. And it was basically a treasure cave of weird, wonderful books. I read everything I could get my hands on. And after a while, I started noticing the same themes repeating across different traditions. Focus, intention, will. The idea that the mind can call things toward it. So I started practicing that, just quietly, like a habit. I'd sit in my room and try to set an intention the way those books described, like tuning a radio to a specific frequency. And then one morning, I'm at a cafe with my friend. Her name was Mara, and we're just drinking coffee, talking about nothing important. She gets this faraway look, grabs a napkin, and starts sketching. No explanation, just draws something, like a shape around a stick figure, kind of like flames or sunlight. Then she slides the napkin across the table to me. I'm like, "What is that?" And she goes, real casual, "It's your aura. You're on fire." I laughed because what else do you do with that? And I said, "Is that good?" And she pauses, squints at the napkin like she's double-checking her own eyes, and says, "I don't know. This is just what I see." So I asked her if she sees stuff like that often, and she shrugged. "Sometimes, but not like this." I remember feeling this weird mix of curiosity and irritation, like, okay, that's your thing, not mine. But still, it planted a little seed, like maybe I was messing with something. And that same year, my life kind of cracked open in a different way. I went through a breakup that absolutely wrecked me, like the kind where you don't just feel sad, you feel hollowed out. I was barely functioning. I'd go to work, come home, stare at the ceiling. I was raw all the time. By late summer, manifesting had become so normal to me that I did it without thinking. Not like I was getting rich or magically fixing my life. Nothing dramatic like that. It was more like I'd built a mental doorway. And one night, when I was especially low, when I felt weak and desperate, I set an intention, and it felt like something answered. And I knew instantly, I'd made a mistake. The next day I panicked and tried to undo it in every way I could think of. I boxed up the occult books and donated them, like I didn't even want them in my apartment anymore. I tried to clean my mind, stop thinking in that intentional way, stop inviting anything. But it was too late because after that, I started having this constant feeling that something was with me. Not a presence like comforting, not like a guardian angel vibe, more like a predator you can't see. It felt tall, thin, not exactly a solid shape, more like spindly shadow, like smoke pretending to be a person. I'd catch it at the edge of my vision, like a darker patch of darkness. And sometimes it wasn't visual at all. It was physical in a different way, like the sensation of it standing behind me while I was cooking, leaning in, hovering too close. I'd be chopping vegetables, and suddenly my skin would crawl like someone was inches from my neck. It eased up when I was outside, or around people. But that summer I was alone a lot, and I got used to living in this constant low-grade fight or flight, like my nervous system never fully unclenched. Spoiler, it wasn't important. It was just a door again. The dream journal worked, too well. I started remembering dreams in insane detail. Then I started lucid dreaming, and after that, these out-of-body experiences started happening while I was falling asleep. And listen, people talk about lucid dreams and out-of-body stuff like it's some cool superpower. For me, it was terror, because I learned fast that just because you're lucid doesn't mean you're in control. You can be awake in a dream and still be totally helpless. And that's where the entity showed up the clearest. 3 nights in a row, I'd be drifting off, eyes closed, and then, without warning, I'd have this sensation of separating from my body, just slightly, like an inch, like my awareness lifted off my skin. And in that state, it's hard to explain, but it's like you don't have eyelids. You can't blink or shut anything out. You're just seeing. And I saw it above me. This pitch-black thing, almost shiny, forming out of these strands, like threads of shadow gathering themselves into a shape. Not tentacles, not really. More like fibers twisting together, becoming denser. and the second I recognized it, I would slam straight into sleep paralysis, like it was the next step in the sequence. Night 1, same pattern. Night 2, same. Night 3, I dreaded bedtime. I was working 2 part-time jobs and taking morning classes, so I couldn't avoid sleep forever, but I tried. I'd stay up until my eyes burned. But that third night, right at the moment where it usually tipped into paralysis, something different happened. Something else came in. It felt smaller, brighter, not blinding, just clean, like a concentrated spark. And it rushed between me and that shadow thing, the way an animal darts in to protect its young. And the shadow thing, this is the part that still gives me chills. It didn't fight. It backed off. Like it recognized a force it didn't want to deal with. And instead of locking into paralysis, I sank back into my body like dropping into warm water, and I slept deeply. I woke up the next morning feeling rested in a way I hadn't felt in months. Did the entity go away? No, but it stopped pressing in close after that, like it had learned a boundary. Years passed. The lucid dreams and out-of-body episodes eventually stopped. The sleep paralysis stayed because that's just my brain, apparently. And the shadow presence faded into the background of my life until I almost forgot it. Then I moved out of state for work, down near Louisiana, outside New Orleans. And one night, I want to say 2004, maybe later, I'm sleeping, and my partner at the time, Elena, shakes me awake. She's pale, whispering, and she says, "It's staring at you from the doorway." My stomach dropped so fast it was like missing a stair, because I hadn't told her. Not one word about any of this. I just lay there, frozen, listening to my heartbeat, pretending I didn't understand. The next morning she brought it up over breakfast like it was a normal topic, like, pass the eggs. She told me she can see demons and angels, and that her grandmother could too. And she was careful about it. She wasn't saying it in a strict church way, more like her family had this blended folk tradition. Some Christianity in there, some older practices, some things that maybe didn't even have a clean name in English. And she kept asking me why that one was following me. So I finally told her. The books, the intentions, the sleepless summer, the strands of black above me, all of it. And she got dead serious and said I needed to come meet her mom. Her mother, she said, had an old book, not a Bible, something else, and she wanted to do a ritual to cut the thing loose. And I said no, and Elena did not appreciate that. Let's just say I became single again pretty quickly. More years passed. Life hit hard in other ways. Some genuinely traumatic stuff happened. I fell into a deep depression. Eventually, I moved back to the Midwest and started seeking again, but not in that I read a weird book and now I'm powerful way. More like I was looking for a reason to stay alive. And through this weird chain of coincidences, one of those sequences where every step feels accidental until you look back, I ended up in Ontario, participating in this intense retreat hosted by an Indigenous community. It was based on coming-of-age ceremonies. A full week, fasting, physical challenges, purification rituals. The whole thing was structured and supervised, not some random self-help wilderness cosplay. It was grueling. It cracked me open. By the end, there was a sweat lodge ceremony and then a feast, and I was all in. Mentally, spiritually, emotionally. I was wrecked by the time it was over, like shaken to my bones. When I came out of the sweat lodge, an elder, his name was Thomas, I think, put a hand on my shoulder and guided me to sit down, just right there on a rock. He handed me water, and he asked gently, "How do you feel?" And I remember laughing weakly and saying, "I think I almost died in there." And he nodded like I'd commented on the weather. "Yeah, I think you did too." Then he said, "You're weak right now. That's why you need to sit and rest." And he paused, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he said, very calmly, "There was something feeding on you. Been with you a long time. My throat went dry. He kept going. That's why you feel heavy. That's why you feel tired. And then he looked at me and said, but you're lighter now. It's gone. And he made this motion with his hand, like a bird lifting off and flying away. He said, that's why we call on the spirits of our grandfathers, to watch us, to protect us. A few minutes later, he checked in again. You feeling better? I nodded, still stunned. And then he smiled, this warm, ordinary smile, like bringing me back to earth. Good, he said. Let's go eat. And here's the thing. I did feel lighter. Not metaphorically, not like a mood shift, like something unclenched inside me that I didn't realize had been clenched for years. And from that point on, that shadow feeling, that sense of something lingering at the edge of my life, was just gone. That retreat kicked off a kind of spiritual awakening for me, but it didn't turn me into some guru. Mostly it pushed me toward the basics: therapy, exercise, learning how to regulate my nervous system, eating like I cared whether I lived, yoga, running, real-world practices that helped me build strength again. And because I apparently don't learn lessons the easy way, I later experimented with some more intense spiritual practices and scared myself all over again. But that's another story. Same moral, different costume. I'm telling you all this for one reason. I genuinely believe it's possible to open a door you can't close by yourself. And I had chances to get help, more than once. And I turned them down because I didn't want to admit what was happening. So please, seriously, be careful with your mental and emotional state when you go digging into practices that claim they can call or manifest or open things. Even if you think it's just psychology, even if you think it's just metaphor, your mind is still a doorway. And yeah, I still keep white sage around. I don't use it constantly, but it's there, like a reminder, like a small boundary I can set when I feel the air in my house get heavy. One last thing, because it matters to say it out loud. So I'm telling it as faithfully as I can, with respect. But the core of it, the part that never changed, is this. I opened something when I was young and hurting, and years later, I finally let something close it. So I had this experience a few weeks ago that still makes my stomach flip when I think about it. And I keep going back and forth on what it actually was. Sleep paralysis? Or something I genuinely can't explain. I was up in Washington State for my friend Tessa's birthday. She'd just turned 32. And a bunch of us decided to stay at this older boutique hotel that people locally swear is haunted. It's one of those places that leans into its history. Creaky floors, narrow hallways, little rooms, shared bathrooms at either end of the corridor. And honestly, during the day it's kind of charming. Cozy even. The whole place is packed with antiques, ornate mirrors, old framed portraits, heavy velvet chairs. But at night, it's a different vibe. The same decor that feels cute in daylight starts to feel like it's watching you. Everyone else doubled up in rooms, but because of the numbers, I ended up alone. I'm 27, and I'm not usually someone who gets spooked easily, but that night I was just uneasy. Like my body was already on alert before anything even happened. I left the bedside lamp on when I went to sleep, bright enough that the room wasn't fully dark, because I didn't like the shadows. Eventually I drifted off, but I started having these intense dreams right away. Not the random, nonsense kind. These were heavy, full of presence. In the dream, there were spirits everywhere, and the most distinct one was this man standing in the corner of my room, just planted there. I remember realizing I was dreaming and trying to force myself awake, like when you're stuck in a nightmare and you're trying to yell, but you can only manage this weak, muffled sound. I could tell I was probably making some kind of real noise, like a moan, while still half asleep. Then I jolted awake, panicked, still lying on my left side. I was on the right side of the bed, facing the center of the room. And that's when I saw her. There was a woman lying in bed next to me. Not sitting, not hovering, not standing by the door. Lying down like she belonged there, like she'd been there the whole time. She had light hair, sort of honey blonde, parted right down the middle, and these pale blue eyes that weren't looking at me. They were staring straight ahead, like she was focused on something beyond the wall. She looked maybe mid-40s, and something about her felt old-fashioned, like her whole presence belonged to another time. Her head was slightly propped up on the pillow, facing the same direction I was facing. And the thing is, the lamp was still on. The room was lit. I could see her clearly. She wasn't a shadow. She wasn't foggy. She wasn't in the corner, like some horror movie silhouette. She was right there, less than an arm's length away. The only strange thing, the only thing that made my brain scream, "This can't be real," was that she wasn't fully solid. She was translucent. Like I could still make out her features perfectly, but there was this faint bluish sheen through her, like moonlight on glass. Not scary in an aggressive way, more like unnatural, like looking at someone underwater. I just stared at her, completely frozen. I remember blinking hard over and over, almost angry blinking, like if I blink enough, she'll be gone. But at the same time, I was terrified that if I looked away for even a second, she'd turn her head and meet my eyes. I counted it in my head afterward, and I swear it was around 10 seconds, maybe 15, of me just locked on her. And then she vanished. No fade out, no movement, just gone, like someone erased her. And that's when the adrenaline hit so hard I felt sick. The second I could think clearly, I grabbed my phone and texted my friends, like, "Please tell me someone is awake. Please let me come sit in your room." No one answered. Everyone was asleep. So I just stayed there, lights on, heart racing, trying not to let my eyes drift to the empty space beside me. And the part that keeps messing with me is this. I've never had sleep paralysis before, not once. And I know being anxious and already freaked out can absolutely mess with your sleep, especially in a haunted place where you're primed to expect something. But it was so vivid, so close, and she didn't look like what people usually describe. No shadow figure, no demon, no crawling thing on the ceiling. Just a woman, calm, silent, real as anything. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know what I saw, but I haven't slept the same since. Hey, can I tell you something that still sits with me, even now? I was 13 when it happened. Because of some messy family stuff, a judge decided it would be best for me to live in a boarding school for a while. And not the cute, movie kind. This was a strict place run by nuns, and it was only girls. Some kids stayed there for years, some left when a relative finally stepped in, and some, honestly, just got stuck. When I first arrived, the front of the place looked almost comforting. There were two main buildings facing the courtyard, House A for the younger girls and House B for the older ones. In between there was this shared dining room and a little sitting room with worn couches that always smelled faintly like disinfectant and bread. Outside, there was a big patio with a few metal tables that burned your arms in the sun. But the back area felt like a different world. Behind a tall gate, one that got locked every night like a hard rule, were two more buildings. House C was mostly unused and kind of falling apart, like the place itself had given up on it. House D was nicer, where some of the oldest girls stayed. There was a small court back there, a couple of swings that creaked even when nobody was on them, and this heavy quiet that didn't match the front part at all. Each house had a nun assigned to it, like a watchful shadow that moved through the day. During daylight, the gate stayed open, and we all mixed in the common spaces. But at night, after evening prayers and lights out, the whole atmosphere changed. It wasn't just darker, it felt thicker, like the walls got closer. Pretty quickly, I started hearing warnings from the girls who'd been there the longest. Don't get up at night. If you hear something, don't listen too hard. And whatever you do, don't answer. I didn't really believe them. I mean, I was a kid. I was miserable and homesick, and all I wanted was my mom. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or whatever. Plus, some of the girls who had relatives nearby would get weekend visits or go out during holidays, so it wasn't like everyone treated the place like a horror story. I just thought the older girls were trying to scare the new ones. I slept in House B, the older girls' building in the front. And then summer came. A lot of the girls left to visit family. The whole place emptied out in a way that made every footstep louder. In our building, it felt like there were barely any of us left, maybe 3 other girls, if that. The nuns were still there, of course, but at night you could feel how empty it was. Like the building was too big for the few breaths inside it. One night, I couldn't sleep. Not in a normal way, like tossing and turning. It was this strange, alert kind of wakefulness. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was the kind of silence that makes your body go, something's wrong, even when you can't explain why. I always kept a bottle of water beside my bed because the dorm rooms were laid out like little cubicles, just enough space for a narrow bed and a tiny nightstand. The hallway outside was long and dim, and even in the daytime it felt a little too quiet. That night, sometime after midnight, I heard crying. At first it was so faint I thought I'd imagined it. Just a soft, broken sound, like someone trying not to be heard. But then it grew. Slowly. Like whoever it was couldn't hold it in anymore. It became heart-wrenching, the kind of sobbing that makes you feel embarrassed for listening because it sounds so private. And because the house was nearly empty, it echoed. Every little catch of breath, every shake in the voice, stretched down that hallway and bounced back. I remember sitting up in bed with my heart pounding, thinking, somebody's hurt. Somebody needs help. And then I did something I still don't fully understand. I got up. I opened the door just a crack and leaned into the hallway. It felt endless. One long corridor with doors on both sides, the front entrance far down one way, and at the very end, the last room where the crying was coming from. And then, that door opened. A girl stepped out. She was wearing the same kind of old-fashioned boarding school pajamas we'd been given. White fabric with tiny flowers. Mine had little blue flowers. Hers had pink ones. She was barefoot. Her head was down, like she couldn't bear to lift it. She moved. Slowly, close to the walls, and she didn't look up once. Her hair was jet black, straight, and fell to about her shoulders. Her skin looked pale in the dim hallway light, almost like the light couldn't land on her properly. Her face was mostly hidden by her hair, so I couldn't really see her expression, but the sound of her crying was coming from her like it was pouring out of her chest. She walked past door after door, and then she came right in front of mine, right in front of me. I was standing there, frozen, holding my breath, with the bottle hidden behind my back like a child hiding a secret. I wanted to speak. I wanted to step forward. I wanted to offer the water, but I couldn't move. It wasn't like fear, exactly. Not the sharp, panicked kind. It was something else. A strange heaviness, like the air had turned to water and I was trying to push through it. And in that moment, what I felt wasn't terror. It was sadness. Like her suffering brushed up against me, and for a second I understood it without knowing anything about it. I remember thinking, she's not just crying, she's drowning in it. She kept walking, turned at the end of the hallway, and went back toward her room in the same slow path, as if she was trapped in a loop. And then she went back inside. The door shut. After a while, the crying stopped. I closed my door, quietly, and got back into bed, staring at the ceiling with my heart still pounding, trying to convince myself I just witnessed a girl having a breakdown, that it was real and explainable. But the next morning, I asked one of the girls, her name was Marisol, if she'd heard someone crying at night. She looked at me like I'd just stepped on a grave, and she said, very quietly, "That room at the end? Nobody sleeps there." I told her what I saw, the pajamas, the hair, the way she walked. Marisol didn't argue with me. She just swallowed hard and said, "They don't put anyone there anymore. A girl died in that room a long time ago." Then she leaned in closer and added, like she was passing on a rule that mattered more than anything else in that place, "If you hear something at night, you stay in bed. You don't go out. You don't offer anything. You don't answer." That was the last time I ever got up after lights out. And I'm 33 now, and I still think about it sometimes, more than I want to admit. I still wonder, what would have happened if I'd stepped forward? If I'd brought the water out from behind my back? If I'd offered it? So this happened pretty recently, maybe a couple months ago, and I still don't know what to do with it in my head. It was a Sunday, late morning, close to lunchtime. My little boy, his name's Mateo, was sprawled out on my bed in my room, totally relaxed, tapping away on his phone. It's not like a real phone, you know? It's basically his little play device, and at night we sometimes use it for a bit of sound because he gets jumpy in the dark. Everything felt normal. After about an hour or so, we went downstairs and had lunch. The day just continued like any other day. Then night came, and we went back upstairs to get ready for bed. I asked Mateo where the phone was, and he said, super casually, "It's on the nightstand." I reached over. Nothing. I checked the bed, under the blankets, between the mattress and the frame. I even looked in the little places you don't expect, like the corner behind the lamp. No phone. The next morning, I honestly forgot about it at first. I had a full day of cleaning planned, one of those deep clean days where you end up questioning your life choices. I stripped the sheets, washed everything, moved furniture, cleaned under the bed, shook out blankets, the works. If the phone had been anywhere in that room, I should have found it. I mean, I moved everything. That night, I needed the phone again for bedtime, and I started looking for it seriously. Still nothing. And that's when it hit me like, wait, this is weird. Because at this point, there was nowhere left it could be hiding. Not in my room, not in the laundry, not under furniture. I had basically turned the house upside down. By the next day, I was genuinely stressed. I spent most of the day searching, checking drawers, baskets, toy bins, even places that made no sense. I started thinking maybe Mateo took it outside with him at some point and dropped it. Maybe it slipped out somewhere and I just didn't notice. And honestly, with a heavy heart, I started accepting that it was gone. Then that night, we're doing bedtime again. Mateo's putting on his pajamas, and I'm doing my usual routine, straightening the pillow, pulling back the covers, getting the bed ready for him. I scoop him up to place him on the mattress, and he asks for a stuffed animal that's behind me. So I turn around, grab the stuffed animal, and when I turn back toward him, I swear to you, the phone is sitting right on top of the pillow, like it had been placed there on purpose. Not half hidden, not wedged in a corner, just on the pillow. I completely froze. My whole body went cold. I didn't even want to touch it. I just stared at it like it might move. Mateo, cheerful as can be, goes, "Mom, the phone. It's right there." And he reaches for it. And I, out of pure panic, blurted, "No, don't touch it." He looked at me like I was being dramatic, but I couldn't help it. It took me a minute or two to even process what I was seeing. Because how does something vanish for days? After deep cleaning, after washing sheets, after searching every inch, and then suddenly appear on the pillow at the exact moment I turn around? I know how it sounds, but in that moment, my brain went to the strangest places. Like, did it fall from somewhere? Was it stuck inside the bedding somehow and magically popped out? Did I miss it 100 times? Or was it something else? Something messing with me? Eventually, I grabbed it, carefully, turned it on, checked it, and it worked like normal. No damage, no weird messages, nothing. Just a normal phone that should not have been there. And to this day, I still don't understand it. So, let me tell you about something that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. When I was a kid, we lived at my grandmother Nora's place, and I know how that sounds already, like some cozy little house with doilies and soup on the stove, but my grandma didn't live a quiet life at all. She worked nights, not as an employee, but as the owner of a small nightclub, the kind of place where all sorts of women came and went over the years, different ages, different looks, different stories. The house itself was strange. It sat on this big piece of land, and the club was connected to it, but also kind of supported, like two lives stitched together with a thin seam. The upstairs rooms were where the women stayed. Our family space was below, and my bedroom was right under those rooms. And here's the detail you need to hold on to. The staircase leading up there was made of thick iron, heavy, loud. Every step on it had a sharp, unmistakable sound. On holidays or big family weekends, the women would all travel out to see their kids or relatives, and the upstairs would be completely empty. No music, no laughter, no doors opening and closing. Nothing. Except, it wasn't nothing. Because at night, lying in bed, I'd hear it. Someone going up those iron stairs. Slow. Deliberate. Like they weren't sneaking. They didn't have to. And the footsteps weren't flat either. They had that crisp, tapping rhythm, like heels. Step after step, all the way up. Then the sound would move into the hallway above me, pacing past the doors, like someone doing rounds. Sometimes it would pause, then start again, crossing back the other way. It happened so often that I finally asked Grandma Nora straight out, "Who's up there?" And she'd look at me like I was making it up. She'd say, "Honey, there's nobody. Everyone's gone. The rooms are empty." But every night, it came back. Heels on iron. Footsteps in the hall. Like an invisible routine. One afternoon, I remember we were sitting at the table having a little snack, tea and bread, the kind of quiet moment where the sun hits the corner of the room and you almost feel safe. And I asked her again, more stubborn this time, "Grandma, the woman in heels, I hear her. Who is she?" Grandma Nora didn't answer right away. She just stared down at her cup for a long moment, like she was deciding whether she wanted to open a door that couldn't be shut again. Then she said, very softly, "All right, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to listen." And she told me this. A few years before I was old enough to understand any of it, a new woman came to work there. Her name was Isabella. At least, that's what everyone called her. Grandma described her like she was remembering a photograph. Tall, bright-eyed, always put together. Not the exact details you'd expect. She wasn't the kind of beauty that blended in. She stood out the moment she walked into a room. The customers noticed immediately. Men lined up for her. Tips got bigger, requests got constant, and there was one man, Grandma called him Raphael, who started coming in almost every night. Not casually, not just to drink. He came for her, every time. He paid more than anyone, and after a while it stopped feeling like obsession and started looking like devotion. According to Grandma, Raphael told Isabella he wanted to save her. He said he'd give her a real home, money, respect, a different life. He promised he'd take care of her, that she'd never need to do that work again. But Isabella always refused. Raphael didn't take that well. One night, he came in like usual, paid like usual. They went upstairs like usual. And then, everything changed. Grandma said there was a sound, an awful, impossible sound, like the building itself cracked. People screamed. Glass shook. For a second, nobody understood what they were hearing because it didn't match anything that belonged in that place. And when they rushed toward the room, they found out why. Raphael had hidden an explosive on himself, strapped beneath his clothes. Something homemade, something horrifying. Grandma didn't describe the scene in detail. Her voice apparently got tight and sharp when she talked about it. But she said this much. When he pulled Isabella close, when he hugged her, he set it off. And that was it. After that night, the upstairs never felt empty again. Because, Grandma Nora said, ever since then, especially when the women were gone and the rooms should have been silent, people started hearing footsteps, heels on the iron stairs, a woman walking the hallway, stopping at certain doors, turning back, like she was still there, still moving through the space she never got to leave on her own terms. And when Grandma finished telling me, she didn't dramatize it. She didn't try to scare me. She just looked at me, like it hurt her to say it out loud, and said, "That's who you're hearing." And I remember sitting there, staring at the table, suddenly understanding why the sound never felt like a random creak or a harmless ghost story. Because those footsteps didn't sound lost. They sounded familiar, like someone walking a path they knew by heart. And after that, every time I heard the heels climbing those iron stairs in the middle of the night, I didn't ask anymore. I just listened. So, I lost my dad about 6 years ago now, and ever since then I've been weirdly drawn to anything paranormal. Not in a let's play with spirits kind of way, more like I've been trying to convince myself there has to be something after this, because the idea that I might just never see him again, yeah, I don't handle that thought very well. For a long time after he passed, both my mom and I had these moments that felt off. Like they could have been nothing, just grief doing what grief does. But they also didn't feel easy to explain away. My mom was the first one to tell me anything. She said that when she was alone in our old house, she felt like he was there. And I mean, she described it in such a specific way, like she could literally feel hands resting on her calves, and she'd get this rush of air through her hair, like a breeze, even though the windows were shut and everything was still. And honestly, I didn't believe her at first. I thought, okay, this is her coping. She's missing him. Her brain is trying to comfort her. That made sense to me. But then something happened that I still can't really put into a neat little logical explanation box. One night, my mom and I were sitting together on the couch. Our dog Milo, who was completely obsessed with my dad, was asleep on the rug. Milo had this represent ball with a tiny bell inside it, the kind you can stuff kibble into so it rolls around. And out of nowhere, it started moving. Not like a little wobble. It rolled across the floor, slowly but clearly, like someone had nudged it on purpose. It went all the way over until it bumped near Milo. Milo didn't even panic. He just lifted his head, stared for a second like, oh, okay, and then put his head right back down and went back to sleep. My mom and I just looked at each other like, did that seriously just happen? We both saw it. There was no one else in the room, no slope to the floor, no draft, nothing. And after my dad died, Milo changed in other ways too. He'd sit in front of my dad's old chair, like right in the exact spot my dad always used, and just stare upward, completely still. Not barking, not whining, just watching. Sometimes he'd do it for minutes, like he was looking at someone standing there. A year after that, we moved. New city, new house, totally different place. It wasn't even super old, maybe 30-ish years, but it had this layout that felt strange. Like every room had a door that led out to the backyard. Doors everywhere. And the house just didn't feel peaceful. I had trouble sleeping. I felt run down all the time. Part of me tried to blame something normal, like maybe there was mold, or the air was bad, or stress from moving was messing with me. I really tried to stay practical. But then the doors started. We'd lock them, double-check them, and still, somehow, doors would be open. Not just one, multiple. Sometimes it felt like every single backyard door in the house had been cracked open at some point, like someone had gone around and quietly unlatched them. And we checked the locks. We had people look at them. Nothing was broken. Everything worked perfectly, which almost made it worse. Then there was one night I'll never forget. I was asleep in my room and I woke up to this loud sound, like a thud followed by a rush. And when I sat up, the backyard door in my room was wide open. My curtains were flying inward from the wind like someone had dramatically opened it on purpose. I just sat there, frozen, staring at it, trying to make my brain come up with something normal. But I always locked it at night. Always. It was a habit. He didn't wake me up, which, honestly, part of me is glad, because I don't know what I would have done in that moment. But I also don't know if I fully believe him. I mean, people get sleep paralysis. Brains do weird stuff at 3 a.m. Still, with the doors and the feeling in that house and everything from before, it's hard not to wonder if it's connected. And that's the thing I keep coming back to. I don't know if any of it was paranormal. I don't know if it was grief, stress, coincidence, old house weirdness, or something else entirely. But I do know that I miss my dad. And I do know that sometimes it feels like the world leaves little cracks where you can almost imagine someone you love is still close by. So I guess what I'm asking is, have you ever experienced anything like this? And if you have, do you think it's possible it could be a loved one visiting? Or is that just something we tell ourselves when we need to believe they're not completely gone? So my dad has this thing. It's not like a power he brags about or anything dramatic. It's just this weirdly reliable gut sense he's had for as long as I've known him. Like an internal alarm that goes off when something awful happens somewhere. We jokingly call it his creepometer, but honestly, it's accurate enough that the joke doesn't totally cover how unsettling it can be. The best example I can give happened years ago. We were driving on this bright, stupidly beautiful day, blue sky, sun everywhere, and we passed this totally ordinary stretch of trees. Nothing special. No warning signs, no creepy fog, no abandoned shack, just trees. And my dad goes pale, like actually pale. He got this nauseous look on his face and just blurted, "Something bad happened there." Later on, we found out a group had been out there a couple nights before, doing some messed up ritual stuff with animals. I'm not telling you that to be edgy, just to explain why I've learned to take his random dread seriously. Anyway, rewind a bit. Back in the early 80s, my dad, his name's Ray by the way, worked at a rail museum in Southern California. He did all kinds of odd jobs there, the sort of work where you end up alone with old equipment a lot. They had this early 1900s Pullman parlor car parked off to the side, not part of the main attractions, just sitting there. I don't remember the exact car number he said, something like number 3187, but he remembered it because it bothered him so much, and he couldn't explain why. It wasn't like he walked in and saw something obvious. No stains, no scratches that screamed crime scene, nothing visually wrong. It wasn't even that, wow, this is old vibe either. He'd been around plenty of ancient rail cars. Age didn't bother him. This one did. He said being near it made his stomach twist, like stepping into a room where a fight just happened, even if everyone's gone and the furniture is straightened. That kind of lingering wrongness. So he did what people do when they don't have proof of their own intuition. He shrugged it off and filed it away in the mental junk drawer with all the other, that was weird, moments. Until recently. A few days ago, Ray's scrolling online and sees a video someone posted. Footage of that same parlor car. Not even in person, just a clip on his phone. And he felt it again. That deep, cold, immediate certainty. Something terrible happened there. It freaked him out enough that he actually messaged the person who posted the video. Like, hey, weird question, but does that car feel off to you? And while he was waiting on a response, I did what I always do when I get curious in a way that makes it hard to sleep. I started digging. I found some background that made the whole thing even more eerie in a quiet, historical way. This car was built around 1911 by Pullman, and it was apparently used for these fancy investor excursions. Like, picture a moving showroom. They'd take potential land buyers around different towns: Fullerton, Riverside, San Bernardino, Redlands, Pasadena, Los Angeles, selling them on sunshine and opportunity while they sat in comfort like royalty. And the interior? Not just generic luxury. It had this really specific style, Mission Revival vibes. Beamed ceiling, heavy fabric on the walls like something you'd see in an old monastery. Swivel chairs, arched stained glass windows. It was divided into this main parlor space, dozens of seats, and a smaller smoking compartment that felt more private. Which brings me to what Ray always said he sensed. He never described it like ghosts exactly, more like motive. Like the air carried the memory of a very human kind of violence. He told me, if I had to guess, somebody got killed in there. Not an accident, something personal, or business. And my brain immediately went, of course it's business, because what's scarier than a haunted train car? A haunted train car that used to shuttle rich investors around while deals were made. I even wondered, half joking, half not, if it ever got used for gambling. Private compartment, comfortable chairs, a little enclosed space where people could drink and whisper and make stupid decisions. It wouldn't shock me. Then Ray finally hears back from the guy who posted the footage. And the guy says, basically, funny you mention that. There's another car from the same line that always felt like it had occupants, like permanent residents. And ever since the museum acquired both, they've been parked right next to each other. Which made my skin prickle in the worst way, because it's not just my dad is sensitive anymore. Now it's multiple people are independently describing the same kind of wrongness. And honestly, I don't even think that cancels Ray's feeling out. If anything, it makes it more interesting. Because what if it's not one car? What if it's the pairing, the proximity? Like two bad stories parked side by side, feeding off each other. Or like one thing that happened on a line, or around a group of people, leaving a mark on more than one place. Ray still can't point to a specific event, and neither can I. But I'll tell you this, when someone can feel something through a video, something he first felt 40 years ago in person, and another person says, Oh yeah, that one's always had residents. It stops sounding like a quirky family anecdote. It starts sounding like a question that deserves a real answer. And now I can't stop thinking about it. About this elegant, beautiful parlor car built to charm investors, and whatever it quietly carried with it all these years. Because some places don't need visible evidence to feel wrong. Sometimes the creepometer is enough. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Christmas is almost here, and the year's coming to a close. What's something you're proud of accomplishing this year? Drop it in the comments. Another year has gone by doing what I love, being here and sharing my mysterious experiences with all of you. Thank you so much for all the love, for listening, and for supporting the Paranormal M channel. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the newest videos. And, as always, send us your own mysterious experiences. Now, grab your headphones, switch on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's stories. Okay, so this happened a couple weeks back, and I still get that little shiver in my shoulders when I think about it. My partner Eli and I were at home doing that familiar, we're bored but too comfortable to do anything routine. Then I looked outside and it was that perfect kind of cold. Crisp, clean, the kind of weather that makes you feel awake. Cold is our favorite, so I said, let's go find a trail. Just walk, be in nature, be together. Eli pulled up a park not too far away, and we drove over. The area around it was all these newer neighborhoods, big, polished houses, the kind where the lawns look combed. So we figured there had to be construction nearby, because that's been popping up everywhere lately. We get to the trailhead and there's a sign with different loop options. We picked the short one, something like a 20 to 25 minute loop, because, honestly, we weren't trying to get caught out too late. Fall and winter always trick you. It feels like you have time and then suddenly the sky's like, nope, it's night now. Right away we walked through this tunnel, one of those long, shadowy ones that makes you feel like you're stepping into a different scene. You know the vibe. Like in a thriller where you're suddenly listening to your own footsteps a little too closely. We both got a little quieter, a little more alert, but kept going. The trail was mostly wooded on both sides. Not scary woods exactly, just dense. We passed a sweet older couple heading the other way, smiling, totally relaxed. And that actually made me feel better, like, okay, normal place, normal day. But then, after about 10 minutes or so, things started to change. It wasn't dramatic at first. It was more like a slow realization. The birds stopped. Not less birds. Not they flew off. Just nothing. No chirping, no rustling, no little sounds in the brush. It felt like someone turned the volume down on the whole world. We kept walking and came up on part of the trail where you could see some construction area set back a bit, equipment and disturbed earth, but it was clearly after hours. No workers, no trucks running, no noise. Still, no wind either. No traffic sounds. Just this weird, heavy silence. And I swear to you, it got so quiet that it felt loud. Like if I had dropped my keys, it would have sounded like a crash. We stopped. I remember looking at Eli like, "Do you feel that?" before I even said anything. And then we saw it. A black plastic shopping bag, like the kind you get from a store, was just hanging in midair. Not stuck on a branch, not snagged on anything, not whipping around, just floating. And it wasn't close to us either. It was a decent distance up the trail, out in the open where we could clearly see it. And here's the part that makes my skin prickle. It didn't move. It just stayed there like it had been placed in the air on purpose. We stood frozen, staring at it, trying to make it make sense. Because there was no wind. None. Not even that faint drift you feel on your face. The trees weren't swaying. Nothing. I remember thinking, how is that possible? And then, the second we shifted, Like the second we started to move again, the bag started to drop, but so slowly. Not like a bag falling, more like it was sinking, like it was being lowered. And right then, right in that same moment, both of us got that feeling. You know the one, that deep, instinctive feeling that you're not alone, even when you can't see anyone. It felt like something in the woods had noticed us noticing, and we did. We didn't run, but we walked fast enough that it was basically a power march. My heart was pounding, and I kept glancing into the trees like I expected to see, I don't even know what, just something. We looked back once, and the bag was still there, still in the air, only lower now, like it was continuing that slow, unreal descent. We got out of that park so fast. By the time we reached the car, the sky had fully shifted into dusk dark, like the day had slipped away while we weren't paying attention. And the whole drive home, we kept saying the same things over and over. There was no wind. There was nobody there. It didn't make sense. Eli has always teased me for being paranoid whenever I get a weird feeling about something. But that night, he was the one going, "Yeah, okay, that was real. That was something." And honestly, I don't know what it was. I don't have a neat explanation. All I know is it was one of the most eerie things I've ever experienced, and I've had a couple strange moments in my life. But that one felt like a warning. And I'll tell you this for free, we did not stay long enough to find out what it wanted. So, I want to tell you about someone I met over and over again in the strangest way, starting when I was about 11. I still can't fully explain it, but I remember it so clearly that it feels stitched into my life. The first time was in a dream. In the dream, I was back at my elementary school. Same hallways, same smell of old cleaning products and chalk dust, like my brain recreated every detail on purpose. And there he was, a man in one of the classrooms. He looked like he'd stepped out of an old photograph. Rumpled suit, heavy shoes, and this worn hat that felt decades out of place. If I had to guess, I'd say he looked like he belonged to the 1940s, not my little school. And the weirdest part? It wasn't just, oh, there's a man. It was like the dream had rules. I remember hearing, not with my ears, more like inside my head, this calm but urgent voice telling me, "You have to get to him." So I rushed into the classroom, heart pounding, expecting to find him up close. But it wasn't him. It was only a reflection. Like he was there, but not really there. The reflection was coming from the window, and in the dream my logic was like, okay, then the window is the way through. So I climbed up, pushed myself toward the glass, and somehow ended up outside, on the other side, chasing him through streets that didn't quite look like my town, but also did. You know how dreams do that. I kept running, turning corners, calling out without sound, and every time I thought I was about to catch him, he'd just drift farther away. Always just out of reach. Then, not long after that dream, maybe days later, maybe a week, it's fuzzy. We had one of those late school nights where parents meet with the head teacher. My mom, Marina, couldn't leave me home alone, so she brought me with her. The school felt completely different at night. Quieter, emptier, like the building was holding its breath. While she was in the meeting, I sat by the stairs with my legs pulled in close, trying to keep busy, trying not to feel how huge the shadows looked. And then I saw him again. Same classroom, same place as the dream. But this time, he didn't look like a normal person. He was pale. Not light-skinned pale. More like washed out, almost glowing. Like someone had drained the color out of him. The old hat was still there, the same kind of clothes. It was definitely him, even though he looked more like the kind of ghost people post online with bad filters. I froze. I didn't scream, didn't run. I just sat there on the stairs, staring, because my body didn't know what else to do. He moved, too. Small movements. Turning his head, shifting his weight, pacing slowly inside the classroom like he was waiting for something. But he didn't speak. He didn't gesture. He didn't come toward me. He just looked at me, quietly, steadily, until the meeting ended and my mom came out. I told her on the way home. I remember clutching her hand and talking too fast, trying to get it all out before my courage disappeared. But she brushed it off, smiled that kids have vivid imaginations smile, and told me I was probably tired. I tried to accept that explanation. I really did. But then came the one that still gives me chills. A couple of weeks later, I woke up in my bedroom one morning, half asleep, that heavy, floaty feeling where you're not fully in your body yet. My eyes were still closed, and I suddenly had this sharp sense that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling, right? Like the air changes, like the room has an extra presence inside it. I kept my eyes shut because I was scared. I remember thinking, if I don't look, it can't be real. A completely ordinary human sound, which somehow made it worse. I opened my eyes slowly, barely a slit at first, and there he was, right in front of my bed, close enough that it felt impossible. He looked exactly like the figure at school, all that drained-out whiteness, the old hat, the same era of clothing, like he'd walked out of a different decade and into my room without making a single sound. He just stood there and looked at me. And then, he smiled. Not a scary grin, not threatening, more like recognition. Like he was relieved I finally saw him clearly, like he'd been trying to show up in a way I'd understand. I was absolutely freaking out, don't get me wrong. I couldn't move. But the fear wasn't, he's going to hurt me. It was the shock of seeing something that shouldn't exist, standing in a place that's supposed to be safe. Then I heard my parents from the other room call my name. "Are you okay?" Because apparently they thought I had sneezed. I turned my head toward their voice, said I was fine, forced myself to sound normal. And when I turned back, he was gone. Just gone. Like the air had swallowed him. After that, I didn't see him again the same way. Not in the bright, undeniable, there's a person in the room kind of way. Years passed. I grew up. I tried to file it away under childhood weirdness, but I never forgot him. And honestly, I've always had this pull toward the unconventional. Things people roll their eyes at. Things that don't fit neatly in a box. So when I was around 30, I signed up for a free guided meditation class. Nothing intense, just curiosity. The instructor had this gentle voice, and she asked us to close our eyes, relax, and imagine walking down a staircase. She said that at the bottom, there would be helpers, guides, protectors, whatever you want to call them, waiting for us. And the second she said that, I saw him. Immediately. But this time he wasn't exactly the same. He looked older, heavier somehow, like a different version of himself. The hat wasn't as crisp in my mind, the shape of his face was different, but the feeling was unmistakable. It was him. The same presence, the same signature, like seeing someone's silhouette and knowing who it is before you even make out the details. In the meditation, we were led into this garden space, warm, still, almost glowing. We were told to ask for healing for something we carried, and in my mind, everyone sat in a loose circle, these figures the teacher described, and him among them, calm and quiet, like he'd always been. He didn't do anything dramatic, no grand messages, no booming voice. He was just there, part of the circle, like he belonged. Then the instructor guided us back up the stairs, and the meditation ended. And after that, nothing. I haven't seen him again. But I'll be honest with you, even now, I still think about that man in the old hat. Not like a horror story, more like an unanswered letter. Like something brushed against my life again and again and left me with this soft, haunting question. Who was he? And why did he find me? So, I need to tell you something that still makes my stomach twist a little when I think about it. It happened last Monday night, early December. My dad, let's call him Ray because he'll hate me if he knows I'm repeating this, was over at my Aunt Denise's house helping set up for a family birthday. Balloons, streamers, the whole let's make it look cheerful routine. And before I go any further, I've got to be honest about Denise. She's not a kind person. She's the type who says cruel things like it's nothing, and she keeps people around her that make your instincts scream. The rough crowd. The kind of guys who talk too quietly, stare too long, and you feel it in your bones that you shouldn't be in the same room with them. Her fiancé used to own the place. He passed away last year after being sick for a while, and his ashes are still in the house. And ever since then, Denise has stayed close with some of his old friends. She calls them her protection, like that's supposed to make it feel safer. One of those friends, this man named Daryl, had been really, really ill with cancer. No wife, no kids, nowhere else to go. So he'd been renting a room there off and on. Anyway, that Monday night, my dad was there mostly by himself. Denise was shut away in her bedroom doing whatever she does, and Daryl wasn't even there. He was supposedly over at his sister's place. My dad was just decorating. Normal. Boring. And he's not the kind of person who gets rattled easily. He doesn't drink. He doesn't mess with anything. He's steady. Practical. Even if he's open-minded about weird stuff, he's not dramatic. So when he came to me afterward, quiet, serious, I knew something had gotten under his skin. He told me he went into the kitchen to make coffee. He's standing at the counter, messing with the coffee maker, back turned to the room, and out of nowhere he gets hit with this smell. Not like garbage, not like something spoiled. He said it was the kind of stench that makes your brain go, something is wrong, before you even have words for it. Like rot, like a body, like death. And he said the hair on the back of his neck lifted instantly, like his body knew before his mind did. He turns his head, and under the kitchen table he sees something moving out. And here's where his voice changed when he told me, like he didn't even want to say it out loud. He said it looked dog-like, but not like any dog he's ever seen. It was on all fours, but the way its legs bent, especially the back legs, was wrong. Too human, like the joints didn't match what they were pretending to be. And the strangest part was how it looked. Not fully real. He described it like trying to look at something through thick, warped glass. Like the shape was there, but the image didn't sit correctly in the room. Like it was slightly out of place with the kitchen, as if the background behind it didn't line up with the walls and cabinets the way it should. He said it had rough, patchy fur, like it was mangy or sick. Bald spots where you could see pale skin. But the feet, if you could even call them paws, were darker, almost black, like they'd been dipped in soot. And the thing wasn't rushing. It wasn't startled. It was stalking, calm as anything, sliding out from under the table and moving toward the living room like it owned the place. Nothing. Gone. He started checking rooms. looking behind furniture, opening doors. And he said something else that stuck with me. While he was searching, his fear shifted. Like the nausea and dread melted into this weird anger, hot and sudden, like something was pushing his emotions, or like the house itself was pressing on him. He didn't find anything. No animal. No explanation. Just that smell, and that image burned into his head. Then the next day, Tuesday, Daryl died. And yes, he was terminal, so it wasn't like lightning out of a clear sky. But the timing. It's hard to ignore the timing. My dad didn't tell me this like a ghost story. He told me like someone confessing something they wished they could unsee. Like it embarrassed him to even say it, but it scared him more to keep it to himself. And now I'm stuck with it, you know? Because if it was just a weird shadow or a trick of the light, fine. But he smelled that smell. He felt it. And he's not the kind of man who invents things for attention. So I keep asking myself the same question. What did he see? So I've been staying at my grandparents' place for the week because I'm dog sitting. They live way out in the sticks in upstate New York, like really rural. And they've got 3 big Dobermans, Coda, Maisie, and Rook. I adore them, and honestly, I'd rather crash here than have them stuck in kennels whenever my grandparents take off for a day or two. Anyway, my grandpa, Harold, used to be a volunteer firefighter. For as long as I can remember, he's kept this old police scanner running. Even though he hasn't been on a fire call in years, that scanner still sits there, crackling and hissing like a little mechanical campfire in the corner of the kitchen. I've grown up with that sound. It's background noise to me. It's the kind of thing you stop hearing unless it suddenly goes quiet. Last night, I was making dinner. Nothing fancy, just trying to keep the dogs from orbiting my knees while I cooked. And I was standing right next to the scanner when something cut through all that familiar static. Whispering. Not the usual clipped radio dispatch voices, not garbled chatter, actual whispering. Low, intimate, like someone was leaning in close to a mic and trying not to be heard. And I just froze with a spoon in my hand like, what? Because listen, I've heard that scanner blab and squawk my whole life. Decades of it. I have never, not once, heard it whisper. But weirdly, that's not even the part that hit me the hardest. A few years ago, my grandparents moved. Their old place was this ancient farmhouse, 2 centuries old easy. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that house had a vibe. Not just creaky floors old. It felt occupied. Like you were never fully alone even when you absolutely were. There was one thing in particular that used to happen when I stayed there by myself. I'd be sitting in the living room or upstairs, and I'd hear what sounded like a couple arguing. Not words I could clearly make out, more like the rhythm of it. A man's voice, a woman's voice, frustration rising and falling. Like a fight happening in the next room, except there was no next room where anyone could be. When they moved into this newer house out in the woods, all of that stopped. No footsteps, no weird doors. No, someone just walked across the hall feeling. Nothing. This place felt normal, until last night. Because the whispering on the scanner started, and within minutes I heard it. That same familiar arguing sound. The exact same cadence. Like the old farmhouse had found my address and forwarded itself here. At first it was faint, like it was far away. Then it got louder, sharper. And it seemed like it was coming from outside, right out by the driveway. There's a window over the kitchen sink that looks straight out across the whole driveway. So I set the spoon down and leaned in, staring out like I expected to see headlights or someone standing there with their hands in the air. Nothing. Just the bird feeder swaying a little and a handful of birds hopping around underneath it, perfectly casual, like the world was completely normal. but the arguing kept climbing. It went from tense to nasty, and then it tipped into screaming, full-on screaming, like someone had just snapped. And the second it hit that pitch, every single bird bolted at once. Like they all got the same invisible signal. Wings everywhere, feeders swinging hard, and suddenly the whole yard felt emptied out. That's when I felt my stomach drop, because birds don't do that for no reason. And out there, in the woods, you learn to respect animals when they decide something's wrong. I stood there for a second, listening, trying to figure out if the sound would make more sense from outside, if maybe it was a neighbor or somebody on the road, or even a TV carrying weirdly through the trees. But it didn't sound like it was coming from the road. It sounded like it was coming from the woods in front of the house. Like the trees were holding the voices and pushing them forward. And I know how that sounds. Believe me, I know. But standing there with the cold air on my face and that noise threading through the darkness, it didn't feel like a, weird moment. It felt like a, don't be stupid moment. So I went back inside, shut the door, and locked it. Then I locked it again like that would somehow help. I pulled the curtains, all of them, every window, even the ones that don't really show anything but trees. I just needed the house to feel sealed off. The scanner kept crackling. The whispering came and went like it was deciding whether it wanted my attention. I didn't know what you're supposed to do with something like that. Call someone and say, "Hi, can you come over? I think the woods are arguing." So I did the only thing I could think to do. I herded all 3 dogs into the bedroom with me, wedged myself as far from the driveway side of the house as possible, and let them pile up like warm, tense little guardians. I'm not usually the kind of person who panics over every bump and creak. Old houses make sounds. Pipes knock. Wind moves branches. I can talk myself down from a lot. But being alone in the middle of nowhere is different. Out here, you don't get to pretend you're the biggest thing around. You don't get to get careless just because things have been quiet for a while. Whether it's a real person, an animal, or something you can't neatly explain, getting too comfortable out here can come with consequences. So I stayed awake way longer than I wanted to, listening to the silence between the crackles, and feeling those dogs breathe beside me. And I kept thinking the same thing over and over. This house has been peaceful for years. So why did the old farmhouse's voices show up now? Hey, can I tell you something that still makes my chest tighten a little when I think about it? So, early this year, right at the beginning of January, I got a call that my sibling, Mira, had been in an accident. She survived, thank God, but the doctors said she needed about a month of strict bed rest. And I remember sitting there doing the math in my head and realizing I didn't have a job. I didn't have savings. I barely had anything. All I could see was medical costs and groceries and transportation and all the little things that pile up when life gets scary. One evening, I hit this point where stress stopped feeling like thoughts and started feeling like a weight on my body. I crawled under my blanket and, honestly, I didn't even pray. I didn't journal. I didn't do anything spiritual. I just tried to disappear into sleep, like shutting down was the only way to survive that moment. And while I was lying there, phone pressed somewhere under the blanket with me, I got 3 calls back to back. From 3 different companies. Like, one after the other. Almost unreal. One of them offered me a job, decent pay, the kind of pay that makes you exhale for the first time in weeks. I took it. And for a little while I thought, okay, maybe this is the turning point. But then it wasn't. A couple months in, they said they'd hired too many people and they let me go. Just like that. And I remember feeling embarrassed for believing it was going to last, like I'd celebrated too soon. A few months later, money got tight again. There was this one day, mid-June, I think it was the 16th, where I spiraled. I spent most of the day crying. Not the quiet kind either, the kind where you get a headache and your face hurts and you still can't stop. That night I stood in front of my altar and I didn't speak gently. I was angry. I was basically yelling into the air like, "Are you serious? Do you see me? Do you see how hard I'm trying?" And the next morning, I woke up to a notification that $10,000 had been transferred into my account. It was a delayed payment from a previous employer that had been stuck for a while and finally got released. The timing was so sharp it almost scared me, like I'd been heard immediately. Then there were these smaller moments that felt like quiet little jokes from the universe. Like, in May, my laptop broke, completely. And I was devastated because it wasn't just an expense, it was also my lifeline for work. I remember sitting there with my journal, trying to calm down, flipping open this notebook I hadn't touched in ages, and there was cash tucked inside. Not a fortune, but enough to soften the panic. It was money I must have hidden there long ago and totally forgotten. And then, this other thing happened. I had a job I joined in late summer, and on paper it was fine. The boss, Rohan, actually respected my work. He praised me, gave me responsibilities, made me feel seen. But I kept getting this weird feeling, like something wasn't clean about the business side of things. Not dramatic, just off. Like my gut was whispering, "Don't build your life here." So I made an excuse. I said I needed to go back to my hometown, and I resigned. And then, 3 days later, my aunt passed away. I actually did have to go home. And that's what messes with me. The way my resignation looked impulsive at first, and then it felt like protection. And on top of all that, the past 6 months have had these almost silly blessings. Random deliveries, chocolates, brownies, ice cream, showing up for me for free, in strange little ways, like someone placed an order by mistake, or a coupon glitch, or a friend of a friend sending something and refusing payment. It happened enough times that it stopped feeling like coincidence and started feeling like a pattern. Like, okay, what is this? So yeah, that's where I am. Because on one hand, I'm spiritual. I want to believe there's something, someone, watching over me. A guardian angel, an ancestor, the universe, whatever name fits. The timing of certain things feels too precise to ignore. But on the other hand, I've struggled so much financially. In the last 8 or 9 months, I've lost 4 jobs, one after another. And the confusing part is, I didn't leave because of fights. In most of them, the employers liked me. They told me I was hardworking. They appreciated me. And still, something kept ending, or shifting, or collapsing. And sometimes I think, if there really is a higher power looking out for me, why not help me keep one of those jobs? Why all this instability when I already carry a heavy past, depression, fear that hits me out of nowhere? Why the constant resetting? I'm not saying this like I'm accusing the universe. I'm just trying to understand. Maybe there's something I'm supposed to learn. Maybe this is shaping me in a way I can't see yet. Maybe one day it'll make sense, and I'll look back and feel grateful, even for the hard parts, like I oddly have before. But right now I'm living in this strange space where life keeps knocking me down, and then handing me a small mercy at the exact moment I'm about to disappear. And I don't know what to call that. I just know it's real. Hey, so I don't really know the right way to say this without sounding dramatic, but I'm just going to be honest with you. I've always had this feeling that the place I grew up in, it's got something heavy hanging around it. Like the land itself is carrying a mood, and sometimes it slips inside the house with us. Not every day, not even every week, but often enough that you start watching corners without realizing you're doing it. My grandpa, well, my pap, Eddie, used to talk about seeing people who weren't there. He'd say it like it was no bigger a deal than seeing deer in the yard. He'd tell us he'd catch glimpses of indigenous figures out by the tree line, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes late at night like they didn't care what time it was. Just present, passing through, watching. He wasn't a guy who chased attention either, so when he said it, you could tell he meant it. And my mom, Renee, she's had her own experiences, but hers always sounded scarier. She'd talk about shadow shapes in the hallway, in the kitchen, at the top of the stairs. Not, maybe it was the light, type stuff. More like a presence that made her stomach drop. There were times she got so freaked out she'd go sit outside on the steps just to breathe and calm herself down, like she'd just walked out of a fight she didn't want to be in. Behind our house, there's this patch of woods. Nothing special to look at, honestly. Just trees, leaves, old brush. That quiet that feels thicker the deeper you go. But there are these small raised mounds back there. They're not huge, and you might not notice them if you weren't looking. But once you know they're there, you can't unsee them. Pap Eddie always said those mounds were burial grounds, or at least connected to something that should be left alone. And as a kid, you know how kids are. Part of you is scared, but a bigger part of you is like, prove it. Like the world is a mystery box and you're allowed to pry it open. I used to escape into those woods a lot. It felt like my own little hiding place. Like if I couldn't control anything else, at least I could control where I walked and what I found. One afternoon, I'm guessing I was 8, 9, somewhere around there, I went back there with a stick. It was late autumn, the kind of day where everything smells like damp leaves and the sun is already giving up early. And I stood over one of those mounds and thought, just a little, just to see. So I started digging. Not deep, barely anything, a few inches tops, just scraping and pushing loose dirt aside like I was looking for treasure. And then everything changed so fast it still makes my skin tighten when I think about it. The air dropped cold. Not like it's fall cold. Like the temperature got pulled down around me in one clean motion. My cheeks went numb. My hands felt stiff. It was so sudden it made my eyes water. Then the birds, crows I think, or maybe blackbirds, just showed up. Like the trees had been empty and someone flipped a switch. They filled the branches above me, and the sound got loud in that ugly way, like yelling layered on yelling. It felt aimed, like it wasn't random nature noise anymore. It was reaction. The wind kicked up too, whipping through the leaves, pushing against my shoulders. And I remember this weird, irrational thought. They know what I'm doing. So I stopped digging, froze, and just listened. And I swear, listen, I know how this sounds. I swear I heard something under the dirt. Not a voice, not words, more like a dry, delicate rattling. Like bone on bone, faint but unmistakable, right beneath where I'd scraped. My stomach dropped so hard I felt like I was going to throw up. In that moment, whatever it was, stuck to me. After that, life started sliding sideways. Not like lightning strikes every day, more like a long, steady drip of things going wrong, one after another, in ways that made you look up and go, seriously? Again? My parents split up a couple years later. I'm not going to get into that because it's private and, honestly, we've all worked hard to heal. But the timing always felt like part of the same thread. Then the house started falling apart. Small things first, Stuff breaking, leaks, repairs that never seemed to fully solve anything. My mom had to have surgery, thyroid issues, and even though she's okay in the she's still here way, it opened the door to a bunch of ongoing health complications. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but the kind of thing that drains you slowly and changes your entire routine. And me? I've battled my own stuff for a long time. Anxiety that feels like living with a siren in the background. Depression that turns the simplest tasks into a mountain. My room got messy in that way that isn't laziness, it's just a visible symptom. I bounced between jobs. I'd feel hopeful for a minute, then it would slip out of my hands again. I'm working on it now. I'm not saying this for sympathy. I just want you to understand the shape of it. Here's the part that messes with my head. I kept leaving. Like, not in the normal I'm growing up way. I mean leaving young, decisively, like my body knew before my brain did. When I was around 12, I moved away for a while to live with my dad, out of state. Later, as a teenager, I left again to stay with my girlfriend at the time and her family. At the time, I told myself it was love, or missing my dad, or needing a change. But looking back now, older, calmer, I can't help thinking, why did I feel such a strong pull to get out? I wasn't being abused. My mom loved me. The house wasn't bad in the normal ways, and yet I kept choosing distance like it was survival. And then recently, this happened. We had our roof redone, brand new, solid. We were relieved, like, finally, something fixed. And within a couple weeks, a dead tree came down in a storm and landed right over the spot where I sleep, right above where my head would have been. If the roof hadn't been redone, I don't even like finishing that thought. What's creepy is, we've had stronger winds before, big ones, the kind that make the house groan. That tree never fell then. But right after we fixed the roof, that's when it drops? It felt personal in this cold, silent way, like the house was saying, "Oh, you thought you were getting ahead?" And there are other stories too. I could seriously go on forever. Our old dog, Buddy, after he passed, there were things that happened that still make my throat tighten. And our other dog, Daisy, same kind of thing, like the house couldn't just let grief be grief. It had to add a strange little punctuation mark to it. That's what I keep circling back to. The amount of it, the stacking, the way it doesn't feel like one bad year. It feels like a pattern with a personality. At the same time, I'm not some hardcore paranormal person. I'm not out here yelling curse every time a cupboard creaks. Part of me knows coincidence is real, and life is messy, and families go through things. But another part of me, the part that remembers the sudden cold and those birds and that dry rattling under the dirt, that part wonders if I stirred something up as a kid, or if something was already there and I just tapped on the wrong door. I've always been the kind of person who picks up on people's moods too. I can walk into a room and feel when someone's hurting, even if they're smiling. I don't know if that means I'm empathic, or if I'm just observant and anxious and wired to notice shifts. But it makes this whole thing harder, because sometimes I can't tell what's intuition and what's my own fear echoing back at me. So yeah, that's the story. I don't have a neat ending. I don't have proof. I just have a house that feels like it's holding its breath, a childhood moment that still feels too sharp to be nothing, and this long trail of misfortune that keeps nudging me like, look closer. And some nights, lying there, I catch myself thinking, what if the land remembers? What if the house remembers? What if I didn't just dig into dirt? What if I dug into something that doesn't like being disturbed? Okay, so I'm not new to weird stuff around the house. I'm usually the kind of person who can talk myself down, you know? Like, there's a logical explanation. I'm just tired. I'm overthinking it. I've gotten pretty good at that over the years. But every now and then, something happens that makes it harder to laugh off. Like, that awful feeling of being watched. Not the casual, that was creepy kind. I mean the intense kind, where your skin goes prickly, your stomach drops, and you can almost feel your body gearing up to run even though you're standing perfectly still. Or little tech things that make no sense. Our smart speaker, ours is a Google one, not Alexa, will randomly crank itself up to a ridiculous volume. Like, it's usually set around 2 or 3, and suddenly it's blasting at 9 or 10 and announcing, "Sorry, I didn't catch that," when nobody has said a word. And sure, I know tech glitches happen, but it always seems to happen at the worst times, when the house is quiet. And then there was this one night a while back, maybe 3 months ago, around 2 a.m. I was in bed, half asleep, and someone knocked on my bedroom door. Not a soft knock, a loud, solid knock. The kind where you instantly sit up and your heart starts thumping. So I got up and opened the door right away, and there was no one there. At first, I told myself it had to be one of my parents messing with me or needing something. Except, both of them were asleep in their room, which is on the other side of the house. And the thing is, I'm weirdly tuned into the sounds of the house. I can hear everything. I can tell when someone opens their door, when the bathroom light flips on, even the creak patterns in the hallway floor. That night? Nothing. No footsteps, no doors, no movement. Just the knock. I even checked. I walked a little further out, looked around, listened. Nothing. Still, I shoved it down and tried to convince myself it had to be my dad or my mom, even when I brought it up the next day and they both swore, seriously swore, it wasn't them. So I filed it away as one of those things and tried to move on. But then more recently, like maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago, I was downstairs with my mom, Lena, watching TV. She paused the show to go upstairs and use the bathroom, and I stayed down to make us tea. Just normal, boring, cozy stuff. She'd only been upstairs for about a minute when I heard her call my name. Clear as day. Not muffled, not distant. Just my name, like she was standing at the top of the stairs. So I walked over toward the stairs, about to answer, and at the exact same time she starts coming down. And before I can even speak, she goes, "Did you just shout for me?" And I remember just staring at her like, "What?" I said, "No, I thought you shouted for me." We both kind of laughed, because what else do you do? That nervous little laugh people do when something unsettles them, but they don't want to admit it. And we brushed it off like, okay, creepy, and carried on. But then tonight, she comes into my room and she looks, not panicked, but serious. Like she just heard something she didn't want to repeat. And she tells me my dad, Marcus, who is so skeptical, like the type to roll his eyes at any paranormal conversation, said something happened last night. Apparently Lena had already gone to bed, and my dad stayed downstairs to finish a movie. He was alone, lights low, the usual. And he hears Lena whisper call his name. He was so sure of it that he actually got up and went into the kitchen, expecting to see her standing there or needing something. But the kitchen was empty. The only thing out of place was a cupboard door standing open, one of the higher ones, like it had been left that way or pulled open. So he checks the house, then goes upstairs to see if Lena's up. She's in bed, door closed, properly asleep, like deep asleep. Not fake asleep, not I just got back into bed, just gone. And for my dad to admit it bothered him, that's what got me. Because he doesn't entertain this stuff. He doesn't want it to be weird. He's the, there's always an explanation person. And I'm sitting here now thinking, okay, this is starting to stack up. Because it's not just bumps in the night anymore. It's not just my imagination, or my anxiety, or a random tech glitch. It's voices, familiar voices, calling names, perfectly normal, everyday sounds, except the person they belong to isn't there. And it's honestly starting to get under my skin. I don't even know what I believe. I'm not sitting here like, it's definitely a ghost. That doesn't feel right to me. But I also don't know what else to call it. I went down a rabbit hole the other night, because of course I did, and I read about this idea of mimics. Stuff that copies voices, tries to lure you, tries to get your attention by sounding like someone you trust. And I don't know how much of that is folklore and how much is people freaking themselves out online. But it made my stomach turn a little, because the pattern fits in a way I don't like. The thing is, we've lived in this house for 15 years. 15. And nothing like this has ever happened. Not like this. Little odd moments, sure, but nothing that made all of us stop and go, wait, did you hear that too? So now I'm stuck with this question I can't shake. Is it just stress and coincidence stacking up? Is it something explainable that we haven't clocked yet? Or is it something else? And if it is something else, whatever you want to call it, do we need to be cautious? Like if you hear your name being called and you're alone, do you answer? Do you follow it? Because right now, I honestly don't know. And that not knowing is what's starting to bother me the most. So, let me tell you about the apartment that still messes with my head a little, even now. It started when I was 18. This was late 2018, right before everything in the world started feeling weird for other reasons. I'd just moved in with my mom for a while. She'd gone back to the town I grew up in, the same area where my dad still lived, even though they weren't together. I figured it would be a fresh start for both of us, you know? A couple months to regroup. And right next door to her unit was this neighbor, Marjorie, I'll call her. She was a lot. The kind of person who'd be yelling at thin air on the porch, having full conversations with nobody, swearing she saw things in the corners. Everyone in the complex kind of just gave her space. Anyway, when I moved in, that's when the knocking started. The room I stayed in shared a wall with the neighbor's kitchen. So at first I told myself, okay, pipes, cabinets, someone making a late-night snack. Totally normal. Except it wasn't normal. Because the knocking always started around midnight, like someone was clocking in for a shift. And it wouldn't be just one bump here and there. It was this weird pattern, on and off, scattered through the night. Some nights it was faint. Some nights it was like somebody was gently, but deliberately, tapping from the other side of the wall. I lived there maybe 2 months before life pushed me somewhere else. I moved in with my boyfriend at the time. Long story, not paranormal, just messy. But here's the thing. Even after I left, my mom told me the knocking kept happening. Same wall, same timing. And she also told me about things from before I ever moved in. Stuff she'd heard when she was alone in the house. Running footsteps at night. Heavy stomping like someone sprinting across the living room. The floors in that place were old and raised, so every step carried. My mom's the type who walks lightly, and I always did too. So the idea of someone thundering through the house when nobody else was there, yeah, that stuck with me. Then the pandemic hit in 2020, and not long after, Marjorie, the neighbor, passed away in her apartment. New people moved in after that. Different faces, different routines, but the knocking stayed. My mom actually asked the new neighbors once, kind of casually, like, "Hey, are you in your kitchen a lot late at night?" And they were like, "No, we thought you were the ones making noise." So at that point, it wasn't just my imagination. It was this shared, confused, "What is that?" between two households. Fast forward to early 2023. I stayed with my mom for a few nights before a trip. Back in that same bedroom, same wall. And that time, it was so loud I couldn't sleep at all. Not little bumps, not settling noises. It was like someone was knocking on a door right beside my head. Thump, 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 tight and deliberate, like they wanted attention. It was hot, so I left my door open and just laid there staring out into the little connector hallway area, more like a tiny square where the bedroom doors and bathroom door all meet. I'm lying there, dead still, watching that dark little space, and I hear my mom's bedroom door creak. Her door always creaks, always has. It doesn't matter what you do to it. So my brain goes, okay, she's going to the bathroom. But then, nothing. No lights, no footsteps. And in that apartment, footsteps are loud. The kind of loud where you can tell if someone's walking normally versus trying to be quiet. And there was just quiet. And then I saw a shadow slide through the doorway gap, like something passed between the doors. Not fast like a cat, not tall like an adult, just a shape moving where a person would move. I felt my whole body go cold. But I didn't get up, because my little girl was asleep beside me at the time. She was about 3 then, and I didn't want to jolt her awake and scare her. So I just stayed frozen, staring, trying to convince myself it was my eyes adjusting to darkness. The next morning, I told my mom and her husband Eli. And Eli, without me prompting him, goes, "I heard the door creak too." He said both he and my mom were in bed when it happened. He didn't see the shadow, but he heard the same thing I heard. And then this year, more recently, my relationship fell apart and my daughter and I moved back in with my mom again. Same room, same wall. The knocking is still there. My daughter sleeps through it like it's a lullaby, honestly. I wish I could borrow that kind of peace. But once you've noticed something like that, you don't unnotice it. And then the other stuff started. Let me just run through it in order, because when I say it out loud, it sounds ridiculous. But living it didn't feel ridiculous. It felt invasive. First, the shower knocks. I was showering one night, leaning my shoulder against the shower wall, just letting the hot water hit my back. That wall faces the outside yard. Nothing back there. No walkway, no neighbors passing, nothing. And then, 3 loud knocks right where I was leaning. Not a pop, not a creak. Knocks. Hard enough that I felt the vibration through the wall into my shoulder, like someone knocked from inside the drywall. Next, the blinds. My aunt, Renee, crashed on the couch one night. No fan, windows closed, totally still air. And she sits straight up and goes, "Did you hear that?" The metal blinds above the couch had rustled, like someone dragged fingers along them. Not a breeze flutter, more like a hand deliberately combed across them. Then, the curtain thing. My mom was on that same couch another night, and she suddenly jerks and grabs the back of her head like something touched her. She reaches behind her and finds the edge of the curtain had lifted up off the floor and fallen onto her head, like someone had tossed it. We tried to recreate it, pulling it, shifting it, turning on air, walking past it, and we could not get it to do that naturally. Then there was the lamp. I watch scary movies before bed sometimes. I never got to when I was younger, so now I'm catching up. Old classics, random newer stuff, all of it. One night I'm watching a horror movie with a ton of flickering lights. One of those scenes where the lights go nuts to build tension. And my bedroom lamp starts flickering right along with it. Not constantly, just enough that I kept looking away from the TV like, is this syncing up? It felt like the room was responding. Then, the voice. This one wasn't mine, but it was about me. My mom and Eli told me that one morning, while I was asleep, they were getting ready for work and they heard my voice come from the living room. Even the dog turned its head toward the sound. And my voice, my exact tone, said sarcastically, "Okay." But I was asleep, in the bedroom, door shut. And then the thing that finally made my stomach drop. The night my daughter started talking about cracks in the wall, and she goes, very quietly, like she's narrating something, "The wall is cracking." And I remember thinking, that is not a phrase a 3-year-old casually says. Then she says it again, but this time with excitement, like she's watching something interesting. "The wall is cracking." And then she whispers, like it's a secret, "It's coming through." I'm staring at the wall so hard my eyes hurt. I can see nothing. No marks, no movement, no cracks. I ask her, "What's coming through, baby?" And she says, so casually, like she's naming an animal, "The monster." And then she starts giggling, like it's funny, like she's playing with it. I'm trying to stay calm because I don't want her to absorb fear from me. So I ask her what it looks like, and she describes it. A black face, a frown, tongue sticking out, like it's making a weird expression at her. She says it's scary, but she's not actually scared, more like she's entertained. She even made faces back at the wall, like it was a game. Eventually, she fell asleep again. I did not. I stayed awake listening to every tiny sound in that room. In the morning, I asked her about it, expecting the story to wobble the way kids' stories do. But she looked right at the wall and said, plainly, "The cracks are gone now." Same details, same description, same calm certainty. And then, last night, I woke up at 2 a.m. on the dot, the same time I noticed the weird cracking conversation happened before, and the bedroom door was open. I always sleep with that door shut. Always. It was open wide enough that it felt intentional. My first thought was my daughter had gotten up, wandered out, maybe went to my mom's room. But she was still asleep in her own bed. So I got up and shut the door. And the second I did, my window fan stopped. The light on it stayed on, but the blades just quit, like it got tired, like it got switched off without being switched off. I had to physically turn it off and back on to get it spinning again. And I stood there in the dark, holding my breath, just thinking, maybe none of these things mean anything. Maybe it's old wiring, old walls, an old building settling. But when it's the same room, the same wall, the same time of night, and your kid is staring at it like she sees something you can't, it stops feeling like random noise. It starts feeling like something's been trying, for a long time, to get noticed. Hey, so I don't remember this, obviously. I was only a few months old when it happened, but I've heard it so many times from so many people. My mom, my grandma, my aunt, and even a family friend years later, that it feels like I've been carrying the memory anyway. And what gets me is how they all tell it almost the same. Different little details shift. How many people were there, what time exactly, who saw what first, but the spine of it never changes. In my family, it's just that night. The night they came to see the baby. So here's how it was told to me. I was about 3 months old. We were living in this modest little place. Nothing fancy, the kind of home where you hear everything. Pipes, footsteps, neighbors outside, the whole world close enough to feel through the walls. My grandma, let's call her Nana Salma, was staying with us for a while to help out, because my mom, Mira, was exhausted in that new baby way where you're tired in your bones. And my aunt, Lena, had come by that evening too. She was still young then, like late teens, and she always says she felt very grown up in that moment, until she didn't. It was late. Not midnight late, but late enough that the house had settled. The lights were low. The air had that quiet, heavy feeling it gets when everyone's supposed to be asleep. even if they aren't. Then, knock, knock, knock. Not the casual knock of a neighbor, not the polite tap of someone who might be lost. Nana Salma described it as insistent, like the person outside believed they belonged there. Lena went to the door first. She always tells it like she was annoyed more than scared at the beginning, because what kind of person knocks that late? She peeks through whatever small window or gap she can, and she sees a group of women standing there. Now, here's one of those details that changes depending on who's talking. My mom says it was 5 women. Lena insists it was 3, maybe 4 at most. And everyone shrugs when they argue about it, because this was decades ago, and fear does weird things to memory. But the one thing they all agree on is how they looked. They were covered. Headscarves pulled forward, shawls draped in a way that hid most of their hair and bodies. My mom says she couldn't really read their faces, like the light hit them wrong, or like they kept themselves angled away. She could clearly see one face, though, and she still describes it as strangely calm. Not friendly, just calm. Like a person asking for something they're sure they'll get. One of them spoke and said, very simply, "We came to meet the child." Lena, still running on irritation and protective instinct, goes, "It's late, come back tomorrow," and she shuts the door. Just like that. She turned around and told my mom, half eye-rolling, like, "Your friends have awful timing." But my mom's face changed immediately, because Mira didn't know them. So my mom went to the window, pulled the curtain back just enough to look out, and asked Nana Salma if she recognized them. Nana Salma didn't. And that's when the mood in the house shifted from annoying to wrong. Outside, the knocking started again. Calm voices. No shouting, no banging, just that steady insistence. They said it would only take a moment. They said they only wanted to see the baby. They said they wouldn't be long. Lena started to get nervous, like the kind of nervous that makes your skin feel too tight. She was young, and she didn't have the words for it, but she knew something was off. It wasn't just strangers. It was the certainty in them, like the door wasn't really a boundary. She slipped out the back door and ran to a friend's house nearby. Someone she trusted, someone older, someone who could make the situation feel less unreal. And because teenagers travel in packs and drama spreads like wildfire, within minutes, a handful of her friends came back with her. Suddenly, there were voices outside our house. Not just the women at the door, but young people whispering and asking questions and trying to look brave. That part always makes me smile a little, even though the story isn't funny. Because I can picture it. A bunch of late teens and early 20s friends showing up like, "All right, what's going on?" With more people around, Nana Salma felt brave enough to step forward. She wasn't a loud person, from what I'm told, more the steady, no-nonsense type. But she went to the door and confronted them, not opening it wide, not inviting them in, just making it clear she was present and alert. And the women stayed calm. They spoke softly. They tried to reason. They kept repeating that they'd come to meet the child, that it would be quick, that there was no harm in it. Then one of them said something that hit my family like ice water. Something along the lines of, "If the baby is a burden, we can take the child. The child would be cared for." Even hearing it secondhand makes my stomach turn. My mom heard that from inside and snapped into this fierce, protective anger that I've seen in her eyes even now when someone crosses a line. She stepped outside, left me inside with one of Lena's friends, a guy named Rami, who was around 20 at the time. And my mom started yelling. Not screaming nonsense, clear, sharp, "Get away from my home" yelling. She told them to leave. She said she would call the police. She said they had no right to stand there talking about taking someone's child like it was a casual favor. Lena's friends joined in too, voices layering over each other, half protective, half trying to act fearless. The neighbors started stirring. Curtains moved, doors cracked open. And finally, the women began to back away. But they didn't back away quietly. My mom says they cursed, spat out bitter words about her, about the house, about the family. And then, like a switch flipped, they turned and started moving fast. Lena's friends, full of adrenaline and youth and that dumb belief that nothing truly terrible can happen, ran after them. Not to catch them exactly, more like to scare them off, to chase them away from the neighborhood. It was chaotic, a bunch of young people sprinting down the street at night, laughing in that nervous, reckless way. And then the night turned tragic. They chased them toward this messy area, some kind of lot with abandoned junk, wires, scrap, the kind of place you shouldn't run through even in daylight. In the confusion, one of the girls in the group, Huda, that's the name I've always heard, split off from the others. She took a different route, maybe trying to cut them off, maybe just panicking. And she didn't see what was in her path. The way my family tells it, it happened in a second. A horrible accident. The kind of thing that makes a whole group of people go silent all at once, like the world loses its breath. They never describe it in detail anymore, thank God. They just say she died, and that it was sudden, and that nobody was the same after. While all of that was happening outside, neighbors gathering, my mom and Nana Salma trying to understand what they'd just heard, the street buzzing with panic. I was inside. Just me and Rami. He said I was so small, just lying there. And then, out of nowhere, I sat up. On my own. And I looked at him. Really looked at him. And in a clear voice I asked, "What are you afraid of?" Rami swears on everything that it wasn't baby noise. It wasn't a coo or a laugh that someone wanted to interpret. He says it was words. Calm words. Like a question meant to land. And he froze. He said his whole body went cold, like something had stepped into the room. Then he heard something else. A laugh. He looked up toward the window, toward the tree outside, and he saw a man. Not just any man, a man in a suit, too neat for that moment, too out of place, sitting or standing up in the branches like it was normal, watching and laughing like he found the whole thing entertaining. Rami panicked and bolted out of the house shouting for my mom. When my mom and Nana Salma rushed back in, my mom says she saw me sitting upright like someone had propped me up. And then, as if whatever was holding me let go, I fell back onto the bed and started screaming. Screaming so hard it sounded like my little body might split apart. Two neighbors later told Nana Salma they'd seen the man in the tree too. They swore it. But when people looked again, he was gone. After that night, my family didn't stay. They packed up fast. My mom took me, Nana Salma helped, and they went to Nana Salma's place for a few weeks while my mom figured out somewhere new to live. The house didn't feel safe anymore, not because the doors couldn't lock, but because the whole world felt like it had leaned in too close. There were police at some point, mostly because of Huda. Some of Lena's friends wanted to blame the women, because grief needs somewhere to go. But the official story, the one that stayed on paper, was that it was an accident. A terrible accident during a reckless chase in a dangerous place. And the women? They were never seen again. Here's the strange little epilogue my mom always adds, like she can't help it. She says that for a while after, random people would stop her in the street and press small gifts into her hands for the baby. A bracelet, a necklace, tiny trinkets. The kind of things you'd normally think were sweet, except in the shadow of that night, it felt eerie, like echoes. like someone still knew where we were. And then, it faded. Years later, I ran into Rami again, older, calmer, but still carrying that memory like a scar. He told me that night pulled him off a path he didn't want to admit he was on. He started going to church. He cleaned up. He stopped taking stupid risks. He said when he thinks about it now, he doesn't even know what to believe about what he saw, but he knows what it did to him. In me? I don't know. I don't have a baby memory of sitting up and speaking. I don't have a clear answer for the man in the tree or the calm voices at the door. What I do have is the way my mom's voice tightens when she tells it, the way my grandma's eyes go distant, the way my aunt still gets angry about the audacity of strangers knocking that late. And honestly, the fact that 4 people who barely agree on anything else all agree on this, that's the part that stays with you. So yeah, that's our family story. The night they came to see the baby. So, here's something I don't tell people very often, because it sounds like the kind of story you're supposed to laugh off. But I can't, because I was there, and my mom was there, and we both heard and saw enough that it stopped feeling like nothing. I left home young. I was 16 when I moved out to another state, and after that, I didn't speak to my family for almost a decade. No calls, no visits, just gone. Then eventually, life softened a little, and I started coming back now and then. I'd stay a few days at my mom's place. Her name's Marisol, by the way. And I'd notice little things. Not full-on horror movie stuff, just odd moments that made you pause. A few years later, I got a job in her city, and I started staying with her for stretches. Never the whole year, but a few months at a time. That's when the house stopped being a little weird and started feeling aware. One morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps upstairs. Not adult footsteps, small, fast ones. Like kids sprinting down the hallway and pounding up and down the stairs, back and forth, back and forth. At first, I genuinely thought, oh, maybe my aunt dropped the cousins off, because it was that clear, that real. And then my phone buzzed. It was my mom texting me from her bedroom. Do you hear that? I remember just sitting up in bed, staring at the screen, because that was the moment my brain went, wait, you hear it too? She texted again and said she'd just woken up and the doors were locked. No one should have been in the house. The running went on for maybe another minute or two, long enough for the hair on my arms to lift. And then it stopped so suddenly it felt like someone hit mute. And right after that, this loud, heavy bang. It hit her bedroom door like a fist or a shoulder, hard enough that she screamed. The house went dead quiet immediately after. We checked everything. All locked. No sign of anyone. Cameras were only set up downstairs, and when we looked later, nothing showed up. No movement, no person, no explanation. Another time, we were downstairs in the living room in the middle of the day. Bright out, sunlight coming through the windows. We were watching some random movie, relaxed, just the two of us. And then, out of nowhere, we both saw it. A shadow moved across the stairwell opening, like someone passing from one room to another at the top of the stairs. Not a flicker, not a car headlight. It had the shape and pace of a person walking. Marisol paused the movie without even looking for the remote. We just stared at the stairs like we were waiting for someone to come down and say, "Oh hey, didn't know you were home." Nothing happened. We checked locks again, checked rooms. No one. There were other smaller things, Little moments you could almost explain if you forced yourself to. But the worst one, the one that still makes my stomach tighten, happened on my last night before I went back to my own place. It was late, and we were in the backyard. Just me and her, sitting close, sharing a cigarette, talking about nothing important. The house behind us was quiet. No TV on, no music, no other people inside. Marisol stood up and said she was going in for a minute. Maybe 20 seconds went by, and then I heard her call my name. But the way she said it was wrong. Not yelling, not calm either. It was like she was trying to sound normal and couldn't. Like her voice had slipped. I put the cigarette out and went inside. And when I walked into the kitchen, every cabinet door was open. Drawers pulled out. Chairs shifted like someone had just gotten up in a hurry, or paced around, or shoved them out of the way. Marisol was standing there, frozen. Her face was pale, and she had that look people get when they're trying very hard not to cry, because if they do, they won't stop. I asked her what happened, and she just shook her head like she couldn't even form the sentence yet. The thing is, there was no time. I came in right after her. If she had done it herself, I would have heard the cabinet slamming open. I would have seen her moving around. There's just no way. We started closing everything together, quietly, like we were cleaning up after something we didn't want to admit was real. And then she said, in this tired, cracked voice, "Thank God you're leaving tomorrow. After you go, I'll finally get a few months of rest." I stopped and looked at her like, "What do you mean, rest?" And that's when she told me something I didn't expect. She said the house always has little moments. She's lived with them long enough that she tries to ignore them. But whenever I'm there, whenever I'm staying in that house, the activity gets worse. Louder, more aggressive. The whole place feels heavier, like the air changes. And she admitted she hadn't told me because she was scared I'd stop coming back. She said, "I already lost you once. I can't lose you again." That part broke me a little, because it wasn't just fear of the house. It was fear of being alone in it. And the weirdest thing is, I've had strange experiences in my own home too. I can't pretend I haven't. But for some reason, at her house, it doesn't feel directed at me. It doesn't feel like it's after me. It feels like the house is reacting to me being there. Like I'm a match, and that place is dry kindling, quiet until I walk in, and then suddenly everything catches. So, this happened last night, and I'm still kind of rattled. I'm house sitting, well, dog sitting, for some family friends of my mom's. I'm staying at their place for 4 days while they're out of town, sleeping there with their dog, Moose. When I showed up yesterday around lunchtime, like maybe 1 p.m., the front door was literally standing open. Not unlocked, open. Wide open, like someone had just walked out and forgot it existed. My stomach dropped immediately. Moose was still in his crate, totally fine, and nothing looked trashed. I texted the homeowner, Marlene, and she was weirdly calm about it. She was like, "Oh, honestly, we were rushing to the airport. We might have left it unlatched, and if there was a breeze, it could have pushed it." Which, okay, sure, maybe. But I couldn't shake the thought that someone could have been inside. It's a big house, 3 stories plus a finished basement, so I did this full-on, slightly unhinged sweep of the entire place. Every room, every bathroom, every corner that could hide a person. I checked behind shower curtains like I was in a horror movie. Eventually, I convinced myself I was alone, but I still felt off. Later that night, I went out with a couple of friends, Nina and Jonah, and they drove me back. They wanted to meet Moose, so I let them in, and I told them about the door situation because it was still bugging me. They were immediately like, "Yeah, no, that's creepy," and insisted we do another quick check together. Everything seemed normal, until we got to the guest room where I was sleeping. Nina opens the closet like she owns the place, and there, just sitting on the closet shelf like it's waiting for someone, is this old-fashioned doll. Porcelain face, glassy eyes, little frilly dress. The kind of doll that looks like it knows your secrets. We all just stared for a second, and Jonah goes, "Absolutely not." And we all laughed in that tense way people laugh when they're trying to convince themselves they're fine. I remember joking like, "Great, love that I have to sleep in here with that." Then we closed the closet doors, like, firmly, and moved on, finished walking around, and they left. And this is where it gets worse. The second they left, I realized my phone was basically dead. I start wandering around trying to find a charger, and while I'm looking, I hear these faint creaking sounds from upstairs. You know that sound houses make at night, like someone shifting their weight on the floorboards? I told myself it was just the house settling, or Moose moving around. To calm myself down, I turned on the TV in the guest room, thinking I'd just have some noise and stop spiraling. I'm scrolling through stuff to watch when Moose suddenly starts barking. Like, not normal, someone's at the door barking. This was deep, aggressive, non-stop barking. And he was looking straight at the closet. My skin went cold. I didn't even want to turn my head, but I did. And Moose is planted there like a little guard dog statue, barking at the closet doors like something was behind them. And I swear to you, it felt like my whole body had one single thought. Leave. Now. So I grabbed my keys, scooped Moose out of the room, and got out of the house. I didn't even finish finding a charger. I just left. I ended up crashing at Nina's place because I couldn't make myself go back inside alone. We walk into the guest room, and I'm already bracing myself, like, okay, the doll is still going to be in the closet, and I'm going to feel stupid for freaking out. Nina opens the closet. The shelf is empty. And then we both turn, because the doll is no longer in the closet. It's sitting on the dresser across from the bed, propped upright, like someone carefully placed it there, facing the doorway, like it was watching the room. Nina actually yelled, like a real startled noise, and I just froze. I felt like my brain couldn't decide whether to panic or laugh or cry. All day, I kept texting my friends, basically begging someone to admit it was a prank. Like, please, tell me you moved it. Tell me you're messing with me. I don't even believe in haunted dolls. I'm not that person. I want the boring explanation. But nobody confessed. Not even Jonah, who would absolutely take credit if he did something like that. And honestly, they didn't look entertained. They looked genuinely freaked out, like too freaked out to be lying. So now I'm supposed to sleep there for 3 more nights, and I'm sitting here wondering how a doll ends up moving from a closed closet to the top of a dresser when the house was locked and I wasn't even there. And I keep circling back to the same question that I hate even asking. Is it possible it moved on its own? Okay, so before I tell you any of this, I need you to know 2 things about me. 1, I'm a spiritual person. I do believe there are things we can't explain. 2, I'm also annoyingly skeptical. Like, I'll sit there for hours trying to come up with a logical reason for something before I ever let myself whisper the word paranormal. So when I say some of this still doesn't add up, I really mean it. So, we moved into this house a little over 6 years ago, right before my sophomore year of high school. It was just me, my mom, her name's Marissa, and my dog, Atlas. No dad in the picture. Not really. Just the three of us trying to make a home feel like a home. And the very first night we moved in, the house pulled something on us. I remember hearing Marissa lock the front door, and then I heard her jog upstairs like she was going to wash her face, brush her teeth, that kind of end-of-day routine. I stayed downstairs because I wanted a cookie. Like, after a day of hauling boxes around, I felt entitled to a cookie. I'm in the kitchen, half in a cabinet, when there's a knock at the front door. Just a normal knock. Firm, like someone who expects you to answer. I froze, because who knocks that late on move-in night? And then I hear Marissa's voice from outside, tight, embarrassed, a little panicky, saying she'd gone back out to grab something from the car and the door had locked behind her. So right away, it's like the house wanted us to know, I can lock you out whenever I want. Nothing huge happened for a while after that. Or maybe it did, and I just didn't have the language for it yet. Mostly it was a feeling, like the air in the dining room was heavier than the rest of the house. Like if you sat in there too long, you'd start glancing over your shoulder for no reason. I used to tell myself it was just the lighting, or the way sound carried, or the fact that the room always felt a little colder. But then I left for college, and when I came back, it was different. Like something had shifted while I was gone. I have a few theories, and honestly, I go back and forth on them. Marissa had brought home this antique grandfather clock sometime after I moved out. Beautiful, old, the kind that makes the room feel older just by existing in it. That's theory number one, the clock. Theory number two is that whatever had been quiet while I lived there didn't like that I was gone. Like I'd been some kind of accidental anchor, and once I left, it had more room to breathe. And theory number three, this one is the hardest to say out loud, is that it feeds on emotion. Because my mom was having a rough time. Not just missing me, but other personal stuff too. The house wasn't peaceful for a while. It was heavy. Whatever the reason, the thing didn't feel like it lived in the dining room anymore. It felt like it had moved into the living room, right near that clock. And after that, it started to migrate. Like it didn't have one spot. It had a route. The first time I got genuinely scared again was during winter break. Marissa was upstairs wrapping gifts, and I was in the living room with Atlas. He was sprawled out next to me, calm, sleepy. And then out of nowhere he stood up, stiff, and started doing this low whine. Not like he needed to go out, not like he heard a squirrel, more like, please don't make me look at that. And I swear to you, his back leg jerked like someone had tugged it. Not a cramp, not a twitch. It pulled in a way that made my stomach drop. I jumped up and rushed to him, thinking he'd somehow injured himself, like he broke something. And right then, right after I grabbed him, I heard a crash. So I yelled her name and ran toward the dining room. And there, scattered across the floor like confetti made of danger, were shards of glass. A candle holder, empty, sitting on a sideboard earlier, had been thrown from the dining room into the kitchen. Not tipped over, not slid off. Thrown. The fragments were everywhere, wall to wall, like something wanted to prove it could reach across rooms. Marissa came halfway down the stairs, white-faced, asking what happened, and all I could do was stand there with Atlas pressed against my legs and say, I don't know, because I truly didn't. I kept trying to replay it. Wind? Vibration? A truck passing? The dog bumping furniture? But it didn't make sense. The angle didn't make sense. The distance didn't make sense. After that, the smaller things started. At night, I'd hear scratching above my room. Not the cute kind where you tell yourself it's a squirrel. It sounded deliberate, like nails dragging, stopping, starting again. And the weirdest part was this: when I'd sit up and listen, really listen, it would stop, like it knew I was paying attention. Then I'd lay back down, tell myself I was being ridiculous, close my eyes, and it would start again. Sometimes faster, like it was annoyed I'd challenged it. But the moment that still makes my skin prickle, like I can feel it behind my neck even now, was when I tried to meditate on it. I was home alone except for Atlas. It was daytime, which I thought made it safer. I sat on the floor, and Atlas flopped beside me like, "Cool, we're doing the calm thing." I got into a good meditative state. Quiet, steady, the kind where your mind finally stops sprinting. And then the floor vibrated. Not like a phone buzzing, like the house itself shuddered. And I felt, not heard, something rush up the stairs. Fast, heavy, like footsteps without feet, like the air moved with intention. It came straight at me. I snapped my eyes open so fast it made me dizzy, and Atlas whipped his head around at the exact same moment, staring at the same empty space I was staring at. Nothing was there. But we both saw something, or sensed it, or whatever the word is when your body recognizes a threat before your brain can label it. Now, every so often, Atlas will act strange, clingy, pacing, staring at corners, until I cleanse the house. I know how that sounds. I really do. But I've done it enough times now to recognize the pattern. I cleanse, the atmosphere lightens, and he settles. I'm trying my best to ignore whatever this is, because engaging with it feels like giving it a microphone. But ignoring it can be hard. Like a couple nights ago, I could have sworn I heard Marissa call my name, clear as day, from downstairs. Only she wasn't home, and it was the middle of the night. I just lay there staring at the ceiling like, nope, absolutely not. I didn't answer. I didn't go check. I didn't even sit up. I pretended I was asleep so aggressively I almost convinced myself. And then there's something else. Something that weirdly makes me feel safer. My great-grandmother Elowen passed away during the pandemic, and sometimes, late at night or early in the morning, I'll smell her scent in my room. Not like a random whiff that could be detergent or memory. It's her. Soft, powdery, familiar. And with it comes this overwhelming feeling of presence, like someone loving just stepped into the doorway. And when that happens, the paranoia fades. That awful being watched feeling just dissolves. It's like whatever else is in the house can't reach me when she's near, or won't. I get it. And listen, could some of this be my imagination? Sure. I have a vivid mind. I spiral sometimes. I'm aware of that. I also know anxiety can paint shadows into monsters. But I can't make peace with all of it being in my head when there are physical things. Curtains shifting when no windows are open. Objects moving. That glass candle holder traveling across rooms. That's the part that scares me most, honestly. Not even the ghost idea. It's the thought that something real is happening, and that reacting to it might be feeding my own anxiety, making me more paranoid, making me question what I'm seeing and hearing. So right now, my plan is simple. Protect my peace, keep the house as calm as I can, cleanse when it feels heavy, and trust Atlas when he tells me something's off. And if my name gets called again in the dark when no one's home? Nope. That is a hard, full-body, spiritual no from me. So, I grew up in this old house that always felt a little off. You know the kind. Too quiet in the wrong moments. Creaks that don't sound like settling. Shadows that seem to take their time. When I was about 5 or 6, I remember being ridiculously excited because a pastor was coming over to talk with my mom. She'd struggled with her mental health for as long as I can remember, And back then, she was reaching for anything that might help. Faith, prayer, someone kind who would listen. I was the type of kid who wanted to meet every new person who walked through the door. So I lay in bed, buzzing with hope that I'd be allowed downstairs. Of course, the visit was after my bedtime. I couldn't sleep. I just lay there with my little nightlight on, staring at the edge of my room, listening to the house breathe. And then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, careful steps, like someone trying not to wake the whole place. The stairs in that house were ancient and loud, so you heard everything. The steps came down the hall and stopped right outside my bedroom. My door opened. I swear, I heard the floorboards creak like somebody walked into my room. One step, then another, like they were crossing from the doorway toward my bed. Except, there was nobody there. With that nightlight, I could see plenty. Nothing in the doorway, nothing moving, nothing to blame it on. And that kind of thing didn't just happen once. It happened enough that it became its own horrible routine. My door nudging open when it shouldn't. The sense that something was lingering just out of sight. The gross feeling of being watched when I was trying to fall asleep. It never escalated into anything dramatic. Mostly just constant little reminders that the house didn't feel empty even when it was. Years passed. Then, in the mid-90s, 1996 for me, I had the night that basically sealed it. I was 14 and home alone. My parents had divorced by then, and I lived with my dad. He was spending the night with my stepmom, Marlene, who lived a short walk away. Like, not far at all. We were also in the middle of moving out, so my room was half chaos. Boxes, clothes in piles, posters half torn down. I should have been packing. I wasn't. I was up late watching wrestling and pretending I'd start in a minute. Around midnight-ish, I finally went to bed. I was flipping through a magazine trying to settle down when it hit me. This sudden, violent wave of fear out of nowhere. Not, I heard a noise fear. Not, I watched something creepy fear. It was like my body decided I was in danger before my brain had any reason to. My stomach dropped. I got nauseous, like I might actually throw up. And then my pets reacted, way worse than I did. My dog Tilly started whining like she was hurt, then barking like she'd lost her mind. At the room, not at the door, not at a sound, just at the space. She was shaking so badly she actually peed on the floor, which she never did. My cat Juniper was up on the windowsill with her face shoved into the curtain, making this thin, miserable crying sound like she was begging for something to stop. That's when I realized it wasn't just fear. It was the feeling of being observed, like something was in the corner of my room, staring straight through me. After what felt like forever, I somehow got up. I didn't walk. I bolted. And the moment I moved, I felt it behind me, right on my back, like a pressure that chased me out of the room. I ran into the front room and grabbed the phone with shaking hands and called my dad. I don't even remember what I said properly, just that he needed to come now, immediately, no questions. The fear was unbearable, like being stared at so hard it hurt. That's the only way I can explain it, even though it doesn't sound logical. It was like the attention itself was painful. And then I did the one thing I didn't even know I was capable of. I yanked the front door open and ran outside into the street in my socks, half sobbing, half gagging, and I just collapsed. I fell right down in the road like my legs gave out. I could still feel it watching. Not from the corner anymore, from the doorway. I couldn't tell you what it looked like. I don't have an image to describe. It's like my brain refused to form one, like it protected itself by leaving that part blank. I just knew something was there, framed by the open door, staring out at me. Tilly was stuck halfway up the stairs, crying and shaking so hard her paws slipped on the steps. She wouldn't come down and she wouldn't go back up, just trapped in terror. When my dad finally arrived, he ran inside without even thinking, scooped her up, and carried her out. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I never went back into that house again. Not for a last look, not to grab anything I left behind. Nothing. The next day, my dad sat me down and told me, really calmly, like he'd been holding it in for years, that he'd had experiences too. He used to nag me about holding the banister when I came downstairs. I thought he was just being annoying, like dads are. But he told me he'd sometimes feel something grab him and trip him on the stairs, like an actual tug, like someone trying to make him fall. He said the upstairs was the worst part of the house by far, and he'd never told me because he didn't want to scare me. And honestly, I'm glad he didn't, because just hearing him confirm it made my skin go cold. I've never felt anything like that since, not even close. And I really, truly hope I never do again. So, I've seen a lot in my life, but this is the one that still gets under my skin when I talk about it. When I was about 16, maybe just turned 17, I was living with my grandma and grandpa for a while. I called them Nana and Papa, like everyone in the family did. Not long after I moved in, my cousin moved in too. Her name was Mariah. We were close like sisters back then, always up late, always trying to shake off whatever the day had piled on us. One night in the fall, the air had that crisp bite to it, and the leaves were everywhere, wet, stuck to the ground like they didn't want to let go. Mariah and I were outside behind the house, just having a smoke and decompressing before bed. Behind us, off to the left, there was this little dip in the land, more like a shallow ravine with a narrow stream at the bottom. It wasn't far, maybe 100 feet or so. The slope down to it was steep, like an awkward, slippery drop you'd regret if you fell. We're mid-conversation, mid-laugh, and then we hear it. Footsteps. Not on the driveway, not on the porch, in the water. A slow, sloshing sound like someone's walking right through the stream, and then the crunch of leaves, like whoever it is climbing up the slope toward us. But the weird part was, we couldn't see anyone. Not a silhouette, not a shape, not even a flicker of movement. Just those footsteps, coming closer, like they knew exactly where we were. I remember freezing with the cigarette halfway to my mouth, just staring at the dark, trying to force my eyes to find a person that wasn't there. Mariah didn't say a word. She just grabbed my sleeve, and we both bolted for the basement door like our lives depended on it. We didn't try to be brave. We didn't call out. We just ran. Once we got inside, we locked up and headed upstairs to the kitchen because, ironically, we were suddenly starving. That nervous, hungry feeling, you know? Like your body's trying to pretend everything is normal. Mariah goes, "Turn on the lamp in the living room so we can eat in there." So I'm walking from the kitchen toward the living room, and there's this dividing wall between the two spaces. I pass the edge of it, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her. A woman. She's sitting low to the ground in this crouched, unnatural pose, like knees wide, folded down, arms tight in, almost like she's trying to make herself small but can't. And she's staring straight at me. Her hair is all teased up like an old-school hairstyle, messy and puffed out. She's wearing this pale hospital-style outfit, like a patient gown or those loose clinical clothes. And her face, her expression looked panicked. Not angry, not threatening, just terrified, like she was trapped somewhere she couldn't escape. My whole body went cold. I didn't even think. I just snapped around and backed into the kitchen so fast I nearly knocked into the counter. I'm whisper yelling, "Mariah, I just saw someone in the living room." She's like, "What do you mean, someone?" I mean a woman, sitting on the floor, looking at me. So we go back in together, hearts pounding, and Mariah flips the light on. And the living room is empty. No woman, no shadow, nothing. Just furniture, quiet, normal. We're standing there staring at each other like, okay, did I imagine that? Did my brain fill in a shape because I was scared from those footsteps? But then, this is the part that made it worse. We're eating at the kitchen table a little later, and from where I'm sitting I can see straight into the back family room. And I see a figure. He moves calmly across the room, like he has somewhere to be. And he walks toward the glass door that leads to the balcony. And that balcony sits directly above the spot where we'd been outside earlier, right above that slope and that little stream. I just sat there with my food untouched, watching him move, unable to breathe right. And then he was gone, like he stepped into nothing. After that night, I didn't want to be outside back there anymore. I didn't want to be alone in any room. I didn't even want to look toward the living room when the lights were off. A few months later, maybe 4 or 5, I moved back in with my mom. New place, different energy, different neighborhood. I told myself whatever that was, it was tied to Nana and Papa's house, that I'd left it behind. And then, about a week after I moved in, I woke up around 3 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. The house was silent, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're the only living thing awake. I cracked my bedroom door and looked out into the hallway toward the living room. And she was there. That same woman, same hair, same hospital clothing. But this time she wasn't sitting upright. She was on the living room floor, flat on her stomach, like she'd been dropped there. And her arms and legs were bent in wrong directions, folded and twisted like joints didn't matter. And her head was turned back, too far, like it had rotated on a hinge it shouldn't have. Her mouth was open in this broken way, stretched wider than a human mouth should open. And where her eyes should have been, there was nothing. No eyes, just absence. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I swear my whole body locked up. It felt like my brain was trying to protect me by refusing to react. And then I blinked, because of course you do, right? Like you're hoping it'll reset the scene, and she wasn't gone in the way a normal thing disappears. It was more like the room couldn't hold her anymore, like she faded out of it. I shut my door so gently, I don't even know how my hands stopped shaking long enough to do it. And I sat on my bed until the morning light came up, because I couldn't convince myself to walk past that spot. It's hard to explain what something like that does to you, because I can't fully describe her, not in a way that feels accurate, but I can see her perfectly in my head. And once you've seen something like that, whether it was real or not, it changes the way the dark feels. It's something I can't unsee, even if part of me wishes I could. Merry Christmas to all our wonderful Paranormal M channel viewers. We're wishing you a joyful holiday season in a fantastic new year, surrounded by the people you love. Think of today's mysterious stories as a little gift from us, so let's enjoy this special time together. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our newest videos. Now, let's dive in. So, this goes back to the early 80s, let's say around 1984. I'd signed up as a volunteer at St. Bridget's Hospital up in Evanston, just outside Chicago. And I wasn't doing it for any heroic reason, you know? It was personal. I'd always felt tethered to that place. I was born there for one thing. And when I was little, maybe 4 or 5, I got so sick with pneumonia that my parents thought they were going to lose me. That hospital didn't just treat me. It saved me. So volunteering felt like the closest thing I could offer as a thank you, even if it was decades late. Of course, volunteers don't get a paycheck, but there were these small, oddly sweet perks, like they'd feed us on the evenings we worked. Not gourmet, but warm food, a tray, a little moment to sit down. And honestly, the best payment was the people. There was one woman in particular, Marlene, who ran the front desk like she owned the building. Late 40s, maybe early 50s, sharp lipstick, sharper tongue, and a laugh that could fill the whole lobby. She told stories the way some people breathe. Her kids, her grandkids, her first job, her disastrous blind dates. And every once in a while she'd drop something wild, like her time at a strict girls' boarding school in the 50s, the kind people politely called corrective. She made it sound like a sitcom with occasional trauma. Anyway, after a few weeks volunteering, I started hearing these little rumors about the hospital itself. It had originally opened way back at the turn of the century, 1901, in this big old Victorian house. Later, sometime in the 1920s, they added an annex, and after that it just kept expanding until it turned into the modern suburban medical center everyone knew. Some people swore parts of the original structures still existed inside the maze. Sealed-off corners, old staircases, maybe even leftover hallways. Other people rolled their eyes and said, "No, they remodeled everything. It's all gone." I didn't know who to believe. But I'll tell you this. One night, I found out the hard way that something was still there. My volunteer shift was always the same. I'd get there around 5 p.m., do little tasks, deliver flowers, help Marlene with visitor passes, point lost families toward elevators. Then dinner around 7:30, then filing or errands until about 10, and I'd head home feeling useful and a little tired. That particular night, around 9:15, Marlene handed me a patient chart in one of those thick paper folders. This was before everything went digital, and she said, "Take this up to the nursing supervisor on the upper floors." I asked where exactly, and she gave me directions the way people give directions when they assume you magically know the building. "Go up, take the hall, turn, then you'll see it." I'd never been to that section before, so I head off, trying to act confident, and within minutes I'm not confident at all. Corridors start looking identical. Signs point to units I don't recognize. One hallway dead ends into a quiet set of doors that feel like staff only, so I backtrack. Another corridor bends and bends and bends like it's deliberately trying to mess with me. After a few minutes of wandering, my stomach starts doing that anxious dip like, great. I'm lost in a hospital with someone's paperwork, and I'm about to be that volunteer. So I decide I'm going to reset, start over, find something familiar, and I hurry through a random door, thinking it'll take me back toward the main flow of the building. And the second I step through, it's like I walked into a different decade, and there was this stillness. Not quiet in a normal way. More like the air itself wasn't expecting anyone to be there. On the left, I could see a staircase going down with an ornate iron handrail. Decorative, almost elegant. And there was an old water fountain set into the wall like a little shrine, the kind with a rounded basin and a metal spout that looked like it belonged in a museum. What really got me, though, was what wasn't there. No bright safety signage, no exit arrows, no direction boards, no big modern warnings. Nothing. Just that soft, tired light and a corridor that felt preserved. I remember thinking, actually whispering it to myself like an idiot. So it does exist. And then, because I suddenly remembered I was carrying a chart like a responsible person, I snapped out of it and told myself, "Okay, cool, spooky hallway, love that for you. Now go deliver the folder before someone calls the front desk and Marlene roasts you alive." So I start walking toward the door at the far end of the corridor, the one with a thin slice of light leaking around it. and halfway down, right around where that old fountain was, I stopped. Not because I chose to, because I couldn't go any farther. It was the strangest feeling. There was nothing in front of me. No rope, no gate, no cart, no locked door. But when I tried to step forward, it was like my body met resistance, like pushing into a sheet of thick glass, invisible, firm, and completely unmoving. I actually lifted my hands and patted the air like I was trying to find the edge of something. Nothing to see, plenty to feel. My first thought was, am I having a panic attack? My second thought was, is there some kind of plastic barrier I can't see? And then, this is where it gets weird. My brain jumped to a memory from high school. I had this friend back then who loved sci-fi as much as I did. We'd talked about time travel theories, books, movies, all of it. I specifically remembered a conversation about a novel, something like Time and Again, and my friend saying, if you really went back, you wouldn't be able to interact. You'd be blocked from changing anything. You'd just watch. Like a movie you're inside but can't touch. Standing there in that dim corridor, palms pressing into nothing. That memory came back so vividly it made my skin prickle. And I thought, very calmly for someone who absolutely was not calm, what if I didn't just find an old hallway? What if I found an old hallway in its own time? I started imagining, without seeing them, doctors in white coats moving past me, nurses with starched uniforms, footsteps and murmured voices happening just beyond my reach. Patients who would now be long gone. People living ordinary moments in a year that wasn't mine. And then the fear arrived, full-bodied. Because I realized something. If this was some kind of slip, some kind of pocket, some kind of wrong doorway, then maybe the only way out was through. So I leaned into the invisible barrier. Hard. Not a shove, not a tap. I put my shoulder into it like I was trying to push open a stuck door. The light at the far end of the hallway became my target, the way you pick a point when you're trying not to panic. For a while, nothing happened. It didn't budge. My feet slid a little on the linoleum. My breath sounded too loud. My heart was hammering like it wanted out of my ribs. And then, slowly, like something giving way after years of being sealed, the resistance softened. It didn't break so much as it relented. And suddenly, I stumbled forward, almost tripping, and the hallway was just a hallway again. I sprinted the rest of the way, yanked open the door at the end, fluorescent lights, modern signage, nurses moving around with that quick, efficient energy, a phone ringing, a cart squeaking, reality, loud and practical. I stood there for a second, trying to get my face to look normal, and finally I walked up to a nurse and asked, probably too stiffly, "Hi, could you tell me where I am?" She looked at the folder in my hands and said something like, "You're right where you need to be. Who's the chart for?" I handed it over, hands shaking, I'm not even exaggerating, and she took it like I'd just given her any old paperwork. Then I asked how to get back to the lobby without, and I swear this is what I almost said, without going through any weird doors. What I did say was, "What's the simplest way back? I'm trying not to get turned around." A few ramps, a couple normal corridors, an elevator ride, and I finally made it back to the front desk. Marlene was waiting with that expression people get when they're worried but they've decided to convert it into anger. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "They've been calling down here asking about that file. You know what time it is? You're past your shift." I opened my mouth, and for a split second, I wanted to tell her everything. The hallway, the fountain, the invisible wall, the sensation of pressing into time itself. But I could already hear her reaction in my head. "Oh, honey, sure. And then you rode a dinosaur to the gift shop." So I told her the closest believable version. "I took a wrong door," I said. Ended up in this old back hallway. Looked like it was from the 20s. Weird lighting, old linoleum. It was like stepping into a museum. And the door was kind of stuck. Marlene narrowed her eyes. There aren't any back hallways where I sent you. Then she smirked, this knowing, theatrical smirk, and said, "You were chatting up an intern, weren't you?" "What? No." "Oh, please," she said, waving me off. "They're cute and they know it. Some of them are total heartbreakers. I'm just saying, be careful." "I wasn't flirting," I insisted. "I got lost." She pointed her pen at me like a judge. "Next time you're here, we're going up there together. I want to see this magical old hallway you found. Because I'm telling you, honey, after that remodel years ago, that part of the building got completely reworked. The place you're describing doesn't exist. And here's the thing. We went back. Not the next day, but not long after. She got someone to watch the desk and marched me upstairs like we were on a field trip. We walked the route I thought I'd taken, and when we got to where that door should have been, there was no door. Not a locked door. Not a remodeled doorway. Nothing that even suggested a door had ever been there. Just wall. Marlene looked at me with raised eyebrows like, "Uh-huh." And honestly, I felt cold all over. Because I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd touched. Or what I couldn't touch. For the next couple of years, whenever I volunteered, I kept an eye out. I'd take slightly different routes. I'd peek down side corridors. I'd watch doors the way you watch a cat you don't trust. I never found it again. Eventually, I stopped volunteering, not because of the hallway, but because my job changed and the commute stopped making sense. Life moved on the way it does. I heard later the hospital became part of a larger network, like so many did. Still respected, still busy, still saving people the way it saved me. But sometimes I think about that corridor, about the checkered floor and the old fountain and that invisible boundary. And I wonder if, buried deep in the bones of that building, there's still a seam, a thin place, a doorway that only opens when it feels like it. Hey, so I heard this story online a while back, and it's one of those that just sticks to you. I've been thinking about it again lately, and I wanted to tell you the way it was told to me, like we're just sitting here, and I'm trying to get it all out without losing the feeling of it. So this took place in Thailand, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, something like that. There was this tutor, a woman everyone called Teacher Nuon. She was the kind of teacher who didn't just teach, you know? She poured herself into her students. Like a lot of tutors there, she ran extra classes after school and on weekends. She even converted the downstairs of her house into little classrooms. Whiteboards, plastic chairs, stacks of worksheets, the whole thing. As her tutoring got more popular, she started getting overloaded, so she brought in a close friend to help, Teacher Molly. Nuon handled the middle school kids, and Molly handled the older ones, juniors and seniors prepping for those brutal exams. And their schedule was intense. Some weekends the older students would actually sleep over, Friday night through Sunday, because it was easier than commuting back and forth, and because the grind never really stopped. Anyway, one summer break, they were running lessons like normal. But Nuon noticed something a little odd. Molly's class was way smaller than usual. Only 4 students showed up that day. Molly didn't seem bothered. There'd been a lot of school activities that week. Field trips, workshops, random programs. So it made sense some kids would miss tutoring. Everything felt normal, until Nuon's phone buzzed. A message from a friend who worked at another school. "Did you hear a school bus from your area crashed?" Nuon's stomach dropped. She called her friend right away, and her friend said the bus number belonged to the same grade and even the same class section as the students currently in Molly's room. And that's the moment where Nuon's brain did that horrible thing where it tries to solve the impossible question. If that bus crashed, then who is Molly teaching right now? Nuon went downstairs and asked the housekeeper, an older woman everyone respectfully called Auntie, how the kids arrived. Auntie just shrugged and said, "When I came down, they were already here." The front door wasn't usually locked during class hours. Students came in on their own all the time. Then, ding, another message. This time it was a photo of the wrecked bus, and it was clearly the one marked for that exact class. So now Nuon is standing there holding her phone like it's suddenly a weapon, thinking, who is in that room? She tried to keep it together. Her middle school class ended first, so she let them out early, and by around evening, their parents came and picked them up. But Molly's class, those 4 older students were supposed to sleep over. And Nuon couldn't imagine lying in bed knowing there were 4 students downstairs who might not even be alive. So she texted Molly, "Hey, can you stay upstairs with me tonight? I feel uneasy." Molly read it. No reply. Nuon couldn't stand it anymore, so she quietly walked down the hall and peeked into Molly's classroom. From the angle she had, she could see Molly's back at the whiteboard, teaching like everything was fine. But the 4 students, they slowly turned their heads and looked straight at Nuon. Not curious, not confused, just staring, like they already knew something she didn't. Nuon ducked away so fast she nearly fell, heart hammering. A minute later, Molly finally texted back, and Nuon, panicking, just lied. "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to talk." That night, Nuon asked Auntie to keep an eye on the kids, see if anything strange happened. Nuon still hadn't told anyone about the bus crash, not even Auntie. Around 8 p.m., Auntie came upstairs and said, "They didn't touch their dinner. Not one bite." Nuon swallowed hard and told Auntie, "Check again later. See if they sleep." And honestly, you can almost feel how unfair that was. Poor Auntie, just trying to do her job while the air in that house is turning heavy. Later that night, Nuon tried calling her friend again. Voicemail. No answer. By around 11 p.m., Nuon texted again, asking for a list of victims. Then she decided she couldn't stay in her room anymore. She had to know. She went downstairs. The lights were off, and in the darkness, she could make out 4 silhouettes sitting in a tight circle on the floor, still, unmoving, like they'd been frozen in place. She backed away, until she bumped into Auntie in the hallway. Nuon, trembling, showed Auntie the photo of the crash. Auntie's face changed immediately, and she whispered, "No wonder. They've been acting strange all night. They haven't eaten. They've been sitting like that since around 9. They hurried back upstairs to Nuon's room. Nuon texted Molly again, "Are you awake?" No response. And then, someone knocked. Nuon thought, finally, Molly. She opened the door. It wasn't Molly. It was the 4 students. They rushed inside so fast Nuon barely had time to breathe. One of them covered her mouth, not rough, but urgent, and whispered, "Please, don't scream." Then one of the students held up a sheet of paper. Written on it, "Don't make any noise. Teacher Molly is dead." Nuon's head spun. "What?" she mouthed. And then she did the only thing she could do. She started crying and shaking her head, whispering, "No, no, it's you. It's you 4. I saw the bus." She showed them the photo, and the students stared at it, and then shook their heads. Yes, it was their bus number, they said, but that bus had been used earlier in the week. The sticker must have been left on by mistake. The bus that crashed wasn't carrying students. It was carrying teachers heading to a workshop. And earlier that evening, the students had gotten an official SMS from school, a condolence message listing the victims. They showed Nuon the names, and there it was. Teacher Molly. So Nuon's friend had misunderstood, thought it was a student bus, but it wasn't, which meant the 4 students were alive. And the question changed into something even worse. Then who is in the room next door, teaching like nothing happened? At that point, Nuon's room was packed. Nuon, Auntie, and the 4 students. 6 people breathing the same scared air. Nuon's unread message to Molly was still sitting there on her phone. And then, knock knock. A voice outside, calm and familiar. Teacher Nuon, are you in your room? I just saw your text. It was Molly's voice. Nuon's blood ran cold. She forced herself to answer, trying to sound normal. Sorry, I'm already in bed. And Molly, like it was any ordinary night, just said, Oh, okay, and walked away. The students were shaking. Nuon whispered, Are you sure? Are you sure she died? One of the students nodded and whispered back, We saw her teaching like normal, but she didn't have legs. They said it looked like her body was floating, like the lower half wasn't there the way it should be. And when Nuon peeked in earlier, they'd stared at her because they thought she also knew. They'd gotten the SMS during class, and suddenly everything about Molly didn't make sense. That's why they hadn't eaten. That's why they'd huddled together afterward. They were trying to survive what their eyes were telling them. Then they heard Molly's voice again in the hallway. Teacher Nuon, are the kids in your room? And then, softer. Kids? Auntie? Where is everyone? Nuon glanced at the clock. Around 1 a.m. Nuon swallowed and answered, I think their parents came to get them. Molly paused. But their shoes are still outside. And that detail, God, because it means she cared enough to check, even like that. Auntie took a deep breath and said, I'll go talk to her. Auntie had known Molly for years. She couldn't accept it. She kept saying, Teacher Molly wouldn't scare me. So Auntie went downstairs. 10 minutes passed, then 15, then 20. And then Molly's voice floated up the stairs again, almost cheerful. Teacher Nuon, come check on Auntie. She fainted. Should we take her to the hospital? The students looked at Nuon like, please don't go, but someone has to. So Nuon walked down, bracing herself. She didn't see Molly at first. She saw Auntie lying on the floor. Nuon rushed to her, shaking her gently, greeting her name. Auntie stirred, eyes wide, and clutched Nuon's arm. And Auntie gasped, How could I not faint? Her body, Teacher Molly's body, it's twisted, broken, wrong. Then Auntie pointed shakily toward the stairs. Nuon looked. And there she was, Molly, descending the stairs. Except her legs, both of them, were mangled. Bent in directions legs should never bend. One leg dragged like it wasn't properly attached, tapping the steps as she moved. Thud, thud, thud. And Molly smiled, like everything was normal. Oh, Auntie is awake now. That's good, she said, warm as ever. Nuon forced herself to speak. Yeah, I'm going to take Auntie back to bed. You should sleep too. You must be tired. Molly paused, then quietly turned and went back up the stairs. Nuon helped Auntie up, step by step, every nerve screaming. When Nuon reached her own door again, she saw Molly standing near it, looking puzzled, almost like a child. "I don't know why, but I can't open my door," Molly said softly. "Can you open it for me? I'm so sleepy." And Nuon, this is the part that always gets me. She wasn't even just terrified anymore. She felt pity. Like Molly truly didn't understand. So Nuon opened the door to Molly's room and let her in, and gently closed it behind her. Nuon went back to her room, and the students begged to know what happened, but Nuon whispered, "In the morning, I promise." Eventually, the kids fell asleep, pure exhaustion, bodies shutting down from fear. And finally, the night ended. At around 6 a.m., Nuon's friend came to the house, and with her were Molly's parents. Because in many Thai beliefs, when someone dies suddenly, especially violently, the spirit may not realize right away, and family members come quickly to call them home, to guide them. They went straight to Molly's room. It was empty. She wasn't there anymore. And Molly's name was among them. And I just remember the storyteller ending with something simple, something human, like, she was a teacher who worked so hard, right to the very end. And wherever she went after that night, they hoped she finally understood. And they hoped she went peacefully. So, let me tell you a story I still can't shake. Years ago, I was walking through Edinburgh on a gray, wind-brushed afternoon, the kind where the city feels like it's holding its breath. And out beyond the old streets, there's that hulking rise of rock everyone knows, Arthur's Seat. It's an ancient hill, an old volcano, watching the city like it's been keeping secrets since before anyone started writing them down. And one of those secrets, maybe the strangest, was found tucked into the stone itself. Back in 1837, not long ago in the grand scheme, but long enough for details to blur, a few local boys were scrambling around the crags and heather on the slope. Kids being kids, laughing, shoving, daring each other to climb higher. One of them, let's call him Callum, noticed a thin crack in the rock, half hidden under moss and dirt, like the hill had split its lips just a little. They dug at it with sticks and bare hands at first, then stones, and finally, fingers hooked into the cold earth. And that's when they pulled out the first one. A tiny wooden coffin, small enough to fit in a palm. At first they thought it was a toy, something dropped by another child maybe. But it wasn't just one. They kept pulling them out, one after another. 17 in total, all neatly stacked in that narrow crevice, like someone had packed them away with care. Each coffin was only a few inches long, maybe the length of a pocket knife. Simple wood, roughly nailed together, but not sloppy, not random, intentional. And then they opened one. Inside wasn't jewelry, not coins, not letters. Inside was a little figure, a hand-carved doll, stiff and pale with time, dressed in plain cloth clothing that looked like it had been cut from worn fabric, like scraps from a life that had already been used up. That's the part that makes your stomach drop, isn't it? Because suddenly it isn't a weird box. Suddenly it's a burial. And there were no names, no dates, no markings at all. Just 17 tiny coffins, each with its own silent occupant, hidden away on a lonely hillside far from any churchyard. So naturally, the city started talking. Some people said it had to be an old ritual, a folk practice, something left behind from the days when the hills were considered living places, full of spirits, warnings, protections. People whispered about binding bad luck into objects, burying symbols to keep something awful away, like sealing a curse in wood and cloth and pushing it into the earth where it couldn't follow you home. Others thought it was grief. Private grief. The kind that doesn't get a headstone. Maybe someone lost children. Maybe stillborn babies or infants taken by disease and couldn't afford a proper burial, or couldn't bear the shame that sometimes clung to loss back then. Maybe these tiny coffins were a way of saying, "You mattered. I'm sorry. I remember." But then there was the theory that made even the bravest folks lower their voices. Because Edinburgh has a dark chapter, one it tries not to show visitors too brightly. In the early 1800s, bodies were valuable. Medical schools needed them. And in that hunger, men like Knox and Mullen, that's what people started calling them in the gossip, became monsters in plain clothes. Murdering people, selling them for dissection, letting the victims vanish without prayer or burial, or even a name spoken aloud. And here's the chilling part. The number didn't feel like an accident. 17, a tidy count, like a ledger. Like someone was trying to correct something that had gone unforgiven. And when you hear that, you can almost picture it, can't you? Someone working late by candlelight, hands shaking, whittling rough little faces out of wood, stitching tiny shirts and trousers from scraps, building coffins out of cheap pine because pine is what you use when you don't have money, or when you don't think you deserve anything finer. Not art, not craft, atonement. Over time, the coffins ended up in safer hands. They were moved into the care of the museum, the place where oddities go when people can't decide whether they're sacred or cursed. Preserved behind glass, labeled in tidy sentences that tell you the facts. Wood, fabric, found on Arthur's seat, maker unknown. But the label doesn't tell you what it feels like to stand in front of them. Because even now, with clean lighting and careful displays, they don't look like curiosities. They look like somebody's secret, somebody's confession, folded up and buried where no one would ever have to answer for it. And that's what keeps the story alive, because no theory fits perfectly. A ritual? Maybe. A memorial? Could be. A message to the dead, or a warning to the living. Honestly, I wouldn't rule it out. What I do know is this: Edinburgh is a city that wears beauty like a coat, but underneath, it keeps its old fears, its old beliefs, its old shadows. And Arthur's seat, quiet, ancient, patient, just sits there above it all, as if to say, "I've held worse secrets than this." So if you ever find yourself in Edinburgh, and you're standing at the foot of that hill, don't rush past it like it's just a hike. Pause for a second. Look up at the rock and the grass and the dark folds of the land, and imagine a pair of hands hiding something precious in a crack in the earth. Imagine someone walking away without looking back. And ask yourself, softly, the way you would in a church, who were those 17 meant to be? And what was someone trying so desperately to put to rest? Hey, so I don't know how many of you were actually online in the late 90s, but the internet back then was a completely different animal. No social media, no feeds, no algorithm trying to guess your next thought before you even have it. It was mostly static pages, clunky message boards, weird little fan sites, and those strange flash animations people made just because they could. And honestly, that freedom came with this haze of mystery. Half-buried links, broken directories, stuff you'd stumble onto and immediately feel like you weren't supposed to be there. Stories spread quietly too, like rumors whispered in the back of a classroom, except the classroom was a forum thread at 2 a.m. And if you were around then, you might have heard the one about the Red Room. Not the movie thing, not some haunted live stream. I mean the rumor that bounced around between kids who spent way too much time online. This idea that there was a website, and once you landed on it, a pop-up would appear and ask one simple question. Do you like the red room? And that pop-up, you couldn't close it. You couldn't escape it. You could click the X, you could hit Alt F4, you could refresh until your fingers cramped. Didn't matter. It just kept coming back. The version I remember people describing wasn't even fancy, just a harsh red window, sometimes with jackknife text, sometimes with symbols that looked like they should mean something. And the rumor went that it could show up on random corners of the web, old personal pages, hobby sites, places nobody visited unless they got lost. And the part that really made it stick was what people claimed happened next. Supposedly, if you saw it, you'd be found in a red room the next day. Nobody ever explained what that meant exactly. They didn't need to. Your brain filled in the blanks for you, and whatever you imagined was always worse than anything someone could have written out. For years, I treated it like what it probably was, a classic online urban legend. The kind of thing that thrives in late-night chat rooms and message boards because it's scarier when nobody can prove it's real. But recently, I found myself thinking about it again. Let me back up. The first time the Red Room rumor felt even remotely real to people wasn't because of a website. It was because of an animation. A flash piece made by someone going by the name Kuroda Nori, or something like that. Handles were always slippery back then. In the animation, there's this kid who hears the same rumor. He laughs it off. Then one night, while he's online, the pop-up appears. He tries closing it over and over, but instead of disappearing, the message changes. It gets longer. It gets more specific. It starts vague, like, "Do you like it?" Then it becomes, "Do you like the red room?" And then, the kid sees a list. Names. Like a roll call. And the implication is pretty clear. Those are the people who saw it before him. And right when you think the animation ends, it hits you with the nastiest trick. Your screen flashes a fake system error window that looks just real enough to make your stomach drop. Like the animation reached through the glass and touched your computer. It's hard to explain to people who grew up with polished apps and constant pop-ups. Back then, a flash animation that pretended your computer was breaking felt personal, like it knew where you were sitting. Now, here's where it stops being just folklore and turns into something heavier. In the early 2000s, there was a horrible incident in Japan. Different city than the one everyone always cites, but the same general story. A violent act involving kids, and afterward, the media dug through internet history and reported that one of them had bookmarked that Red Room animation. Because people love a simple explanation for something they can't emotionally process. They want a culprit, a cause, something they can point at and say, "That's why." Was the animation responsible? No, almost certainly not. But the association was enough to turn the Red Room from a niche creepypasta into a national obsession for a while. First in Japan, and then echoed everywhere else through translation threads and horror forums. Years later, when another unsettling incident happened and people noticed similar online references, it surged again, like a half-dead thing twitching back to life. Again, no real proof, no direct line, but the timing made people uneasy, and the idea of a digital curse grew teeth. By the 2010s, most people wrote it off as a relic, a creepy flash short from the old internet, something you watch once, laugh about, and move on from. And then Flash died. Around 2020, it was basically over. No more easy playing old animations in a browser. You'd think that would have buried the whole story for good. Except, it didn't end. It shifted. People started describing weird little moments on modern devices. Nothing exactly like the original, but close enough to make your skin prickle. A screen flicker that turns crimson for a blink. A notification in Japanese that vanishes before you can react. A tiny window appearing in the corner and disappearing like it never happened. Too fast for a screenshot, too quick for proof. And sure, that could be anything. Glitches happen. Background apps misfire. Your brain is a pattern machine, and it's desperate to connect dots when you're already thinking about something creepy. But it still bothered me, because it felt like the story had learned how to survive. Like it didn't need flash anymore. It just needed the idea. And before you ask, no, I'm not saying I saw some original cursed site. I'm not even saying I believe in supernatural code lurking in old animations. But 2 weeks ago, something happened that I can't quite file away. I was up late on my laptop, working on a document, lights off, room quiet. Just that dull glow from the screen. And for a split second, barely a heartbeat, I saw a small red window pop up in the lower corner. Not bright, not neon. More like a muted, dried blood crimson. It didn't even have time to load words. It just flickered and vanished. I told myself it was nothing. A browser hiccup. Some system notification that failed to render. Then it happened again the next night. Same corner, same color, same blink and it's gone timing. So I did what anyone would do when they're trying to prove to themselves they're not being ridiculous. I tried to recreate it. Opened a bunch of tabs, turned notifications on and off, switched networks, checked my extensions, ran scans, looked for malware. Nothing. Clean. And then, last night, it changed. No pop-up, no red window, just a reflection. I leaned closer to adjust my brightness, and the screen went slightly dark, just enough to catch my face in it. And for half a second, listen, I know how this sounds. I swear my reflection wasn't lit by the normal cool colors of my desktop. It was red. Not the room, not the actual screen, just the reflection. I blinked, and it snapped back to normal like nothing happened. And I sat there for a long time after that, not moving, just waiting for my brain to explain it away. But it didn't. I'm not saying it's the red room. I'm not saying there's something living in my laptop. I'm just saying I can't shake the feeling that some stories don't die. They adjust. They evolve. They slip into whatever shape our technology takes next. And sometimes it feels like the internet isn't only something we look into. Sometimes it feels like it looks back. Maybe you can tell me if it means anything. Do you like the red room? So, most people think an elevator is just a metal box. You step in, press a button, stare at the numbers, and a few seconds later, ding, you're where you meant to be. But there's this story from Japan that treats elevators like something else entirely, like a doorway, a ritual hidden inside something so normal you'd never think to be afraid of it. They call it the isekai elevator, and the idea is simple in the worst possible way. If you press the right sequence of floors, the doors won't open back into your world anymore. I first heard about it the way you hear about a lot of unsettling things. Late at night, half paying attention, scrolling through old threads. People said the earliest version showed up on 2channel, that chaotic Japanese message board where rumors breed like mold in the dark. At first it sounded like another chain post, the kind you read, get a chill, and forget by morning. But this one didn't fade out. It grew. Different users, different cities, and somehow the details stayed weirdly consistent. Same floor sequence, same timing, same figure that appears like she's tied to the ritual itself, not to any specific building. Some people said it was a prank. Some called it a test. A few, quietly, almost reluctantly, said it was dangerous. And then there were the comments that really made my stomach knot. The ones that were basically, my cousin tried it, my friend tried it, and they didn't come back. What makes it stick, I think, is how deeply Japanese it feels. Not in a touristy way, but in that old, uncomfortable way Japan has of treating the boundary between worlds like it's thin as paper. There are stories there about spirit realms sitting right beside ours. Not far away. Not up in the sky, just adjacent. Separated by the right bridge, the right tunnel, the right forest path at the wrong hour. So in older times, maybe you crossed over through a shrine gate or a red bridge. But the story goes, modern life replaced shrines with office buildings and replaced sacred rituals with elevator buttons. And honestly, an elevator is the perfect place to hide a myth. You're not on one floor or the other. You're suspended between places, between destinations. That weird little pause where you're nowhere for a moment. That's where stories like this love to live. Here's how the ritual is supposed to work. You find a building with at least 10 floors. Not 9, not 8, 10 or more. You go in alone. And I mean alone. No other passengers, no friendly security guards stepping in last second, no one peeking around the corner. People swear it only works if it's just you and the hum of the cables. Then you press this exact sequence. 3, 1, 7, 1, 10, 4. The elevator moves. It's boring at first, normal. You start to feel ridiculous. And then it reaches the 4th floor. That's when the door opens, and someone gets in. A woman, or something that looks like one. In the versions I've read, her name is never given, but people describe her the same way. Long, dark hair, pale clothing like an off-white dress or hospital gown, face partly hidden like she doesn't want you to get a clean look. And the worst part? Her expression doesn't change. Not once. She doesn't greet you, doesn't glance at you like a normal person would. She just steps in like she belongs there more than you do. The rule everyone repeats, like it's the one thing keeping them safe, is don't speak to her. Don't ask her anything. Don't apologize, because the moment you do, you've confirmed yourself somehow. Like you've responded to something that isn't meant to be answered. After she enters, the elevator is supposed to start moving on its own, rising without you pressing anything else, up to the 10th floor. And when the doors open there, you're not where you should be. People can't quite agree on what the other side looks like, but the descriptions overlap in this eerie, familiar way. They talk about a sky that's wrong, washed out red or gray like dirty fog. They talk about buildings that feel unfinished, flat walls, no signs, no windows, like someone built a city as a replica and forgot to add the details that make it human. The streets are empty, not quiet, empty, like everything has been cleaned and bleached and sealed. And there's this silence people mention that hits me harder than anything else. Not peaceful silence. The kind that makes you feel like sound is being swallowed, like the world itself is holding its breath. A lot of people say the first thing you notice is the feeling of being watched, not from one direction, but from everywhere, like the air has eyes. And if you step out, you can walk, technically. But everyone warns you, don't go far, because some say it stretches forever, block after block, repeating like a copy-pasted maze. Others say it folds, like the streets curve back on themselves, like the place doesn't want you to find an edge. One person claimed they heard whispering behind them, but every time they turned, there was nothing. Another said they saw shadows in the corner of their vision that didn't match their own movements. And then there's a detail that shows up just often enough to make your skin tighten. Some people swear the woman from the 4th floor followed them out. Not quickly, not aggressively, just stepped out behind them like she was making sure they didn't forget she existed. Like she'd already decided where they belonged. There's also a real case people like to bring up. One of those stories that gets repeated because it has dates and a location, which makes it feel heavier. It was around 2014 in Yokohama. Someone named Masato, at least that's the name that gets used online, walked into a building and got on an elevator. Security footage shows him stepping in, tapping the buttons fast like he was nervous or in a hurry. And then the footage glitches, comes back, glitches again. People claim the display showed floors that didn't exist in that building. And then, this is the part that turns a normal disappearance into legend. There's a stretch of missing time in the recording. Not the camera angle was bad, not it was blurry, just missing. When the doors opened again, the elevator was empty. Search teams checked the building. Stairwells, maintenance access, roof doors, everything. No sign of him. No explanation. And the internet, of course, grabbed it like a match to gasoline. Some said it was coincidence. Others said, no, that's what it looks like when someone presses the wrong buttons. And even if you don't believe any of it, like even if you roll your eyes and tell yourself it's just a good creepypasta, it still clings to you. Because the fear underneath it is real. It's the fear of trusting a door you don't control. It's the fear of being in a small space where you can't steer anything. It's the fear that something familiar can turn unfamiliar in one quiet moment. Somewhere that doesn't have help, doesn't have people, doesn't have rules you understand. And the creepiest part? Elevators already feel a little like that. You step in, you surrender control, and you just assume the doors will open back into your world. Most of the time they do. But this story lingers because it whispers, not all of them have to. So is the ritual real? Depends who you ask. Skeptics say it's folklore wearing a modern coat. Believers say it's an ancient doorway, updated for the age of office towers. And the people who claim they tried it and came back, they usually don't talk about what they saw for very long. They'll just say something like, don't mess with it. And then they'll go quiet. Because whether it's true or not, the thought is hard to shake. Every elevator is a choice. And every button is a small act of trust. Most doors open where you expect. But not all of them. I've heard a lot of scary stories over the years, but there's one Japanese urban legend that's always gotten under my skin. Not because it's the most violent or the most supernatural, but because it sits right on the edge of plausible. Like something that could have started as one strange encounter and then spread like wildfire. It isn't about haunted temples or cursed videotapes. No ancient rites, no dusty scrolls. This one supposedly walked right through ordinary streets in the late 70s, after school, near crosswalks, outside little corner shops, while kids were still wearing their randoseru backpacks and parents were making dinner. People call her different things depending on who's telling it, but the name I first heard was Mika no Mask, the woman in the mask. Later, the name that stuck, the one everyone seems to know, is the slit-mouthed woman. And honestly, what makes her terrifying isn't what she does, it's what she asks. So, the version I was told begins in the summer of 1978, in a quieter town outside Nagoya. Not some remote village, just a place with schools, bus stops, alleys between houses, the kind of streets where kids walk home in noisy groups. One evening, a handful of elementary school kids claimed they saw a tall woman standing near a pedestrian bridge. She wore a pale coat even though it was humid, the kind of sticky heat that makes your shirt cling to your back. And on her face, this is the detail everyone repeats. She wore an unusually large mask. Not a normal little cloth one, not the kind you'd see on someone with a cold. This thing looked too big, too stiff, like it swallowed half her face. Back then, Seeing a young woman in a mask wasn't normal. It drew attention immediately, so the kids stared. And that's when she stepped closer. They said she didn't move like a hurried adult. She moved gently, almost politely, like a teacher calling you over without wanting to scare you. Then she leaned down to their height and spoke in a soft voice, the way someone might speak to a child who's upset. Watashi kirei? Am I pretty? Now imagine being 8 years old and hearing a stranger ask you that. Your brain starts doing that quick math. Is this a trick? Is this a game? Is she lonely? Is she dangerous? Most kids in the stories said yes, because that's what you do when you're a kid and an adult asks you something strange. You try to answer correctly, and she would pause, like she was savoring it. Then, slowly, she would hook a finger under the edge of that oversized mask and pull it down. And underneath, there it was. A cut stretching from the corner of her mouth, torn wide toward her ear, like someone had tried to turn a smile into something permanent and wrong. The kids described it differently, but the shape was always the same. Too long, too deep, too deliberate. And then she'd ask again, "Kore demo kirei? Even like this, am I still pretty?" That's the moment the legend becomes a trap, because no answer feels safe. If you say no, she gets angry. If you hesitate, she gets angry. If you scream, she gets angry. And if you say yes, well, some versions say she takes that as permission. The old neighborhood rumor, this part always sounds like adults trying to scare kids into behaving, was that she'd pull something sharp from her sleeve. Not always described as the same thing. Sometimes scissors, sometimes a craft knife, sometimes just something shiny. And then she would follow you, not running at first, not like a movie monster. People swear that's why the panic got so big. It wasn't just kids telling a spooky story. It was kids coming home pale and shaking and saying, "A woman stopped me and asked me if she was pretty." And suddenly parents didn't want their children walking alone. Some schools, this is one of my favorite details because it feels so real, started sending groups home together, like little escorted clusters. Teachers standing at the gates longer, neighborhood adults watching intersections. It turned into this community-wide vigilance, like everyone was waiting for her to show up again. And here's what's creepy. The descriptions stayed consistent. Usually with ghost stories, the details blur. One town says she's old, another says she's young. One says red dress, another says white. But with her, people kept saying the same thing. A young woman, 20s, maybe early 30s, long dark hair, a pale coat that didn't match the season, and that mask, always too big. Some people even said she was beautiful above the mask. Clear skin, elegant eyes, the kind of beauty that makes you understand why the question mattered to her. But then there's another detail that always made me uneasy because it's so specific. They said she smelled strongly of hair product, like cheap pomade. That old-fashioned, oily, sweet smell. And kids started passing around advice like it was playground survival wisdom. If you shout wax 3 times, she hates it. Or in another version, say camphor and she backs away. And then there was the candy trick. Someone decided, some kid, some older sibling, who knows, that if you offered her a sticky sugar candy, like those amber-colored ones from festivals, she would freeze for a moment, distracted, just long enough to slip away. Isn't that strange? A spirit with a sweet tooth, a monster who recoils from a specific scent. Those details make her feel less like a demon and more like a person with fixations. like the legend accidentally captured the habits of someone real. And that leads into the origin story, the one people repeat because it sounds the most grounded. They say she was obsessed with her face, not in a vain cartoon way, more like she believed beauty was her safety, her value, her identity. She saved money for a cosmetic procedure. This was the era when those surgeries felt new and risky and whispered about. And during the operation, something went wrong. In this version, the doctor had strong pomade in his hair. The smell filled the room. She inhaled sharply, maybe a sneeze, maybe panic. His hand jerked, and the scalpel slipped, cutting from the corner of her mouth upward, ruining the one thing she thought made her untouchable. The story says she snapped, that she attacked the doctor, that she fled, that she couldn't stand mirrors anymore, couldn't stand her own reflection, and couldn't stand the idea of anyone seeing her and deciding she wasn't worth looking at. So she started asking strangers the same question, again and again, like she was trying to patch something broken inside her with a stranger's answer. Am I pretty? And that, to me, is the real horror. Because beneath the gore and the chase and the playground rules, her question feels painfully human. It isn't really about beauty. It's about validation. It's about fear. It's about the desperation to be seen as acceptable, even after something awful changes you. And what's unsettling is, people say she never really left. Even decades later, there are modern sightings. Different cities, different streets, but the same eerie notes. Someone else says they heard a muffled voice behind them at night. Gentle, almost shy. Hey, am I pretty? And when they turned, she wasn't close. She was farther back than she should have been, like she'd already drifted away, but was still watching. And after masks became normal in the world, the legend got worse in a new way, because now she could blend in. People online started writing things like, I saw someone at the station with a mask that was too big. Her hair moved even though there was no wind. She turned her head too slowly, like she was waiting for me to notice. And the creepiest modern twist is that she doesn't always chase anymore. Sometimes she just stands there. Sometimes she watches you walk away. Sometimes she smiles under the mask, like she already knows what you're thinking. Because the truth is, her question doesn't have a correct answer. Not really. If you say yes, you're lying. If you say no, you're cruel. If you hesitate, you're honest. And honesty is the thing that gets you punished. So when I think about her, I don't think about the slit mouth first. I think about walking alone at dusk, passing someone who looks normal, until you realize their mask is a little too large. And right as you convince yourself you're being ridiculous, you hear a soft voice behind you. Watashi, kirei? And you realize the fear isn't that she's a monster. It's that she's asking you to look at something you don't want to see, and respond like you mean it. You know how some stories don't really die? They just drift around the edges of places, like mist that won't lift. That's what this one feels like. It's one of those old coastal legends people swear they heard from a grandfather, or a neighbor's aunt, or someone who wouldn't lie about a thing like that. And whether it happened exactly as told or not, it still leaves a chill behind. So picture the western coast of Scotland, hard rock, wind that tastes like salt, and waves that never really rest. Not far from a jut of cliff the locals called Grey Cap Point, there was a sea cave that didn't behave like most places. At high tide, it vanished completely. No entrance, no hint it was even there. But when the water pulled back, the cave would open up like a dark mouth, and the air around it always seemed colder, like it was keeping a secret. The old tale says a family slipped into that cave sometime in the 1500s. People didn't know their real name, not at first. They eventually became known as the Kerr clan, or, in the way legends like to give you a nickname you can't shake, the Tide Cave Kin. At the center of it all was a man named Malcolm Sandy Kerr. The story paints him as someone who couldn't stand ordinary life: fields, chores, neighbors, rules. And he ran off with a woman named Moira Lorne, who had a reputation that followed her like a shadow. Folks whispered she could turn luck sour just by walking into a room. Maybe that was superstition. Maybe it was fear looking for a face. Either way, the two of them left their villages behind and headed for the coast, where the cave waited like it had been expecting them. Now, here's where the legend gets darker. Not in a flashy way, but in that slow, creeping way. Because the cave didn't just hide them, it separated them. Years passed, and the family grew. Children, then grandchildren, until the clan became a whole little world sealed off from everyone else. No trade, no friends, no help. Just the cave, the tide, and whatever they could take. And according to the tale, that taking is what turned them into something people still can't speak about plainly. Travelers started disappearing on the coastal roads. Single riders, small groups cutting through the night, merchants trying to shave a day off their journey. It wasn't every week. It wasn't always in the same spot. Just enough to make folks uneasy, then frightened, then convinced something was out there. You can imagine the rumors, right? People blamed bandits. Then they blamed each other. Some even swore the sea itself was swallowing men whole. But the legend says the Kerr clan only moved after sunset. They waited until the world went quiet, until lamps dimmed and roads emptied, and then they slipped out like they were part of the dark. The worst part, if you believe it, is how careful they were about staying hidden. For years, search parties came and went, finding nothing but wind and wet stone and their own growing dread. Then came the night everything cracked open. A couple was riding home after a long day at market. Nothing heroic, nothing dramatic, just two tired people wanting their own hearth and bed. The attack was sudden. The wife was pulled away in the chaos, and her husband, his name in the story changes depending on who tells it, but I heard it as Ewan, didn't run. He fought. Not like a legend, not like a ballad, like a terrified man who refuses to lose the person beside him. And maybe it was luck, or maybe it was noise, but help came. Other travelers, a few locals nearby. Enough people, enough shouting, enough blades in the lantern light that the attackers scattered back toward the cliffs. That's the moment the legend says the authorities finally stopped treating it like gossip. The search that followed wasn't a casual thing. It was the kind of hunt a kingdom launches when fear has spread too far to ignore. In one version of the story, the order came from King Alistair, and he sent soldiers with hounds trained to track a scent over rock and brine. They combed the coastline for days. And then the dogs led them to the place everyone had walked past 100 times without noticing, because the cave didn't look like anything at all unless the tide decided to show it to you. When they went in, the story says they found a life built out of hiding. Stolen goods, scraps of clothing, scattered belongings from people who had never come home. Enough proof to turn stomachs and silence a crowd. The Kerr clan was dragged out into the daylight like something that couldn't survive it, and the tale says their end was swift and merciless, less a trial, more a decision made in disgust and fear. And Sandy Kerr, the man who started it, supposedly left the world with a sentence that people still repeat when they want to make a fire crackle a little louder. You can't hang a shadow. Now listen, whether any of that happened exactly that way is still argued. Some say it was invented to paint the Scots as monsters during a time when politics loved a good horror story. Others say it's rooted in something real, something buried under retellings and exaggerations. But here's the thing, even if it's a myth that clings to that coastline, because the cave is real, the tides are real, and people have always been frightened by places that can vanish and reappear, like the land itself is blinking. So when you're standing near the water on a gray evening, and you hear the waves pulling back, and you see a black opening appear in the rock where there wasn't one before, it's hard not to feel your imagination lean in and whisper, "What if?" You ever hear about a place so talked about that it starts to feel real, even if you can't prove it is? Okay, so there's this story people in Japan mention, like they're trying not to wake it up. Not on tourist maps, not in guidebooks, but somehow it's become one of those modern legends that refuses to fade. People call it Kuro Inu Village, and whether it ever existed the way the internet swears it did, that part's still fuzzy. But the stories? The stories are clear enough that most folks don't feel brave about testing them. What gets me is how it starts so normal. There's this mountain pass in Fukuoka, an ordinary-looking stretch of road, tight curves, tall trees, that kind of quiet that feels peaceful at first. Locals call it Mizunoki Pass. If you drive it in the daytime, it's just forest, asphalt, guardrails, nothing to point at and say, "There, that's the scary part." But people who live nearby don't like talking about it. You ask for directions and they get polite in that way that means, "Please stop asking." And the ones who do answer don't say much, just little hints like, "Don't take that road at night," or, "If you go, don't go past the old marker." And then they'll change the subject so fast you feel silly for bringing it up. Travelers describe this weird shift, like the air thickens when you cross a certain bend, like you've stepped into the edge of someone else's private world. The kind of feeling where you turn the radio down without realizing you did it, because suddenly it seems too loud. But the real centerpiece of the legend isn't the road. It's a tunnel. An old, narrow tunnel tucked into the mountain. Locals call it Haguro Tunnel. It was built way back, early-era construction, carved through rock like someone forced a passage through the mountain with stubborn hands in time. Years later, they built a newer tunnel nearby, wider, safer, brighter. So this one got abandoned. And normally, that would have been the end of it, right? Except abandoned places don't stay empty. Not when people get curious. It started pulling in the wrong kind of visitors, late-night drivers, thrill seekers, kids daring each other to step inside with cheap flashlights and shaky laughter. And that's when the rumors really started. People said they heard talking in there. Not echoes, actual voices, like someone was just around the bend. Some said the temperature was wrong, warm in the dead of winter, icy in the middle of a humid summer night. Others swore they saw tiny lights flickering deeper inside, like someone was signaling or watching. And then, this part always turns the story heavier. There was an incident. Not some vague, "a man disappeared" thing. An actual case people still bring up in whispers. In the late 1980s, a young couple, let's call them Rina and Daichi, were found dead in a neglected building not far from the tunnel, badly burned. So badly that identifying them took time. It wasn't some neat horror movie scene either. It was messy and real and awful. The strangest detail people repeat is what investigators supposedly found around the site. Marks, symbols, scraped into dirt and ash. Not anything anyone could easily match to a gang sign or a local religious practice. Just wrong-looking scratches, like someone tried to write a language that didn't belong there. The case never got a clean ending. No satisfying answer, just a file that went cold. After that, the tunnel was sealed. Concrete blocks, barriers, the kind that says, "This is not for you." And you'd think that would calm things down, but it didn't. Because when someone seals a place like that, people don't think safety, they think cover-up. Something like a hidden village. And this is where the internet takes the wheel. In the early 2000s, an anonymous poster on a Japanese message board wrote this long, breathless account claiming they'd gone beyond the tunnel, past where the road is barely a road anymore, and found a village tucked deep in the mountains. They said there was a wooden sign at the entrance, old, weathered, like it had been there a long time, and it read something like, "Beyond this point, the law does not reach." No protection, no rules, no help if something goes wrong. That single detail, more than ghosts, more than curses, lit people up. Because it's not just scary, it's personal. It implies there's a place where nobody has to answer for what they do to you. The post spread, then more posts appeared. Some probably copycats, sure. Some maybe people stacking lies on top of lies. But over time, the details started lining up in this eerie, consistent way. People who entered didn't come back. Phones lost signal the closer you got. There was supposedly an abandoned car, a pale sedan, half off the road, banged up, stained, like it had been dragged through something it couldn't survive. Someone claimed there was a lonely public phone near the sealed tunnel that rang at exactly 2:13 a.m. And if you picked it up, the voice on the other end didn't say, "Hello." It said your name. And the most unsettling part, the part that made the legend stick, was this. If you were chased out there, it wasn't by spirits. It was by the villagers. Living people, breathing, fast, angry. Because ghosts, people tell themselves, have rules, patterns, limits. But people? People don't need permission to be cruel. That idea, the danger is human, is what turned Kuroinu village into something people couldn't stop thinking about. Now here's the twist, and I swear it's almost too perfect. There actually was a real village connected to this whole area. Not the lawless nightmare from the posts, but a normal community with families and routines and ordinary problems. Let's call it Inunaki Valley Hamlet. And in the 1990s, when a dam project expanded, that village was relocated. The land was flooded to create a reservoir. Homes, roads, everything, gone underwater. The residents moved away, like people do when development decides your hottestgens is in the way. So the place vanished, physically. And the timing was exactly what an urban legend needs. A sealed tunnel. A real village that disappeared. A horrible, unsolved crime nearby. A viral internet story tying it together. And the mountains, those quiet, staring mountains, holding all of it like a closed fist. People started connecting dots that were never meant to touch. But that's what fear does. It builds bridges out of coincidence. Over the years, the legend evolved. It stopped being just a creepy place and became this symbol of isolation, secrecy, and what humans might become when they cut themselves off from everything else. Movies hinted at it. Horror games borrowed its bones. YouTubers went searching with shaky cameras and overconfident voices that got quieter the deeper they went. Some explorers claimed they found paths that didn't feel right, like the woods were guiding them in circles. And one of the strangest details, my favorite, even though it gives me chills, is what a few people said about the reservoir near the dam. They claimed that late at night, if you stand near the water and listen, you can hear something muffled coming up from below. Not voices, dogs, faint barking, like it's trapped under the surface. And the wild thing is, even after people debunk parts of it, after someone points out timelines don't perfectly match, after someone says, that sign was probably fake, the legend still doesn't die. Because it's not really about one tunnel or one village. It's about a fear that's older than any forum post. The fear of stepping somewhere the rules stop applying. Not haunted by ghosts, but haunted by what people might do when they think nobody can stop them. And even now, if you ask locals around that area, a lot of them just shake their heads and tell you, real simple, don't go. They don't explain. They don't have to. Because sometimes, the scariest stories aren't the ones with perfect proof. They're the ones that stay half out of reach, stitched together from whispers, bad memories, coincidence, and silence, leaving your imagination to fill in the parts you wish you didn't see. Hey, so, if you ever find yourself driving through the soft, wet countryside down in Dumfries and Galloway, the kind where the hills look like they're holding their breath and the fog sits low like it belongs there, there's a stretch of road I'd honestly think twice about. They call it Kinmount Strait, part of the A75. It sounds harmless, doesn't it? Like any other strip of tarmac cutting through fields. But locals don't talk about it the way they talk about normal roads. They talk about it like it's watching, like it's got a memory, and maybe, just maybe, it doesn't always know what year it is. The A75 runs a long way, linking routes toward the border, and people have been traveling it for generations. But Kinmount Strait, that's where the stories cling. Drivers swear it isn't just a bit spooky. They swear it's like the air thins out there, like the line between here and somewhere else gets blurry. And the thing is, it's not just one or two stories. It's decades of them. Same kinds of sightings, same cold fear, same sudden silence after, when people try to explain what they saw and can't make the words sit right in their mouths. There's one story that always comes up when people start swapping tales, an old one from the early 1960s. Two brothers, Callum and Ewan McBride, were driving home late one night. Nothing dramatic, just trying to get from one place to another. They'd been chatting, radio low, the usual. Damp road, mist rolling across the fields. Then, out of nowhere, something flicked across their headlights. A bird, like a hen or a small chicken, flapping right into their path. Callum slammed the brakes, braced for the thud. But there was no impact. No feathers. No shadow falling away into the verge. Just gone. Like it had never existed. They sat there a second, hearts going too fast, doing that thing you do when you're trying to laugh off something that scared you. Then they kept going, because what else do you do on an empty road at night? Only it didn't stop. Not long after, another animal appeared, this time a cat, pale as a smudge of fog, right at the edge of the beam. It stepped into the road and, it should have been solid. It should have moved like a real creature. But it didn't. It blinked out. Not ran off, just vanished. Like someone switched it off. Then a dog. Then something that looked like a goat, awkward and wrong in the way it moved. Each one showed itself for a heartbeat, long enough to make them gasp and grab the wheel tighter, then disappeared before they could reach it. Ewan kept saying, "Did you see that? Tell me you saw that." And Callum's hands were white on the steering wheel because, yeah, he saw it. Every bit of it. And then came the worst part. Ahead of them, in the mist, they saw the rear lights of a lorry. One of those boxy delivery trucks, the sort you'd expect to see hauling furniture or crates. Big illuminate, slow in the lane, perfectly real looking. Relief hit them weirdly. Like, thank God, something normal. They started to close the distance, and as they did, the truck simply wasn't there anymore. No turnoff, no engine sound fading, no brake lights. Just empty road where a whole vehicle had been a second before. That's the part that makes your stomach drop, isn't it? Because an animal could be your eyes playing tricks. Fog can do strange things. But a lorry? A whole truck doesn't just evaporate. They drove the rest of the way in silence.
And then there's the procession.
This one gives me chills every time I picture it. Drivers have described seeing people walking along Kinmount Straight in the dead hours, after midnight usually. Figures moving through the mist like they've been doing it forever. Not one person, but a group. A line. They look tired, not modern. Clothes hanging loose, ragged around the edges, like they've traveled hard. And they don't talk. They don't look up. They just keep walking, step after step, as if they're following an invisible path only they can see. One haulage driver, I heard this from someone who swore they knew him, pulled over because he thought it might be stranded travelers. He saw them clearly at first, several figures, hunched, dragging bags that looked heavy, the sort of luggage you'd take if you were leaving somewhere for good. He got out, called out, tried to wave them down. They didn't react. They just walked on, straight through the fog, and dissolved into it, like mist swallowing mist. Some say they're the echoes of old travelers, traders, farmhands, maybe even people fleeing trouble. This part of Scotland has its share of harsh history, raiding, violence, sudden deaths on lonely stretches of land. It's not hard to imagine souls with unfinished journeys. And it's not just people. There are animals reported too, only not quite right. Shapes that resemble deer but move wrong. Things low to the ground that look like dogs until the headlights hit them and you realize the outline doesn't match anything you know. Always the same pattern. They appear. They hesitate like they're deciding something, and then gone. Then you get the individual apparitions, the ones that feel more personal, like you've stumbled into someone's private haunting. A woman in a pale dress is one that comes up again and again, walking along the edge of the road as if she's lost or waiting. Men in dark coats crossing without warning. A figure standing in the lane, forcing a driver to swerve, only for the road to be empty the moment they glance back. And there's one account that really unsettles people who hear it. An older man, dressed like he's out on an estate shoot, tweed, cap, that old-fashioned posture. A driver swore he saw him on the verge holding a rifle. As the car approached, the man lifted the gun, not waving it, not resting it, aiming it. The driver ducked instinctively, expecting something. And then, as the car passed the spot, the man vanished like smoke. No footsteps, no rustle in the grass, just absence. Now, there are explanations people offer, fair ones, honestly. Long drives at night, fatigue, the fog playing tricks with light and distance, the mind filling in shapes when it's under stress. And if that was all it was, you'd think the stories would be random, wouldn't you? But the strange part is how consistent they are. Different people, different decades, same stretch of road, same kinds of sights. Animals that blink away, vehicles that disappear, figures walking like they're halfway between worlds. And the land itself doesn't help, because Dumfries and Galloway has had darker chapters than most people realize. In the 1800s, there were grave robbers, men who stole bodies to sell to medical schools. People called them resurrection men, like the name could soften what they were doing. Some of the graveyards near the route were targeted, and folks still whisper that disturbing the dead leaves a stain on a place, like the ground remembers. And here's what I'll tell you. If you ever do drive it, and the mist is heavy, and the world feels muffled, don't speed. Don't push through like you're daring it. Just take it steady. Keep your eyes where they should be. And if something steps into your headlights, something that shouldn't be there, try not to panic. Because the scariest part isn't the moment you see it. It's the moment you realize you're not entirely sure it ever left. So, for most of my life, I laughed off ghost stories. I grew up in Chans, and yeah, of course I'd heard the classics. Someone sees a face in a mirror that isn't theirs, footsteps in an empty hallway, a figure at the end of a staircase that's gone when you blink. But I always figured there was some normal explanation. Being tired, being stressed, your brain filling in blanks when it's dark and quiet. I didn't really lose that belief because of some dramatic haunted house moment either. It started because of someone I met through work, this very ordinary man named Kenji. Mid-40s maybe, soft voice, neat hair with a bit of gray at the sides, thin metal glasses, the kind of person you'd pass in a hallway and forget 5 seconds later. One night after a company get-together, just one of those evenings where everyone drinks a little too much and the trains start feeling like they're swaying more than usual, Kenji sat beside me and told me something he'd never told anyone at the office. I remember his fingers trembling slightly around his cup. He said it began on a completely normal weeknight. He'd stayed late again, paperwork, emails, the usual, then left the building close to midnight. He rode the train home, got off at his station, and started walking through his neighborhood. Quiet streets, old houses, streetlights spaced out like they didn't really care if you could see. Halfway through his usual route, he felt it. You know that feeling, right? That pressure at the back of your neck, like your body notices someone before your eyes do. At first, he ignored it. In a city, someone walking behind you doesn't mean much. But the feeling didn't fade. It stayed, steady, calm, persistent. So he glanced over his shoulder, and there was a figure. Not close enough to see clearly, not far enough to dismiss, just standing in the darker stretch between two streetlights, like the shadows had decided to take a human shape. Kenji sped up a little. The figure matched him. He slowed down. The figure slowed too. He crossed to the other side of the street, trying to laugh at himself. And the figure crossed as well. He told himself, it's coincidence. Someone lives nearby. Someone is walking home too. But when he turned the next corner and looked back again, nothing. No person, no footsteps, no sound at all. He got home and couldn't relax. He stood by his apartment window for a long time, staring down at the street like he expected someone to look up and smile. He said he didn't sleep much that night, and the next night was worse. He changed his route home, took a different train, got off at a different station and walked longer just to convince himself it wouldn't happen. But at some point during the walk, always when the streets got quieter, always when there was a gap between lights, he felt it again. That same prickling awareness. Sometimes he caught the shape as a silhouette. Sometimes it wasn't even a shape, just a patch of darkness that seemed too dark. But it always held the same distance behind him, never rushing closer, never falling back, just there. After a week, he looked different at work. His eyes were sunken. His shoulders stayed tense like he was bracing for someone to tap him. He started turning his head a little too quickly whenever someone spoke behind him. He just smiled and said he was tired. Then one night, this is the part he told me in a voice so low I had to lean in, he decided he couldn't keep living like that. He stopped in the middle of the street. Just stopped. Heart pounding, palms cold, and he turned around and stared straight into the darkness behind him. This time, it didn't vanish. His eyes adjusted, and the figure became a person. A woman. She was wearing a white kimono, old-fashioned, formal-looking, like something from another era. Her hair was long and black and hanging forward, hiding most of her face. But what he could see wasn't scary in a monster way. It was worse than that. It looked like pain had settled into her expression and stayed there for years. She didn't move. She didn't breathe, at least not in a way he could see. She just watched him. Kenji said he tried to scream and couldn't, like his throat locked up and refused. And then, just like that, she was gone. He stumbled home, shaking, and that's when he remembered something he'd almost forgotten. A few months earlier, he'd gone back to his hometown for a short visit. Nothing special, just seeing family, walking around familiar places. One afternoon, he wandered out of boredom and ended up near an old, abandoned shrine on the edge of town. Overgrown weeds, rotting wood, a stillness that felt heavy in the air. He remembered feeling watched there too, but he'd brushed it off. Inside, among dust and broken offerings, he found a small wooden box. Simple, light, carved with faded flowers. And for reasons he couldn't explain, he didn't even try to make it sound noble. He took it. Just took it. He told himself it was a souvenir, something strange and old to put on a shelf and forget about. But now, sitting alone in his apartment, staring at that box, he felt something click into place. Like he'd connected a thread he hadn't realized was wrapped around him. After that, the nights became unbearable. The woman appeared more often, clearer, sometimes closer than before. He tried everything you can imagine, sleeping with lights on, keeping the TV running, calling a friend and staying on the phone while he walked home. Nothing helped. Finally, he did what a lot of people would do. He ran. He quit his job, packed up his life, moved to a small town far away, someplace quieter, someplace he hoped wouldn't have room for whatever was following him. For a few nights, it worked. He slept. He ate. He could breathe again. And then one evening, walking down a street he didn't even know well yet, he felt it. That same pressure, that same certainty. And there she was, standing beneath a flickering streetlight, as if she'd been waiting patiently for him to stop pretending he could escape. That was when he knew he wasn't dealing with a random haunting. He was dealing with something attached. Kenji eventually returned to his hometown and asked around until he found an elderly priest, someone who still knew the stories of that abandoned shrine. The priest listened quietly, didn't laugh, didn't look surprised, just nodded slowly, like he'd heard the shape of this before. Then he asked one question. "Did you take something?" Kenji showed him the box, and when word finally came that he wasn't returning, she couldn't accept it. She ended her life there, at the shrine. The priest said some places, some objects, when enough emotion sinks into them, become anchors. Not cursed in the movie sense, just heavy, tethered. And when you take the anchor, the spirit clings to what it knows. Not always out of anger, sometimes out of loneliness. So they went back together, Kenji, the priest, and the box. The shrine was even more broken than Kenji remembered. Wind pushing through weeds, wood creaking like it was exhaling. The priest lit incense and began a ritual. Quiet words, steady hands. The air filled with that sharp, clean smell that always makes you think of temples and old prayers. Kenji placed the box back where he'd found it. And he said, right then, he felt something lift from his chest, like he'd been holding his breath for months without realizing it. In the corner of his eye, he saw her one last time, but softer now, less twisted, like the pain had loosened its grip. And he thought he heard a whisper. Not loud, not threatening, just a small voice, almost grateful. "Arigato." Thank you. When Kenji finished telling me, he didn't look like someone trying to scare me. He looked sad, quiet, human. I don't think she wanted to hurt me, he said. "I think she just didn't want to be left alone." And I'll be honest, I think about that sometimes when I'm walking home late, especially when the street gets quiet, especially when there's a long stretch between streetlights. When I get that feeling like someone is behind me, I keep walking, and I don't turn around. Okay, so this all started in my dorm. My dorm building is ancient, like the kind of place with heavy doors, creaky floors, and that old stone smell that never really goes away. People say it's been there for well over a century, and honestly, it feels like it. My room is actually pretty big for a dorm. When you walk in, there's this little front area by the door, like a mini entryway space, with a table pushed against the wall. One night, I was standing there talking with my boyfriend. His name's Eli. And then I turned back to the table to keep organizing some stuff. And that's when I felt it. I felt this pressure, like something pressed against my backside. Not like a tap, more like someone leaning in, the way Eli does sometimes when he's trying to be playful and affectionate. It was so familiar that I didn't even question it at first. I remember thinking, "Oh my God, Eli, not right now." And I actually smiled a little because I thought he was right behind me. But then I turned around, and he wasn't behind me. He was across the room, by my bed, like fully across the room, looking at me with this confused expression because I'd clearly reacted to something he didn't do. And we both just kind of froze for a second. We laughed it off, because what else do you do? I told myself maybe it was my clothes shifting, or I bumped the table, or my brain just filled in something that wasn't there. But then the next day, things got worse. Eli and I got into an argument. Nothing dramatic, just emotions, stress, college stuff piling up. He left my room to cool off and went to this stairwell a little ways down the hall. He sat there on the steps by himself for a while, just sad and quiet. Later he told me that while he was sitting there, he heard footsteps coming toward him. Not rushing, just normal steps, like someone walking up to check on him. He said he felt this presence before he even saw anything, like the air got heavier. Then he looked up and saw a shadow on the wall, one that looked like my shape, like it was me standing nearby. And then he felt something touch his back, like a hand, gentle, almost comforting. He said it felt exactly like me, like I'd come to sit with him and put my hand there the way I do when he's upset. And he was waiting for it, waiting for me to speak, waiting for me to finally come find him. But when he turned around, there was nothing, no one, no shadow, just empty stairs. He said he got this horrible cold feeling and stood up fast, like his body knew before his mind did that something wasn't right. He went outside afterward to this little patio area behind the building, and while he was standing there trying to breathe and calm down, he saw something moving in the trees. Not like a squirrel or a cat, something big. And it wasn't just swaying with the wind. It was like the branches were being shaken violently, like something was pushing through them. And the weirdest part is, it wasn't even that windy, just a light breeze. After that, things didn't stay in the dorm. That's what scares me the most. Eli doesn't even live with me. He lives at his own place off campus, and after those first 2 days, the stuff started happening to him there. One night, he was taking a shower super late, like everyone else in the house was asleep. He told me the bathroom key had been missing for a while at that point, which mattered because the lock had basically been useless. But while he was in the shower, he saw the bathroom lock turning, just slightly, like someone was testing it, twisting it back and forth, like something scurried past. Not a full animal shape, more like a quick, low shadow movement, like it didn't want to be seen. And then the next day, his uncle, who lives there too, said something similar happened to him. Different timing, same bathroom, same weird feeling. And then, just this past week, I was at Eli's house and it was super late, like 3:30 in the morning late. We were both up, just messing around in the kitchen, making a fruit bowl because we couldn't sleep. I stepped away to go to the bathroom, and he stayed in the kitchen washing fruit. A minute or two later, he knocked on the bathroom door, and he goes, "Can I come in?" I was like, why? And he opened the door anyway, looking genuinely worried, and he asked me if I needed him, because he swore he heard me calling out to him. Loudly, but I hadn't said a word. He told me it wasn't random either. He said it sounded exactly like my voice, specifically this one tone I use when I'm trying to get his attention fast. And it used his nickname, the nickname that literally only I call him. I remember my skin going cold when he said that, because he wasn't joking. He wasn't trying to mess with me. His face looked, honestly, kind of haunted. He asked me to try to recreate it, like to call for him the way he heard it, so he could compare. And I tried. I really did. I said it a few times, changing the tone, trying to match what he described, but he kept shaking his head and going, "No, that's not it." And he said, "It was you, but it wasn't you." Since then, it's been almost daily. He says he feels a presence a lot, especially when he's sad, like something is closer when he's vulnerable. One time he told me it felt like something tried to comfort him again, the same way as on the stairs, like it wanted him to believe it was me. He also keeps feeling like something is in certain rooms, like he'll walk into his bedroom or the kitchen or the bathroom and immediately feel like he's not alone. Not in a paranoid way, more like that instinctive thing, like your body reacts before your brain catches up. And there's one more detail that makes my stomach turn. His room has this smell now that we cannot explain. It's only in his bedroom, nowhere else in the house. And it's not like sweaty laundry or old food, it's wrong. Like something rotting, like something left too long somewhere you can't find. We've checked vents, closets, under the bed, everything. It comes and goes, but when it's there, it's strong. So yeah, that's the main stuff. And I know how this sounds. I know how it sounds. But it's happening, and it's messing with us, especially him. And the part that keeps circling in my head is that whatever this is, it's not just random noises or old house stuff. It's imitating me, and I don't understand why. So if anyone actually knows about this kind of thing, like genuinely, what could this be? And why does it seem attached to him now? What do you even do when something is copying your voice and trying to act like you? You know how every place has its stories? Things folks swear up and down are true, even if they can't prove a lick of it. Well, where my dad's people come from, tucked back in the deep hollers and long stretches of woods, there's no shortage of ghost talk. Lights in the trees, shapes on the ridgelines, sounds that don't belong to any animal you've ever heard. But there's one story, one, that stayed with me more than all the rest. I first stumbled onto it on this old local sightings website, one of those early 2000s pages where people would type up their experiences like they were confessing something. There were tons of legends on there, sure, but this one report felt different. Simple, specific, and the kind of creepy that sinks its hooks in you. It basically said, anytime you're walking a rural road out here, you'll hear footsteps in the woods across from you, like something is pacing you from just beyond the tree line. If you stop, it stops. If you keep walking, it keeps walking. Same rhythm, same speed. And sometimes it'll mimic the way you step, like it's learning you. The first time I read that, I got that cold little prickle behind my ears, like my body knew the punchline before my brain did. And growing up, I couldn't let it go. I'd bring it up at cookouts, on porches, in the kitchen while somebody was shucking beans. Just casually, like, "Hey, have you ever heard about the footsteps on Old Mill Road?" And every single time, people would get this look. Not the, "oh, that's spooky" look. The, "Don't say that too loud, look." Most of them called it the devil, or something dark, or they'd use that hush-hush kind of language, like naming it might invite it closer. My great-uncle, everyone called him Ray, had his own story, and he wasn't the type to spin yarns for attention. Ray was a coon hunter, the kind that went out late, no fuss, no fear. He had a handful of dogs that'd follow him anywhere, loyal to the bone. But one night, he told us, those dogs wouldn't go another step. It was way past midnight. The moon was thin, barely enough light to make the trees look like they had faces. The dogs had been running a trail, excited and noisy like usual, and then, like a switch flipped, they froze. Not just hesitated, froze, hackles up, ears pinned. That low, miserable whine dogs make when they want to disappear. Ray tried calling them forward, whistling, snapping his fingers, even stepping past them to lead the way. Nothing. They just stood there, trembling, staring into this black wall of woods like they were looking at something that Ray couldn't see. And then he heard it. Brush cracking, fast. Not a deer crashing off. This sounded deliberate, like it was moving around him, circling, closing the distance without ever stepping into the moonlight. He said his stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling. Ray lifted his rifle and tried to listen for breathing, for a snort, for any sign it was an animal. But the woods went wrong quiet, like everything living had decided to hold its breath. Then that movement came again, closer, on his right, then behind him, then left, like it was testing him. And Ray, old as he was, alone out there, decided he wasn't going to be proud about it. He started backing out. The dogs followed tight behind him, so close they bumped his legs, and whatever it was, followed too, staying inside the trees, matching him. When he walked faster, it did too. When he broke into a jog, it picked up right with him. Ray said he finally got scared enough that his pride snapped clean in half. He ran. It didn't stop chasing until he hit the open clearing of his property, where the woods finally pulled back and the moon had room to spill across the ground. Right at that edge, like there was a line it wouldn't cross, it stopped. Ray tore into the house, slammed the door, locked everything he could lock, and didn't step back outside until daylight. And the next morning, when he told the family, his voice was still shaking. My great-aunt Mabel, his sister, used to say you could see it in his eyes, like something had looked back at him out there and left a mark. And then there was another story people would bring up when I asked around, this one from my mom, about a family friend named Clint who used to live alone in an old house swallowed by the woods. It sounded peaceful on paper, you know? Quiet, no neighbors, just birds, wind, and trees. But my mom remembered him coming by my grandma's place early in the mornings, sitting down with a cup of coffee like a man who'd been awake for a week. Gray around the eyes, hands jittery. That hollow, scraped-out look people get when sleep won't come no matter how badly they beg for it. Finally, my grandma asked him what was wrong, and he didn't laugh or dodge it. He told her straight. Something was in that house with him. He said late at night the windows would rattle like fists were pounding the glass. The whole place would shake, pictures tipping on the walls, boards creaking under invisible weight. Plates and silverware would fling off the shelves like somebody had grabbed them and hurled them. And the front door. This is the part that always makes my skin crawl. Would slam open and closed over and over, like the house couldn't decide whether to spit him out or swallow him whole. And it wasn't once. It wasn't a single bad night. He said it happened again and again, always late, like the thing waited until the world was asleep so it could have him all to itself. And he told my grandma, in this small, tired voice, that it wouldn't let him sleep. Months went by like that, until one night it got worse. violent, personal. Clint said he heard glass shatter in the kitchen, and then a plate came sailing through the room, close enough to his head that he felt the air move. Then another, like it was trying to take him out. And out there, deep in those woods, there wasn't anywhere to run. No neighbor's porch light, no car passing by. Just trees and dark and the feeling that you're very, very alone. But Clint was a man of faith, and whatever you believe, you can hear it in the way people talk when they're clinging to the last thing they trust. He dropped to his knees right there in the middle of the chaos and started praying, out loud, denouncing it, telling it to leave, calling on Jesus by name. He said the moment he did, the house erupted like he'd kicked a hornet's nest. More crashing, more slamming, like the thing was furious he dared to fight back. And that's when Clint broke. He bolted out the door and ran into the woods, not toward anything, just away. He ran for what felt like hours, branches tearing at him, feet slipping in the leaves, lungs burning, trying to find a road, any road, like pavement itself might be protection. And the whole time, he said, he could hear it behind him. Not a voice, nothing so clear, just movement, snapping twigs, keeping pace in the dark, like it was playing the same game as that old story online. When he finally found the road and hit it, he didn't stop. He walked it through the night until morning, until he reached my grandma's place with his clothes dirty, his face cut up, and his eyes wide like he'd seen something no one should ever have to see. And even then, standing there in daylight, telling her what happened, he said the worst part wasn't the house, deep in the woods. Same pace, same patience, like it knew exactly where he was. And I'll tell you this, every time I think about that story, I catch myself listening a little harder when I'm walking near a tree line. Not because I want to hear footsteps, because somewhere deep down, I'm not totally sure I won't. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How was your holiday? Drop a comment down below and let me know. As for me, I'm really grateful for everything this past year brought, and most of all, for all the love and support you've continued to show the channel. Thank you so much for sharing so many of your mysterious experiences with us. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new videos. So, let me tell you about 3 friends, traveling sales guys, who spent more nights on the road than at home. Back then, they were always bouncing between provinces for work. After a long day of pitching products and chasing orders, they had this routine: find somewhere to eat, have a few drinks, laugh a lot, then crawl back to the hotel and do it all again the next day. The 3 of them were named Korn, Jai, and Neron. And on the night this happened, only Neron stayed sober. Korn and Jai got properly tipsy, the kind of drunk where everything is funny and your brain stops doing its job. So Neron, being the responsible one, offered to drive them back. On the way, someone groaned, "Bathroom, now." So they pulled into a gas station close to midnight. At the time, Thailand was in one of those energy-saving phases. Fuel pumps would shut down before midnight. The stations would feel half asleep after hours, but the little convenience store inside still stayed open, and sometimes there'd be a tiny food spot serving late-night bowls of something comforting. This place was dim, not pitch black, but enough that the shadows felt heavy. They parked near a small restaurant inside the station, and right by the entrance stood one of those wooden greeting statues, carved like a traditional Thai woman, hair in a bun, hands pressed together in a Y, the kind that's meant to welcome you. Now, Jai was the problem. He was drunk and had this talent for saying the dumbest thing possible at the worst time. He stumbled right up to the statue, leaned in like it could hear him, and grabbed it right at the chest like it was a person. Then he slurred something filthy, like, "Hey, beautiful, come help me in the bathroom." And he laughed like he'd just invented comedy. Korn laughed too, because of course he did. Niran didn't laugh. He just sighed, the tired kind of sigh that says, "I'm surrounded by idiots." They split up to use the restroom. Korn and Jai were in and out fast, but Niran took longer, washing his hands properly, checking his phone, probably taking a moment to pray for patience. And while Niran was still inside, Jai got that mischievous look. You know the one. The "I'm about to do something stupid and I'm going to regret it" look. He waddled back to the entrance, grabbed the wooden statue with a grunt, because those things are heavier than they look, and dragged it over to the restroom area. Then he placed it right in front of the stall door Niran was using. He sprinted away, giggling, nearly tripping over his own feet. So when Niran finally opened the door and stepped out, there it was, a carved wooden woman standing inches from his face in the dark. Niran screamed, like a real scream. "What the? Ghost!" And Korn and Jai lost it. They were bent over, wheezing, tears in their eyes, slapping the wall like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. Once Niran realized what it was, his face went tight with anger. He marched over, grabbed the statue, and shoved it back where it belonged, right in front of the restaurant entrance. Then he turned around and snapped at them. Low voice, serious. "Enough. Don't touch things like that." Korn muttered an apology. Jai pretended to be sorry, but you could tell he still thought it was hilarious. Niran, still annoyed, went into the convenience store and bought a couple things. Water, maybe snacks. Then they all got back into the truck and drove off. And that should have been the end of it. It wasn't. They were approaching a red light, a quiet stretch of road, barely any traffic. Niran slowed the truck to a stop, and then, bang! A violent crash hit the back of the pickup, loud enough that all three of them jerked forward. Niran twisted around in his seat. Korn leaned over and looked out the back window. Jai, drunk but suddenly very awake, craned his neck. And there, in the bed of the pickup truck, was the wooden welcome statue. Not standing neatly either. It was knocked over, its body sprawled against the cab, like it had been thrown there hard enough to slam into the roof. The inside of the truck went ice cold. Naran's first instinct was rage. He whipped around and shouted at Jai, "Did you do this?" But Jai's face was wrong. Not mischievous, not amused. He looked pale, sober pale. "I didn't," he said, almost whispering. "I swear to you, I didn't touch it. I've been sitting here." And Naran believed him, because Jai didn't look like a guy caught in a prank. He looked like a guy who'd just seen something that rewired his soul. They sat there at the red light, frozen, not even noticing when it turned green. Finally, Naran said the only thing that made sense, even though it made no sense at all. "We're going back." So he turned the truck around and drove straight back to that gas station. When they pulled in, Jai refused to get out. "No," he said immediately. "Nope, I'm staying here." He clutched the door handle like the parking lot was an ocean and the truck was the only boat. So Naran and Korn climbed out, walked to the back, and grabbed the statue. Up close, it looked normal. Just carved wood, painted face, hands together, a little weather-worn, nothing special. They carried it back to the restaurant entrance and set it down where it had been. Then they turned to leave. And that's when they heard it. A sharp little sound. Pop. Then, soft, unmistakable movement on the concrete. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Something rolled down the small steps toward them. Naran's heart jumped into his throat. Korn leaned forward slowly, like his body was afraid to commit to seeing what it already suspected. It was the statue's head. The head had come loose and rolled down like a dropped coconut. For a moment, they just stared. And honestly, at first, Naran tried to rationalize it. Maybe it cracked when it slammed into the truck bed. Maybe the joint was already weak. Maybe the fall did it. He swallowed hard, picked up the head with both hands, and reattached it carefully, like he was handling something sacred. When he finished, they stepped back. The statue stood there again, perfectly upright in the dim light. Hair in a bun, traditional dress, hands pressed together. Still. Quiet. Naran and Korn started backing away, keeping their eyes on it, because neither of them trusted turning their backs anymore. And then, the statue blinked. Not once, twice. Slow and clear, like it was letting them know, yes, you saw that. Naran didn't scream this time. He didn't even speak. He and Korn just turned and ran, full sprint, back to the truck. Jai saw their faces and didn't ask a single question. Naran slammed the gear into drive and they sped out of the station like it was on fire. The next morning, Jai stayed in the hotel, hungover and oddly quiet, like his body had survived the night, but his mind was still stuck there. Naran and Korn went to meet a client, did their work, tried to act normal, but the whole time it sat in the back of their thoughts like a stone. What did we see? So later that day, in broad daylight, they drove back to the same gas station. Same restaurant, same entrance, and the statue was there. But something was different. At the base of it, there were offerings, fresh-looking ones, food, sweets, and a bottle of bright red syrup. Korn crouched down, staring at it like it might explain everything. Then he went inside and asked one of the staff gently, "Why do you put offerings out there?" The staff looked at him like he'd asked why they breathe. Korn hesitated, then admitted, carefully, quietly, "Last night, we saw it blink, and it ended up in our truck." The reaction was immediate. You know how it is. Once you say something like that in Thailand, it's like lighting a match in dry grass. Staff and a couple customers hurried outside and started looking at the truck's license plate, whispering, pointing, saying numbers to each other. Because to a lot of people, anything strange tied to a vehicle can mean lottery luck. Naran and Korn didn't mention Jai's crude joke. They left that part out. They just stood there, feeling small. Later, when the lottery results came out, the winning number matched their plate. Exactly. And here's the strange part. None of them bought a ticket. Not one. Because whatever luck that was, it didn't feel like a gift. It felt like a warning they didn't deserve to cash in. And one more thing. Because after this happened, they couldn't stop noticing those statues everywhere. Someone later told them another story. They said they stayed at a hotel with one of those same wooden greeting statues near the hallway. Late at night, they heard a sound outside their door. Pock, pock, pock. Like wood tapping the floor. They opened the door, and they swore the statue was moving down the hallway. Not running, not walking, hopping, still in its prayer pose, hands pressed together, bouncing like a stiff wooden frog across the tiles. Pock, pock, pock. So, have you ever seen those wooden welcome statues? If you've seen one, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. And hey, maybe it's just a story. Maybe it's coincidence, imagination, alcohol, the dark playing tricks. Thai people believe deeply, sometimes in spirits, sometimes in luck, sometimes in things you can't prove, but you also can't dismiss. And sometimes, when people honor something enough, it starts to feel like it's watching back. But don't worry, not every wooden statue is haunted. At least, that's what we tell ourselves. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I tell it because it's one of those memories that stuck to me, you know? Like it left a thumbprint. When I was 13, I was in a really heavy, lonely place. I was dealing with depression, acting out, flirting with anything that felt dark, just because I didn't know where else to put all that pain. I didn't fully believe in spiritual stuff, not in a committed way, but I was disruption enough to keep one eye open, if that makes sense. The thing is, my family always had little quirks. My mom, Marisol, could read people's emotions like a weather report. and she'd have dreams that came true later. Small things, but specific enough to make you pause. My older brother, Eli, used to talk about seeing things in the house, like shadows that didn't belong to anyone. Me? I never knew what my thing was, but my mom always warned me, very seriously, not to mess with anything malicious. She'd say, "You're like a lighthouse, you draw things in." I'd roll my eyes, but it always sat somewhere in the back of my mind. And then that Christmas, I got a Ouija board. Not from my mom, just to be clear. It was one of those gifts that slips through because someone thinks it's a joke. And at 13, I thought it was either going to be nothing, or it was going to be something big enough to finally prove everybody wrong. For about a week, nothing happened. I played with it alone in my room, stupidly, impatiently, doing everything you're not supposed to do. I'd rush, ask a question, laugh at myself, push it too hard, treat it like a toy. And honestly, looking back, that was the whole problem. I was messy and open and miserable. I was like an unlocked door in a storm. One night, I decided to do it right. I followed the instructions as closely as I could, took a deep breath, and called out, quietly but with intent. And it was immediate. The temperature dropped so fast it felt unreal, like someone opened a freezer inside my bedroom. The sound changed too, like when you put on noise-canceling headphones and the world gets weirdly muffled. Then I heard this high ringing, sharp and loud, like it was inside my skull. And then the planchette slid to yes. I swear to you, the second it moved, my whole body went into panic. I wasn't excited anymore. I wasn't curious. I was terrified. I yanked my hands away and ended it in the dumbest way possible. Something like, okay, bye. And I shoved the board away like that was going to undo it. But the air didn't go back to normal. It got colder. Every hair on my arms stood straight up. And then, I know how this sounds, I do. I looked up at the mirror across my room, and I saw something behind me. Not like a full, clear movie scene. More like a shape that shouldn't have been there. Too tall, wrong angles, the kind of silhouette that makes your brain scream before you even understand what you're seeing. And the part that still makes my stomach twist is that it felt like it was coming closer, like it was leaning into the room with its arms open, like it wanted me. I ran. I sprinted down the hall in my socks, almost ate it on the stairs, and I barged into the living room trying to explain to my dad and my stepmom, Tessa, what happened. They laughed, like full-on, "You're watching too many scary videos," laughing. My dad, Reed, was the type who didn't believe in anything he couldn't hold in his hands. He called it nonsense, but even he made me pack the board up and bring it to my mom's house when I went there a couple days later. Like he didn't believe it, but he also didn't want it around. When I got to my mom's, she took one look at me and her expression changed. She didn't say, "What did you do?" She said, "Something's attached." Like she could feel it the way you feel a pressure shift before a storm. But I was so scared of disappointing her that I lied. I told her I was just stressed. I hid the board in my bag and tried to pretend I hadn't brought a whole nightmare into her home. That week, things got strange. All of us, my mom, my stepdad Jonah, even my brother, started having these dreams. Not identical, but close enough to make my skin crawl. There was a woman in them, mouth stretched too wide, like her jaw didn't fit right. She'd loom over us like she was leaning down from a ceiling corner. And the worst part was that she was screaming, but there was no sound, like watching someone scream underwater. We'd all wake up around the same time at night, too. Different rooms, same moment, like something nudged the whole house awake. And the dogs, our dogs wanted nothing to do with me. They'd avoid me, hide under chairs, leave the room when I walked in. They acted like I smelled wrong. My mom started cleansing the house the way she always did when things felt heavy. Windows open, prayers, getting rid of old objects that felt off. She threw out random stuff that had been sitting around forever, like she was trying to remove every possible hook. Finally, after she confronted me, because I genuinely hadn't eaten properly in days, I broke. I sat at the kitchen table, shaking, pulled out the board, and told her everything. She didn't yell. She didn't shame me. She looked relieved almost, like, okay, we can deal with this now. Now I know what I'm fighting. She set up what she called a protected space. I'm not going to describe it like it's a how-to, because that's not what this is. But she took it seriously, like a mother putting on armor for her kid. She made it clear we weren't playing anymore. This was about closing a door I'd opened carelessly. Everyone left the house except me and Jonah. My hands were sweating so badly I could barely keep them steady. We put our fingertips on the planchette, and I remember thinking, please let this be nothing. Please let me have imagined it. It wasn't nothing. The planchette jerked hard, erratic, like it had a temper. It tried to slide off the board. It bounced through letters too fast to make sense. It did that thing people warn you about, racing, spiraling, acting like it wanted to break rules just to prove it could. Jonah kept his voice calm and firm. He spoke like you'd speak to a stray dog that's baring its teeth. No fear, no cruelty, just authority. He told it to leave the house, told it to leave me alone, over and over. And then, after a few minutes, it stopped. Just stopped. The silence after was so intense it felt like my ears were ringing again. We sat there, waiting for something, anything, like we were holding our breath in a paused room. And then my stomach growled. Not a normal hungry growl. A deep, empty sound like my body suddenly remembered it needed fuel. And I got hit with this wave of hunger so powerful it was almost embarrassing, like I could have eaten the table. My mom came back later, and I devoured a whole pizza like I'd been starved, because I basically had been. I remember looking down and seeing my stomach all bloated and tight, and feeling this sick little thought crawl in. What if it was feeding on me? What if it took something and now it's gone? My mom told me something that still haunts me a little. She said that whole week she couldn't feel me the way she normally could. Like my signal was dim. Like I was still there, but muted. But I'll be honest with you. Even now, when I'm really low, I sometimes catch something in the corner of my eye. A shadow that feels too tall, or a darker patch in a dark room that makes me stare a second longer than I want to. And maybe it's just my brain. Maybe it's paranoia. Maybe it's trauma plus a wild 13-year-old memory. But part of me still wonders if that night left something behind. And that's the part I don't know how to explain away. So let me tell you about this place. An old farmhouse out in the country, easily over 100 years old. The kind with creaky floors, thick wooden doors, and that quiet, settled feeling, like it's been watching the seasons roll by forever. A few years back, I ended up there a handful of times because it belonged to my mother-in-law's then-boyfriend's family. Well, technically it was his aunt, Marlene, who lived there. The land had been passed down for generations, and you could feel that history in everything, from the worn porch steps to the way the fields stretched out like they'd always been there. Anyway, the first time we visited, Marlene and her husband Dean casually mentioned, like it was normal dinner conversation, that they thought there was a spirit in the house, mostly down in the cellar. They believed it was an old farm worker who died on the property decades ago. The way they told it, he was helping with a piece of equipment, something like a tractor or a heavy implement, and there'd been an accident. Fast, brutal. The the kind of thing you don't really recover from. They said he'd loved the farm, loved the family, and even in death, he didn't seem to want to leave. And here's the part that made my skin prickle. More than once, they'd seen this dark shape in the cellar. Not a person exactly, more like a black smear of a person, an outline that didn't quite belong to the light. They said it would appear near an old wooden rocking chair, almost like it was sitting there. And a couple times, they swore it looked like it was holding something. Once a long-handled tool, like a shovel, and another time something that could have been a gun. Weird detail, right? But then Dean shrugged and said, "That's how he was. Always had a tool in his hand. Always ready." They didn't talk about it like they were scared either. Honestly, they spoke about him with this strange fondness, like he was part of the household, like a quiet guard dog you never see, but you know it's there. Marlene even showed me a video they'd recorded once, because they'd caught something they couldn't explain. They were home alone, no kids running around, no pets inside, and suddenly from upstairs you hear this sharp clink, like a marble or a small ball dropping onto hardwood. Then it starts to roll. Not just once, over and over, like something keeps dropping it, letting it bounce, letting it roll. And it goes on forever. I mean, not a minute or two, closer to an hour, off and on. You can hear them in the video calling out to each other, getting more and more annoyed and confused, and finally, they go upstairs to check. They turn on lights, open doors, look under furniture. Nothing. No ball, no loose object, no reason for it. And the weirdest part is the sound is so clear you'd swear you could reach out and pick it up yourself. Now here's where it got even more interesting. Marlene's nephew, Caleb, grew up in that house. And Caleb would not, under any circumstances, go down into the cellar. You'd think a grown man who'd lived there his whole childhood would be used to it, right? Nope. He'd get to the cellar door and suddenly remember he needed to check something outside, or he had a phone call, or he didn't feel like it. Every single time, like clockwork. And the thing is, he always insisted he'd never seen anything, not once. But his cousin Tessa, who loved stirring the pot, said that was absolutely not true. And what really kept this story stuck in my head is that Marlene and Dean genuinely believed the spirit wasn't harmful. They didn't describe it as angry or cruel, more like protective, territorial maybe, like it cared about the land. They'd point out how their farm never had the problems everyone else did. Neighboring properties dealt with coyotes getting into coops, strange tracks near barns, even trespassers cutting through woods or hunting where they shouldn't. But Marlene and Dean? Nothing. No poachers. No animals messing with their livestock. No weird damage. Dean would just smile, like it was obvious, and say something like, "He's still working, still keeping an eye on things." And the way they said it didn't feel like a spooky campfire tale. It felt like a family truth, something they'd accepted the same way you accept a creaky stair that always groans in the same spot. I'll be honest with you, I never felt unwelcome there, not even a little. If anything, the house felt steady, like it had rules and boundaries, like if you came in with respect, you'd be fine. But still, every time we visited, I'd catch myself glancing toward that cellar door, thinking about that rocking chair in the dark, and wondering if something down there was listening, quietly, patiently, still guarding a farm it refused to leave behind. Hey, so I'm gonna be honest. I feel a little ridiculous saying this out loud, but I also can't keep brushing it off anymore. For the last couple months, like 2.5, give or take, it's felt like something shifted. Like either me and my friends accidentally stepped into something we don't understand, or the land we're living on is holding on to something heavy, something mean, something that doesn't want us here. It kind of started after my grandpa passed. That's the moment my brain keeps circling back to, like a pin stuck in a map. But even right before that, I had these stretches where I felt drained. Not tired, not stressed, more like someone unplugged me and I couldn't charge back up, no matter how much I slept. And then the weird little things started piling up. Gnats everywhere, stink bugs like it was their apartment too, spiders in places that made no sense, and the scratches, the bruises, me and a couple of my friends too. Random marks showing up like we'd bumped into something in the dark, except none of us remembered doing it. Then we started digging around because, of course we did. It turns out there's all this local lore about the property, old family names tied to the land, a woman people still whisper about, some community witch from way back in the 1800s. And right across from our complex, there's this small cemetery owned by her descendants. It's one of those things you can ignore until you can't, and lately it's been hard to ignore. And then the incidents. That's what really got me. First, my friends moved in. Like my close friends, Nadia and Seth, ended up renting one unit, and my other friend, Rowan, grabbed another. Suddenly, we had 3 apartments in the same complex, all basically our little group. It felt like it was going to be this fun, cozy chapter, you know? Except not long after that, the building right across from Nadia and Seth's place caught fire. Like full-on flames, sirens, the whole thing. Everyone was like, wow, freak accident, and we tried to treat it like that. Then Rowan ended up in the ER because their appendix was close to bursting. Emergency surgery. That kind of thing shakes you even when it ends up okay. And then right on the heels of that, Seth got badly injured at work, bad enough that he couldn't keep the job. It was like every time we exhaled, something else hit. For a minute I told myself, okay, life is just chaotic. Sometimes bad stuff comes in clusters. I tried to be logical. I really did. Then I took a trip, down south, to visit a friend and clear my head. And honestly, the trip itself was fine. It was the drive back that messed with me. I decided to take a different route home, and it was late. Like that eerie time where it's technically morning, but your body knows it's still night. Somewhere around 2:30 a.m., I crossed into this stretch of highway that felt like it swallowed sound. I pulled into a rest stop just to wake myself up for a minute, and that's when my phone and radio started going completely haywire. My Bluetooth kept disconnecting and reconnecting like it was panicking. Then when I tried to play music, my phone literally called itself, like I was suddenly in a phone call with my own number, and the music started playing through the call audio. I remember just staring at the screen like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? I shut everything off, got back on the road, and somehow my GPS settings flipped to avoid tolls. I didn't touch it. I know I didn't. But it rerouted us off the main way and deeper into these back roads. And right when I turned onto it, 3 deer sprinted across in front of the car. I slammed the brakes, didn't hit them, and they ended up on the other side of the road. All 3 stopped, turned, looked right at us, and I swear to you, swear, their eyes reflected this sharp red glow. Not the normal white shine, not yellow, red. I drove like a grandma after that, barely breathing, because the road was slick and twisting and my hands were shaking on the wheel. When we finally got back to the highway, we passed a deer that had been absolutely destroyed, like something had hit it and kept going. It was horrifying. And then, from the back seat, Nadia, who had been quiet the whole time, goes, "I didn't want to say anything, but there was someone walking behind us on that road, like on foot, and they followed us until we reached the end." I remember my stomach dropping, because nobody else saw them. But Nadia wasn't joking. She looked pale. Real fear. Not long after that, back home, we got hit with another disaster. I was out running errands, just normal shopping, nothing special, and my phone rings. It's Rowan, frantic, saying there are cops and fire trucks everywhere at the complex. I'm thinking, okay, another building fire, which already sounds insane to say twice. But when I got the details, it wasn't just a fire. A small plane crashed near the complex and exploded. Not in a field miles away, near us, like within shouting distance, close enough that I could picture exactly where it happened. That was the moment I stopped being able to pretend this was all just normal bad luck. And then I worked this summer camp for my old high school marching band, helping out, long days, lots of kids, lots of chaos. We ended up with a nasty COVID outbreak through the group, and that alone was stressful and exhausting. But one night, after everyone was asleep, I stepped outside for air around 3 a.m. It was quiet, like the world had been turned down. And then I heard knocking, like hard knocks, not wind, not branches, knocking from somewhere close. And after that, voices, like people talking, softly, not far off. I went to look. I checked the corners, the shadows, the spots sound usually bounces from. And there was nothing. No one. Just that thick emptiness that makes you feel stupid for being scared. And somehow even more scared because you know what you heard. And today was the cherry on top. We woke up to another building on fire in our complex. Another one. At this point, it's like the universe is doing it on purpose just to prove a point. And after all that, we tried to do something normal. Grab lunch, breathe, act like regular people. We pull into a McDonald's and the whole area is locked down. There's a guy pulled over, 3 cops around him, and it turns into a standoff. Roads blocked. Sirens. Everyone trapped in place, just watching, waiting. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Because when you stack it all up, fires, the plane crash, the injuries, the sickness, the creepy late night stuff, the animal thing, the marks showing up on our bodies, the bugs, the history of the land, it starts to feel like there's a thread connecting it all. And I don't know if that thread is a curse, or an entity, or some kind of hex, or just the cruelest run of coincidence I've ever seen. But it feels attached, like it found us and decided we're its people now. I've tried a couple protection things, small stuff, things I know, things that usually make me feel grounded. But lately, I just feel like I'm standing in the rain with an umbrella full of holes. Okay, so this happened to me when I was a kid, maybe 9-ish, somewhere around there. My memory's a little fuzzy on the exact age, but I remember how it felt like it was yesterday. I'd just gotten out of martial arts practice. Karate, I think it was. Could have been something similar. Either way, I was exhausted, sweaty, and in a rotten mood because the instructor was one of those adults who acts tough just because kids can't talk back. You know the type. My older brother Adrian was supposed to pick me up. He rolls in driving my parents' car, and his girlfriend at the time, Melanie, is sitting in the front seat. I didn't really like her back then. Not because she did anything super awful. I just got this vibe like she was always judging me. So I slid into the back seat and went quiet. The drive home was short and painfully awkward. No music, barely any talking, just the sound of tires on the road and me staring out the window, counting streetlights. When we got to our apartment, Adrian dropped me off and then immediately left again with Melanie. And suddenly, I'm alone. Here's the thing. I was a kid who loved creepy stories, horror videos, all that stuff. Which is funny, because I was also terrified of the dark. Like, genuinely terrified. My brain had this messed up little rule where I could only fall asleep if someone else was in the room, because I figured if something came in, it would take them first. I know, kid logic is unhinged. So I open the apartment door and do that panicked scramble for the light switch, like I'm defusing a bomb. The light by the entry clicks on, but everything beyond that little area is pitch black. And I just freeze there, sitting by the door, hugging my knees, listening to nothing. Let me explain the layout because it matters. When you walk in, the living room is off to the right. Straight ahead are the stairs going up, and to the left is this hallway that runs to 3 rooms. At the very end is the bathroom. Along the hallway, the kitchen door is on the right side, and on the left is my dad's little office. And that office? Oh man, that room always freaked me out. It was filled with shelves and random stuff and shadows, and as a kid, I was convinced a hand could reach out and grab you from literally anywhere. Like the room was just built for nightmares. So I'm sitting there by the door, trying to be brave, and then, bang. It comes from the kitchen. Not like a gentle sound, like a drawer being slammed shut, hard. I whip my head toward the kitchen door. It's closed. I just stare at it like if I look away, something will sprint out. A minute passes. Bang! Another one. Then another. And then it starts escalating so fast my brain can barely keep up. There's crashing, like drawers yanked open and thrown. I hear what sounds like metal clattering, like utensils tossed into the air. Then this sharp sound that I swear was glass breaking. And there's this weird buzzing noise too, like some appliance kicking on and off, on and off. It was like a full-on fight was happening in there, like the kitchen was throwing a tantrum. And I'm just stuck by the door, paralyzed. My whole body felt cold and heavy at the same time. I didn't even want to breathe too loud. I grab my crappy little phone and call my mom, whisper yelling into it like, "Mom, you need to come home right now." She's like, "What happened?" And I'm trying not to cry while I'm saying, "Something is in the kitchen. Something is throwing things. Please come home." Good news. She believes I'm scared and says she's coming, which might as well have been 100 years. So I'm sitting there in a tight little ball beside the door, basically doing the world's saddest, quietest panic attack while the kitchen keeps going. Crashing, banging, clattering, like it's trying to prove a point. I remember thinking, if I move, it'll notice me. So I don't move. And then finally I hear keys, the lock, the door opening. My mom steps inside, and the second she does, silence. Not even that normal apartment building quiet. It felt like the whole place was holding its breath. I start crying immediately, trying to explain between sobs. My mom puts her bag down, gives me this worried look, and then, very calmly, she walks straight to the kitchen like she's about to catch someone red-handed. And I follow behind her, like 2 steps back, clinging to her like a baby duck. She opens the kitchen door, and nothing. No mess, no broken glass, no drawers pulled out, nothing on the floor. Actually, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl. The kitchen looked cleaner than I remembered it being, like someone had straightened everything up, lined things nicely, made it neat. My mom just stands there, confused. Then she looks back at me like, "Are you sure?" And I'm standing there shaking like, "Yes, I swear on my life, it was going crazy in here." Nobody really believed me after that. Not fully. My brother brushed it off. My sister teased me. I even blamed Adrian's girlfriend, Melanie, because in my head I was like, if she wasn't there, he would have stayed and I wouldn't have been alone. Again, kid logic. I was desperate for someone to blame. But my mom, she didn't truly take it seriously until later in life, when she got more religious and started being more cautious about spiritual stuff. After that, she'd bring it up occasionally like, maybe you weren't imagining that. And I'm like, yeah, I wasn't. Because whatever that was, it scared me half to death. And then it cleaned up after itself. Like, thanks, I guess? Terrifying, but very considerate. So, this story actually belongs to my cousin, but it's one of those things that hit our whole family so hard, we all ended up knowing every detail. My cousin had come to the US from Mexico to study abroad, and at first, everything felt exciting and normal. She stayed with our aunt and uncle in this cozy, totally ordinary house. No creepy history, no strange vibes, nothing like that. The house was full, too. My aunt, my uncle, their 2 kids, my grandma, and my cousin. I'll call her Lena. Lena was the kind of person who could make friends in 5 minutes. She was social, charming, always laughing, just easy to be around. For the first few months, she was doing great. School, friends, the whole new country adventure. Nothing stood out as wrong. Then, slowly, like so slowly you don't notice at first, she started changing. She stopped going out as much, started saying no to invites. Then she began skipping class here and there. She ate less. She was irritated all the time, like she was carrying something heavy and didn't want anyone to touch it. My aunt thought, okay, homesick. Totally reasonable. New country, new culture, missing family. So she backed off a little and tried to give Lena space. Still, my aunt quietly checked the obvious things. No drugs, no drinking, nothing like that. Lena wasn't getting into trouble. She was just fading. And then one night, more like early morning, everything snapped into focus. It was somewhere around 2:30 a.m., that dead quiet hour where the house feels like it's holding its breath. Lena suddenly burst into my aunt and uncle's bedroom, not knocking, not hesitating, just appearing in the doorway like she'd been chased. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand, and she couldn't get words out at first. She kept trying, but her mouth would open and nothing came out. My aunt and uncle sat her down, tried to calm her, asked what happened, what she saw, what she heard. But Lena just looked terrified in this really raw, almost childlike way. So they did the only thing they could do. They let her sleep in their room that night. In the morning, after everyone had coffee and daylight had returned to the world, my aunt sat Lena down, gently but firmly, and said, "You're telling me what's going on." And that's when Lena finally admitted it. She'd been using a spirit board. Not once, not as a joke at a party. She'd been doing it a lot, in her room, alone, late at night. She told my aunt it started the way these things always start. Curiosity. Something silly. Something she didn't really believe in but wanted to try because it felt spooky and fun. She said at first it was harmless. Little questions, little answers. Nothing that seemed serious. But then it stopped being a game. It became a habit. Then an obsession. She started blowing off friends just to go home and play. She'd stay up until dawn asking questions, and then she'd miss class because she couldn't wake up. When she was outside the house, all she could think about was getting back to her room and putting her hands on the planchette again. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. She said she thought she'd made a friend. Like she genuinely believed whatever was responding was kind, or at least neutral. She talked to it like it was company, like it was something that understood her. Until the answers started changing, At first, it was little stuff she tried to explain away. Shadows flickering at the edges of her vision. A whisper she couldn't quite make out. Light tapping against her upstairs window, except her room was on the second floor, so it wasn't like a branch brushing the glass. Then it got worse. Scratching sounds, soft like fingernails, along the wall and the door at night. The shower curtain shifting when she was in the bathroom, even when she was completely alone. Small items disappearing, hair ties, keys, little personal things, then turning up in places she swore she'd already checked. And the whole time, she didn't tell anyone. Not a word. Because she was embarrassed and scared. And I think, deep down, she knew if she said it out loud, it would become real in a way she couldn't control. She did try to stop. She said she tried, but she described it like, once she opened that door, it didn't really close again. Then came the night she ran into my aunt's room. Lena said she was in bed, trying to force herself to sleep, when the tapping started again. Then the scratching. The usual routine, like it was reminding her, I'm still here. And for the first time, she did something different. She started praying. Not just a nervous whisper, like a real prayer from the heart, like she was finally calling for help. And right in the middle of it, her bed started shaking. Not a little tremble, not, maybe I imagined it. She said the whole bed shook so violently the legs bounced on the hardwood, like someone had grabbed the frame and was rattling it in anger. She said she could hear it, wood knocking on wood, over and over, like a warning. She didn't even finish the prayer. She just launched herself out of bed and ran, barefoot, half asleep, heart pounding, straight down the hall to my aunt and uncle. When my aunt heard the full story in daylight, she was furious, like the kind of angry that comes from fear and love mixed together. Because in her mind, Lena hadn't just scared herself. She'd brought something into a house where her kids and her mother were sleeping. And then the practical panic set in. What did you invite in here? And how do we get it out? Not long after that, Lena went back home. School had completely fallen apart by then, which was the whole reason she'd come to stay with my aunt in the first place. It wasn't just one decision, it was mutual. Everyone could tell she wasn't okay, and she needed to be somewhere that felt safe again. From what I heard, nothing paranormal ever happened to anyone else in the house. It was like whatever it was had been focused on her. The spirit board was destroyed. My family says it was burned and thrown out. The room was cleansed and blessed. Windows opened, prayers said, the whole thing. But the part that sits weird with me is this. After she left, we didn't really hear much from her again. And every once in a while, someone in my family will say, quietly, like they don't want to tempt anything, I hope nothing followed her. Because the truth is, you don't always know what you're inviting in. And you definitely don't always know what it takes to make it leave. So, I want to tell you a ghost story. And honestly, this is the one that made it impossible for anyone to ever talk me out of believing that something is out there. I was 18 when my life cracked open in two directions at once. Fear on one side, freedom on the other. I was still living at home with my mom and my little brother. My dad had died a few years earlier, and the house felt smaller after that. Like grief takes up space you can't redecorate around. On top of that, I was wrestling with being gay in a place and a time that didn't exactly make room for it. This was mid-80s England, working class, northern, and not the sort of town where you casually said, "Oh, by the way, I'm queer," and expected hugs and a cup of tea. I was dating a girl, Hannah, because that's what you did when you were terrified of the truth, but desperate to look normal. Then one night, Hannah and I ended up in a pub, ran into an old mate from school, Callum, and his girlfriend, Rhea. They were all in on the goth alternative scene and said, "We're going to this club. You should come." The club had a reputation. A bit dark, a bit strange. a bit not for everyone. It was like walking into oxygen for the first time. Suddenly, there were people who looked like how I felt inside. People who didn't apologize for being different. Even Hannah liked it, until she met someone else there, and our relationship quietly ended. It hurt, because I did love her in my own way, but it also felt like the universe clearing a path. And that's where I met him, Adrian. Adrian wasn't a romance, not even close. He was a doorway. The first person who made me feel like I didn't have to pretend. We bonded fast. Both of us had lost our dads young, and there's a certain shortcut grief gives you into someone else's life. Within a few weeks, he invited me to a party at his house. Now, Adrian's home life was complicated. His mom used a wheelchair after years of illness, but she was still sharp as a tack and didn't let it stop her from living. A while before I met him, she'd moved out to live with a boyfriend, leaving Adrian alone in their big old family house. Adrian's boyfriend at the time had moved in, but the relationship didn't last. Later, I learned why. Because the house didn't feel empty. At that party, everyone was brilliant, warm, dramatic, hilarious, misfits in the best way. I found my people, and not long after, I started hearing stories about Adrian's ex, Jonah, and how Jonah couldn't cope with what was happening in the house. It started small, they said. A thing missing here, a cupboard left open there, odd knocks, the sense that someone had been in a room when they hadn't. But it escalated, like whatever it was realized it had an audience. And then the big one. Jonah was heading upstairs one night after Adrian had gone to bed, and something he couldn't see, shoved him backwards. He went down the stairs hard. That was it. Jonah never slept there again, not after that, and the relationship collapsed under the weight of fear. By the time I came along, Adrian hated being alone in that house at night. So our little group, Adrian, me, and our friends Imogen and Lewis, started taking turns staying over. There were 3 bedrooms, so it was easy to rotate. The first few nights? Nothing. Just laughter, music, cigarettes, late-night toast, and that sweet feeling of being young and newly unafraid. But then there were little things. We did what people do when they're scared, but want to feel brave. We made it funny. We gave it a name. We called it Arthur. And once you name something, you start talking to it like it's a member of the household, which, looking back, might have been a mistake. Not long after that, I finally told my mom I was gay, and it went about as well as you'd imagine. I'd been staying at Adrian's more and more, and one afternoon, we popped back to my mom's for some clean clothes and a proper meal. It was spring. My mom even went out to the garden and cut flowers for us to take back. Bright yellow ones, cheerful, almost mocking in how normal they looked. Adrian, bless him, clocked my nerves and said, "I'm going to the shop. You'll do it better if I'm not here." So I called my mom in. She walked in holding the flowers, and I tried to speak. Tried and failed and froze so hard it felt like my throat had glued itself shut. Then I just blurted it. "Mom, I'm gay." Her face changed in a single second. She dropped the flowers like they'd burned her hand, and she said something that still stings when I remember it. Something like, "Why would you tell me that?" Like my truth was a mess I'd chosen to make. I left that day with my bag already packed, and when Adrian came back, he said quietly, "Just move in with me. You're here anyway." So I did, and I swear to you, already like it noticed me moving in, the house woke up again. At first it was daytime stuff, little disturbances. Then one afternoon, around 4, Adrian and I came home from work, and he said, half joking, like calling out to a mate, "All right then, Arthur, get Give us a proper bang." Instantly, there was a violent crash against the unused living room door, like a boot had kicked it as hard as possible. Not a creak, not settling wood, a thud that made our stomachs drop. We ran to the hallway, expecting to find someone. The front door was locked. No one there. Nothing moved. But even with something that loud, a few minutes later your brain tries to save you. You start wondering if you exaggerated it, if your memory is dramatizing it. That's the strange part. Fear makes you doubt your own senses. Then there was the loft hatch. Every morning, open. We'd shut it. Properly. It would be open again the next day. For about a week. Like someone up there was listening and grinning. Another night, all of us were downstairs talking when we heard glass smash upstairs. We sprinted up and found the bathroom bulb had shattered in the sink. Only the bulb was in the middle of the ceiling, and the sink was against the wall. Explain that one to me. I heard the tapping above my bed for hours some nights, and once, this one still creeps me out. I heard scraping outside the front window, like someone dragging a stick along the fence slats. On and off for ages, deep into the night. I looked out, but a bush blocked the view. The next morning, there were scratches along the fence. Maybe it was a person. But who does that for hours at 3 a.m? And yes, we did the Ouija board thing. I know. Scraps of paper, letters, a glass on the table. Very teenagers in a horror film. Most of it felt like nonsense, like someone nudging it. But then we asked its name, and it went straight to Arthur, like it had been waiting. Then it claimed, very specifically, that it knew Adrian's dad from the army, and that it came to frighten us. We laughed it off in the moment, because you have to. But underneath the jokes, we were all carrying this constant low-level dread, like living with a thunderstorm that never fully breaks. I heard a shuffle sound upstairs. Faint. I ignored it. Then again, closer, heavier. So I turned the music off. 2 seconds later, I heard footsteps. Not creaks, not one or two, proper, deliberate steps, circling around the room above the living room, which was Adrian's bedroom. No carpet up there, just bare floorboards. And it sounded like someone in heavy boots pacing, round and round, like they were building up speed. I didn't go up to check. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I grabbed my keys and left the house so fast I nearly forgot my coat. I walked straight to my workplace and waited for Adrian's shift to end so I wouldn't have to go back alone. When we got home together, everything was normal. Doors locked, windows shut. No sign anyone had been there. Then, just when I thought I was settling into the weirdness, Adrian and Lewis played a prank on me. I'd been ill, didn't want to go out, so they went clubbing and I stayed home alone. Around 2:30 in the morning, they snuck in, crept upstairs, and started stomping like a herd of elephants above me. Then they came charging down the stairs, laughing, threw the living room door open, and burst in like maniacs. I nearly folded myself behind the sofa with a cushion over my head like that was going to save me from anything. They found it hysterical, until they realized I wasn't laughing. They apologized, properly. They hadn't meant to scare me that badly. And here's the thing. A few nights later, something happened that proved it wasn't just them messing about. Adrian, Imogen, and I were in bed, maybe half an hour into trying to sleep, when we heard a gigantic crash downstairs. Not a knock, not a bang. A multi-layered sound like shelves had been shoved over and a whole room had fallen apart. We all shouted to each other, because obviously we'd all heard it, and we armed ourselves in the stupidest, most desperate way. A heavy ornament for Imogen, and for me, I snapped a picture frame and held the broken wood like a weapon. Like that would do anything against whatever we'd been living with. We went downstairs together. Nothing. Not a book out of place, not a shelf tilted, not a single item disturbed. We searched the entire house. Then we sat in the kitchen drinking tea with shaking hands, the three of us refusing to admit out loud how terrified we were. We didn't really sleep after that. We just waited for morning like you do when you're a kid and you've had a nightmare. But the house wasn't finished. Later that night, or early morning really, we heard another loud crash. Then footsteps ran up the stairs, stopped on the landing outside Adrian's room, and something breathed 3 times. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Then, this laugh. And I swear to you, it didn't sound human. It sounded like something trying to imitate laughter, like an animal making the shape of a person's joy. We opened the door, crept out, checked again. Nothing. And we didn't go back to bed after that. I lived there for a little over 2 years. Eventually, I met my first proper boyfriend and moved out, partly because I wanted to start a new chapter, and partly because I couldn't live with that constant tension forever. Adrian understood, but I still felt guilty leaving him in that place. Over time, the activity calmed down. It didn't vanish completely, but it faded. Like whatever it was needed the right conditions to get loud. And here's the part that makes it complicated. Adrian changed in the years after. He became paranoid, painfully so. He started believing I was out to harm him, like I was poisoning him or plotting against him. It built slowly, then took over. Eventually, he was diagnosed with a serious disorder. We tried to help, we tried to stay close, but it became too much. He pushed everyone away in the end, and I still wonder, quietly, late at night, if the house was haunted the way people imagine, or if the grief, the loneliness, the upheaval, the energy of everything Adrian had survived, somehow seeped into the walls and took on a life of its own. We never saw a thing. It was always sound, movement, broken objects, that feeling of menace. But it was real. And it wasn't even my only experience. When I got my first flat alone, top floor of a crumbling old Victorian townhouse, I had a few strange moments there too. One night, I was reading in bed and the toilet flushed by itself. Properly flushed. Old high cistern, long chain, and yet nothing was moving, just the cistern refilling like someone had pulled it. Another time, there was a crash in the hallway. One pane of glass in the loft hatch had shattered. In the morning, I found a stone on the stairs. But the only glass panel up in the roof space was still intact. So where did the stone come from? And the last one, middle of the day, quiet house. I was studying, no TV, no music. The heavy mirror above the mantel just dropped off the wall and smashed. When I checked, the chain wasn't broken. The hook was still on the wall. So tell me, how does that happen? Weird, isn't it? So, there's this memory I carry around that's so sharp, it almost feels like a photograph. I was really little, maybe 5, give or take, and even now, I can close my eyes and I'm right back there. It was one of those sticky summer nights where the air doesn't move and the house feels like an oven. Where I grew up, it was normal to drag beds out onto this little covered porch area, almost like a veranda, because it was the only way to breathe. That night, my mom and dad slept inside, but I begged to sleep outside with my grandpa. I thought it sounded fun, like an adventure. Yeah, I regretted it pretty fast. The veranda sat a few steps away from the house, close enough that you could see the doorway, but far enough that it felt separate. The 2 beds were set side by side, facing the entrance. Grandpa was out cold, the kind of deep sleep where you look peaceful and completely unreachable. Me? I was wide awake, flipping over and over, trying to get comfortable, listening to every tiny sound the night makes when you're a kid and the dark feels alive. I wanted to run inside so badly, but I was too scared to stand up and cross that little stretch of darkness alone. So I just lay there, stiff as a board, telling myself I'd fall asleep any second. Then I saw someone come out of the house. At first, I felt this rush of relief, like, thank God. I assumed it was my dad. The shape was adult-sized, broad shoulders, moving like someone who belonged there. The figure walked out and started heading off to the left, and I whispered his name, soft, but not so soft he wouldn't hear. The figure stopped, and then it turned its head toward me. And in that exact moment, my whole body went cold, because something in me just knew, before my brain could even form the thought, that it wasn't my dad. It was the same height, same general outline, but the feeling was wrong. Like when you pick up a familiar object and realize it isn't the same weight it's supposed to be. It stood there for a couple seconds, perfectly still. Then it started walking toward the veranda. The closer it got, the more my eyes adjusted, and that's when I realized what I was actually seeing. It looked human in the simplest way. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, the proportions of an adult. But where a face should have been, there was nothing. Just darkness. Except for the eyes. 2 points of red light. Not like reflected light, not like someone holding a flashlight, more like they were lit from inside. Steady, quiet, watching. I couldn't move. I couldn't even sit up. I was frozen so hard it felt like my muscles forgot how to work. All I could do was stare. The way it moved is hard to explain. Smooth, almost gentle. Like it was trying not to make noise, trying not to startle me. It came right up to my bed and just stood there, looking down at me for what felt like forever. And the strange thing is, it didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me. I know how that sounds, but there was no lunging, no reaching, no sudden motion. It was just there, present, observing. After a while, it crouched down beside the bed, like someone resting on their heels. Its arms settled loosely over its knees, almost casual, like it was getting comfortable. And it tilted its head slightly, one way and then the other, as if it was trying to understand me, or maybe trying to understand how I could see it at all. That part sticks with me the most, that sense of curiosity, like I was the unusual thing. Time didn't work normally in that moment. It could have been 2 minutes or 20. I genuinely don't know. I just remember eventually my eyes started burning and my throat tightened, and I began to sob. Quiet at first, like I was trying to keep it inside my chest. My body started trembling, but I still couldn't move. And then, this is another detail I can picture so clearly. My Uncle Milo came home late. He was living with us then, young and always out with friends. I heard him coming up, heard his footsteps, and he heard me too. He called my name from the darkness, like, "Hey, why are you still up?" And the second he got close enough to scoop me up, the moment I felt arms around me, I completely lost it. Like something snapped loose in my body. I started crying so hard I couldn't breathe. The kind of hysterical crying that scares adults because they can't figure out what's wrong. My uncle carried me inside, and my parents woke up, panicked and confused. Everyone was asking questions at once, and all I could do was cry and cling, because I didn't have the words to explain a faceless person with red eyes was just sitting next to me like it belonged there. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. I never saw it leave. There was no running away, no footsteps fading. It was simply not there anymore. Like the moment another adult entered the scene, it was gone. For years, that memory just lived in me. I think about it randomly and get that same sinking feeling in my stomach. At some point, like everyone does, I went looking online, trying to find anything that sounded similar. And it messed with me even more, because I realized other people had stories that felt weirdly familiar. researchers, I finally brought it up to my mom again, as an adult. And she remembered the night. She remembered how inconsolable I was, how shaken everyone felt afterward. But she admitted they didn't really believe what I was saying back then. They assumed I had a nightmare or an overactive imagination. This time I told her, I didn't make it up. I'm telling you, it happened. And she got quiet in this way that made me realize she was replaying it too, except now through adult eyes. She actually looked a little freaked out, like she suddenly didn't like the idea of that night being a kid's story anymore. We talked about what it could have been for a long time, and honestly, I still don't know. But if I trust my gut, if I trust what it felt like, whatever it was didn't feel demonic. It didn't feel like hatred or violence. It didn't touch me. It didn't threaten me. It felt strange and watchful and careful, like something that didn't want to scare a child, but didn't quite understand how not to. So I've never really been the ghosts aren't real type, but I've also never been the person who swears up and down they've seen things either. I've always sat somewhere in the middle, like, hey, just because I haven't witnessed something doesn't mean it can't exist, you know? My wife, Lena, and I have been married a little over 10 years now. We've got 3 boys, 12, 8, and a tiny newborn who still feels brand new every time I look at him. We live in a rental out in the countryside of southern Alabama, the kind of place where the nights are so quiet you can hear the house settling and the bugs outside doing their thing. We rent the place from the original owner's son. The woman who actually lived here most of her life had gotten too frail to stay on her own, so she moved in with her family before we came along. She passed not long after we moved in, strangely enough, on the exact day of my birthday. That stuck with me. We've been here a little over a year, and for most of that time, nothing happened. Nothing I could point to and say, that was definitely something. But the house, it's hard to explain. It's a normal older home, built sometime around the late 60s. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, big living room, small kitchen, and a back utility room that I use as my workspace. It's not creepy on the outside. It's not falling apart. It just has a feeling, like it's been holding its breath. Last winter we found out we were expecting again. I'll be honest, I was hoping for a girl this time. But we ended up being blessed with another little boy, and he is perfect. He was born healthy overall, except for hemophilia, which runs in our family. Our middle son has it too. So it wasn't a shock, just something we already knew how to handle. But about a month before the baby arrived, I started noticing things. At night, after everyone was asleep, I'd be working or cleaning up, and I'd hear footsteps in the living room. Not little creaks, actual walking, like someone shifting weight as they moved. I kept telling myself, old house, pipes, wood expanding. Don't get stupid. I mentioned it to Lena, and she kind of gave me that look like, okay, sure. But even then, I didn't feel scared. If anything, it felt neutral. Like whatever it wasn't trying to threaten me. I even thought about putting up cameras inside, just to settle it in my own head. But I didn't. I didn't want to turn the house into a project, and I didn't want to stir up something that felt, honestly, kind of harmless. Then the baby was born. We spent a couple days in the hospital, and we finally came home, exhausted, happy, carrying bags like we were moving in all over again. And that's when it got weird in a way I still can't explain. While we're unpacking, my 8-year-old, Mason, walks into the living room holding an old photo. It's a picture of a baby. And the crazy part is, the baby looked a lot like our newborn. Not identical, but close enough that it made my stomach flip. He said it had fallen out of a drawer in a desk in his room, one of those older wooden desks that the previous tenants left behind, and he'd been using that desk for months. He swore he'd never seen the photo before. We all kind of just stared at it, laughed awkwardly, and filed it under creepy coincidence, because what else are you supposed to do? But after the baby came home, that's when I started seeing shadows. And the thing is, it didn't feel hateful. It felt calm, almost familiar, like the sense you get when someone's in the room with you but you're not bothered by it. If I had to describe the vibe, and I know how that sounds, it felt feminine, like a woman or maybe a teenage girl. I never saw a face, never saw features, just shadow and presence and this odd calm that came with it. Until one night. 4 nights ago, I was in the kitchen making a quick snack before bed. Just normal, half-asleep routine stuff. And I noticed a shadow climbing up the wall near the dining area, like it was swelling outward, spreading. I turned to get a better look. And the second I did, my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. The feeling hit me in the gut first, like my stomach dropped straight through the floor. Pure dread. Not nerves. Not, I'm spooked. I mean the kind of terror where your body stops cooperating because it thinks you're about to die. This wasn't the smaller shadow I'd been seeing. This thing was massive. It blotted out light from 2 windows like it was standing directly in front of them, wide and heavy and wrong. I didn't even get a clear shape, just the size of it and the weight of it, and that horrible, crushing sense of danger. I tried to speak and nothing came out. My throat locked up. My eyes filled up and I started crying without meaning to, like my body just short-circuited. And then it was gone. It left as fast as it came, like it had stepped backward into nothing. And the second I could move again, I started yelling, screaming really, telling it to get out. I'm a Christian, and I didn't even think. I just reacted. I ordered it to leave in the name of Jesus Christ over and over. Lena came rushing out of the bedroom and found me standing there sobbing and screaming at empty air. She grabbed me, held me, helped me breathe. I know it looked insane. I know how that sounds out loud, but I also know what I felt. The next day, I sat my kids down and told them, carefully, what happened. I didn't want to scare them, but I needed to know if they'd noticed anything. And my oldest, Caleb, goes, dead serious. "Oh, I told you there's a demon in my closet. His name is Ethan." Like he was reminding me I forgot to buy milk. Apparently he'd said it before, maybe once, months back, and I brushed it off because kids say wild stuff. But now he's telling me his closet door sometimes opens and shuts on its own. He says he's never seen anything, just that. And the most unsettling part? He wasn't scared. He shrugged like it was annoying more than anything. Then the next night, this is the part that messes with my head the most. I'm walking into the utility room with a handful of tools, and I feel a hand slide onto my hip. Not a grab, not a poke. More like a gentle, almost affectionate touch, the kind that makes you instinctively think, "Oh, that's my wife." I turned around expecting Lena. Nobody. And I know how crazy it sounds, but it didn't feel scary. It felt comforting, warm, like something trying to calm me down. So now I'm stuck with this weird split reality. One presence that felt peaceful for months, and then that one night, this enormous thing that made my whole body freeze in terror like it was hardwired into me. Ever since that night, the house hasn't felt the same. Even when nothing is happening, I feel on edge, like the air is too tight, like something shifted and didn't shift back. I'm not trying to record anything. I'm not trying to provoke it. I don't want proof. I don't want a picture or a sound clip that I can't unsee or unhear. I just want peace. And I keep wondering, did the baby's arrival change something? Did that new energy in the house draw attention? Was that photo a coincidence or a warning? Or just some strange thread connecting past and present? I don't know. I truly don't. I just know I have to live here for now. Rentals are scarce out here and everything is overpriced. So I'm doing what I can, praying, keeping my head on straight, trying not to let fear take over my home. And if you're listening to this, I'm not asking you to make it worse. Please don't. I'm living it. I just want it quiet again. I want the house to feel like a house. That's all. So, let me give you a little backstory, because it'll make everything else make sense. I'm Maya, I'm 20, and I'm from the UK. Ever since I was a kid, I've had this weird, constant thread running through my life, like I'm always just close enough to the paranormal for it to notice me back. I had a few intense moments years ago, but things really kicked off again after we moved into our current place about 2 years back. It's this older tower block, 10 floors, kind of stuck in time. I'm up on the 7th floor, and the building has that heavy, worn-in feeling, like it's absorbed decades of people coming and going. You can tell nothing's been properly updated since it first went up, and there are those safety nets around the balconies now. People in the area whisper about why they had to add them, and honestly, you don't hear that kind of thing without it changing how you feel walking the halls at night. I live here with my dad, and at first, it was just little things. A door shifting when it shouldn't, the sense that someone had just passed behind you, even though you're alone. Stuff being moved. But here's the part that gets me. It's always my bedroom. Not the lounge, not the kitchen, not even the corridor. Just my room, like it's been claimed. And my dad isn't the type to play things up. He's pretty practical, you know? But a while back, I was away visiting family, and he was home alone. He had his headphones on and was walking down the corridor toward his room, which is right next to mine. He told me he looked up and saw, clear as day, a small elderly woman, maybe around 4.5 feet, wearing this old-fashioned nightgown. Not blurry, not a maybe, a full figure, walking like she belonged there. She didn't even look at him. She just went right past him and straight into my bedroom. When he told me that, my stomach went cold, because I knew exactly what he meant. I've seen her too. She's the one I see the most, always moving through my room in the same way, like she has a route she takes. I never catch her face, not properly. It's more the shape, the motion, the unmistakable nightgown. Sometimes she passes near the foot of my bed, or by where my TV is. And even though it's unsettling, the strange part is, I don't feel pure evil from her. It's not like those stories where the air turns foul and everything feels violent. It's more like presence, attention. But my cat? Oh, my cat is not confused at all. He won't go in there. He'll sit outside my door and stare, ears twitching, like he's listening to something I can't hear. If I try to coax him in, he just backs away like the doorway is a boundary he refuses to cross. So that's been my normal for 2 years. Creepy but manageable, right? Until this week. Because I'm moving out in a few days for university, and the closer it gets, the more I've had this nagging feeling that whatever's in my room doesn't like the idea of me leaving. Like it's not just haunting a space, it's aware of me. Last week, I packed most of my stuff up and stayed over at my boyfriend Ethan's place, trying to squeeze in as much time with him as I could before I go. While I was gone, my dad left the flat in absolute state, typical, and he offered my older sister Leah some money to clean it since she runs a small cleaning business. One afternoon, Leah went over there alone. She was on the phone to my brother, just chatting about me moving out. Nothing dramatic, just normal family talk. And the second my name and moving came into the conversation, she heard this massive bang come from my bedroom. Not a knock, not a creak. A bang like something had been thrown, like furniture had slammed. When she pushed the door open, she said it looked like someone had gone in and tossed the entire place in seconds. My drawers were yanked open. My wardrobe doors were wide. Pillows and bedding were on the floor. A bag of clothes I'd packed, spilled everywhere like it had been ripped apart. Even my soft toys were scattered. Leah didn't stand there and investigate. She didn't call out. She didn't do anything brave. She ran, straight out of the flat. And honestly, I don't blame her. Today I came back from Ethan's and my dad was home. He'd already seen what Leah saw, so he didn't even have to explain it. I just walked to my room and stopped. The second I saw it, I felt this deep uneasiness settle into my chest. Not just fear, something heavier. Like I'd walked into a room where someone had been furious. I just shut the door. I couldn't even look at it properly. I told myself, nope, not right now. I went and sat with my dad and tried to focus on practical things. My moving plan, what time we'd leave, what still needed packing. And then, another bang. Louder than I expected, sharp, immediate. My dad and I looked at each other, and I felt my skin go prickly all over. I stood up, walked to my door, and opened it. I stepped inside, and 3 of my drawers, the ones near the wardrobe, were closed. They had been open just minutes before. I know they were. My brain was still replaying the mess in my head, trying to make sense of it. And now it was like something had decided, no, this is how it's going to be. It's hard to explain what that does to you emotionally, because it wasn't just messy. It wasn't just weird. It felt like a response. Like something in that room heard us talking about me leaving and made sure we understood it was listening. Okay, so I need to tell you about what happened, because it's one of those nights that still feels like it's clinging to me a little. Last night, well, technically early this morning, my boyfriend, I'll call him Milo, and I could not sleep. It was around 2:15 a.m., that ugly, quiet hour where your brain starts getting loud. Milo was having a really hard time emotionally. He's been grieving his granddad, Arthur, who, honestly, sounds like the one person in his family who truly showed up for him. Like, really showed up. He started crying, and I just held him. I didn't try to fix it. I just stayed there, rubbing his back, letting him shake it out. And later he told me that in that exact moment, he was thinking, I wish he was back. I wish Arthur was here. I didn't know that at the time, but it matters because of what happened next. Here's the strange part. Earlier that day, I'd made Milo toast. Just toast, nothing dramatic. But when I brought it to him, he went kind of still and said, "That's exactly how Arthur used to make it. Same type of bread, same amount of butter, and I'd even sliced it into these little uneven triangles the way his granddad apparently always did. I swear to you, I wasn't trying to recreate anything. I wasn't even thinking. My hands just did it. And then this morning, it happened again. Same toast, same exact vibe, and I also grabbed him a little pastry on the way home, one of those cherry almond ones from the bakery. I didn't even pause to choose it. I just grabbed it like it was automatic. Milo looked at it and said, Arthur used to bring me one of those when I'd slept well, like, as a reward. And the thing is, Milo did sleep well, for the first time in ages. And just so you understand this whole thing fully, Milo has this teddy bear that holds a small memorial capsule with Arthur's ashes inside. He keeps it close. Like, it's not just a keepsake, it's comfort, it's safety. That bear becomes important. So, that night, While we were lying there, I started talking about how when I was a kid, I used to mess around with silly seance stuff, like holding hands, asking questions into the dark, laughing about it. My mom has always been the kind of person who says she feels things, like she'll know someone's about to call before the phone rings, or she'll dream something and it'll happen. I used to roll my eyes, but also, a part of me has always wondered if I inherited some of it. I don't know why it came up, but it did, and it led to this moment where Milo and I ended up holding hands in bed and just talking into the room, quietly. Like, "Arthur, if you're here, if you can hear us, can you give us a sign?" And I'm not kidding when I tell you, we got sound back. Twice. Not like a house creak, not like plumbing, something sharper, like a weird little audio response in the air. The kind of noise that makes your stomach drop before your brain even catches up. Milo froze. Full body tension. He looked terrified, and I tried to keep my voice calm and warm because he was already spiraling. I said something like, "It's okay. If that's him, then maybe it means he's here in a protective way. Maybe he's checking on you." We ended up talking about something Arthur had said before he died, how he'd send someone to look after Milo one day. And listen, I know how that sounds, but Milo said it like it was a real conversation they'd had. And I've always felt this intense, protective pull toward Milo, like I'd throw myself in front of anything if it meant he didn't get hurt. So in that moment, it felt weirdly possible. But then Milo kept whispering, "You're doing it like him." And at first I laughed it off, like, "Babe, you're high and emotional. You're connecting dots." But he was serious. He told me my laugh, my actual laugh, sounded exactly like Arthur's laugh. Not just similar, like it hit him in the chest. And then, without thinking, I did this little gesture where I leaned my forehead into his hair, kind of nuzzled him while I hummed, and Milo jerked back and said, "He used to do that exact thing." And I swear, it felt like my body was doing things before I decided to do them, like I was watching myself from half a step behind. Then I started getting this ache in my leg, sharp cramps, deep pain, and Milo went pale and said Arthur had struggled with really bad leg pain near the end. I kept flexing my calf and wincing, and Milo asked over and over, "Is it gone?" And I kept answering in this weird, clipped way that didn't sound like me. Even I noticed it, like the words weren't passing through my usual filter. At this point, I was still trying to talk myself down. Like, okay, we hit the vape, it's late, we're sleep-deprived, we're emotional, it's just the perfect storm. But the coincidences just kept stacking, and Milo got more and more scared the more I tried to reassure him. So we left the room. Like, fully got up, grabbed blankets, and moved to the other room because the air in the bedroom felt heavy. I felt wrong. That's the only word. Like my skin didn't fit right. Like something had stepped into my space and I couldn't tell where I ended. Milo sat on the edge of the bed holding the teddy bear, trying to steady himself. And then he said, very quietly, "Arthur, if you're here, please stop scaring us." And this is where it gets hard to explain without sounding ridiculous. Milo started asking questions, simple ones, yes or no. Are you here? Are you trying to help? Can you calm down? That kind of thing. And the responses came out of my mouth. Not like I chose to answer, not like I was pretending. It was more like the answers rose up fully formed and just left me. I remember hearing my own voice and thinking, why did I say that? And I couldn't stop it. It felt like something was steering. Milo was shaking. I was shaking. And I could feel him deciding in real time whether he thought I was having some kind of episode or whether this was actually happening. He finally said, firmly, "Arthur, you need to leave her. Go back. Go back into the bear." And I don't know what came over me, but I reached out and put my hand on the teddy bear, like I was compelled. The second I touched it, I got this rush through my body, like a wave, My chest tightened. I couldn't catch my breath, and I started breathing really fast like I'd sprinted, like my lungs forgot the rhythm. And then it stopped, like a switch flipped. I just sat there, hand still on the bear, breathing hard, and I remember thinking, oh, I'm back. That's me. That's actually me again. It was around 5 a.m. when that happened. After that, we both crawled into bed and fell asleep. Real sleep. Deep sleep. The kind you don't force. And the weirdest part is, we've both been struggling to sleep next to each other because we both have trauma stuff that gets triggered at night. Usually one of us jolts awake, panics, leaves the room. But this time, we slept. Together. Peacefully. So now I'm sitting here the next day feeling off. Like there's a faint echo of last night still in my body. And I honestly don't know what to believe. Was it just the vape and exhaustion and grief and suggestion creating a shared hallucination? Maybe. That's the logical explanation. I don't know. I just know it was the strangest night I've ever had. And I needed to tell someone who would actually listen. Because whether it was something spiritual or something psychological, something happened. And I can't shake the feeling that it meant something. Okay, so before I tell you what happened, you should know where I'm coming from. At the time, I was studying civil engineering. I've always been the there's a logical explanation kind of person. I'm not religious, more agnostic than anything, and I genuinely love trying to understand the universe, but in a scientific way. Ghost stories? Paranormal stuff? I used to roll my eyes. I'd have told you there's a reasonable explanation for basically everything people claim they've seen. And then, something happened with my girlfriend back then. She's my wife now, Maya. Something we both saw, together, wide awake, totally sober. And it messed with my worldview in a way I still can't neatly pack back into a box. This was about 8 or 9 years ago, when we were home for the summer in Lincoln, Nebraska. We were college kids, bored out of our minds one night, and we decided to drive out into the country just to stargaze and be alone for a while. No plan, no destination, just, let's get away from the lights and sit under the sky. So we took my car and headed out past the suburbs, farther and farther, until the streetlights disappeared. I started turning onto random gravel roads, just kind of wandering, looking for a spot that felt quiet and dark. Eventually, I found this weird little dead end, almost like a brand new driveway that led nowhere. Fresh concrete, shaped like a turnaround, like someone planned to build a house there, but hadn't. No buildings, no porch lights, nothing. Just fields. You could have spun in a slow circle and seen farmland in every direction. I turned the car around so we were facing north, and we sat there for a couple hours talking about life, future plans, dumb college worries, the kind of soft, sleepy conversation you only have at like 1 in the morning when the world feels paused. It was late summer, August, I think, because the air was warm but not sticky anymore, and the corn in the field across the road was tall. Like, really tall, easily above our heads. That detail matters, I promise. Around 2:30 a.m., we decided we should head back before our parents woke up and realized we were missing. So I reached for my keys. I remember it so clearly. I slid the key into the ignition, and my left hand went to the headlight switch because I was about to turn them on. And that's when Maya grabbed my right arm, hard. Like not a gentle wait, a full panicked yank that made my whole body jolt. It scared me so badly I almost swore out loud. I turned to her like, "What is your problem?" But she wasn't looking at me. She was staring straight ahead through the windshield with this expression I still can't forget. Eyes wide, face drained, like her brain couldn't decide whether to scream or freeze. And the instant I followed her gaze, I felt that cold, electric feeling climb up the back of my neck. You know that sensation when your body reacts before your mind catches up? Like every instinct you have is suddenly on high alert? Something was out on the gravel road in front of us. At first, my brain tried to make it a person. It wanted it to be a person so badly. But it didn't move like one. It was tall. Too tall. From where we sat, it looked like this pale, human-shaped figure, maybe 7 or 8 feet high, and it was gliding from left to right across the road. The corn behind it was tall, and this thing looked taller than the corn. That's the part that still makes my stomach flip, even now, because corn in August is not short. And it wasn't walking. There was no rhythm, no bounce, no stepping, no arms swinging, no legs doing anything that made sense. It just drifted, smoothly, like it was sliding on rails. We couldn't see details because it was dark. No moon, no nearby lights, just stars and black fields. But the silhouette was bright enough to register as white against everything else. Maya told me later it reminded her of this long, stretched-out, rubbery shape, like a lanky, Gumby outline almost. And the whole time, my fingers were still frozen on the headlight switch. I had this split-second debate raging in my head. Turn the headlights on and see what it is. Or don't, because if it's something that shouldn't be there, maybe it doesn't know you're here. It's embarrassing to admit, but fear does weird math in your brain. Logic was completely losing to instinct. We watched it for, 10 seconds? Maybe 15? But it felt longer, like time got thick. The figure kept gliding to the right until it passed beyond the edge of what we could see. The moment it disappeared, my body finally unlocked. I didn't even turn on the headlights. I just started the car and punched the gas like the road was on fire. Gravel popped under the tires, and we shot off in the opposite direction, bouncing over washboard ruts, not caring at all about noise or dust. Neither of us really talked on the drive back. Not in a normal way. It was more like little broken sentences. Did you? I saw it. What was that? And then, long stretches of silence where we were both replaying it, trying to force it into something explainable. When we got back to my parents' place, I told them what happened. Maya didn't even want to be in the room for it. She was so freaked out she basically fled to the hallway like saying it out loud might bring it closer. She ended up staying the night because she didn't want to drive home alone, and honestly, I didn't want her to either. Neither of us slept. We just laid there in the dark, listening for nothing, and feeling stupid and shaken and wide awake. And here's the part that still sticks with me. If I'd been alone, I would have convinced myself I hallucinated, that I was overtired, that my mind stitched together shadows and corn and starlight into a story. But I wasn't alone. Maya saw it too, at the exact same moment, with the exact same fear, with the exact same description. 2 separate brains, same impossible thing. To this day, I can't tell you what it was. I've gone through all the usual explanations. An animal, a person, a trick of perspective, headlights from somewhere, a weird fog, anything. But nothing fits cleanly, especially the height and the movement, and the way it seemed to float without any normal human motion. The only rational idea I can offer that doesn't collapse immediately is, maybe it was some prank. Like a tall guy in a costume doing something ridiculous at 3 a.m. out in the middle of nowhere. Which, sure, possible. But then I picture it more clearly. A dude in a massive white suit, gliding silently along a gravel road, taller than a cornfield, with no visible gait. And somehow that explanation feels almost less believable. So I don't know. I just know that night took my certainty, the smug part of my skepticism, and cracked it. And even now, years later, I can still picture that pale shape sliding across that empty road like it belonged there. And we didn't. Hello everyone, welcome to the Paranormal M channel. I'm so excited to be here and share my paranormal experiences with you. Been having trouble sleeping lately? Come on in, we've got you. And don't hesitate to send us your own paranormal stories. Also, have you subscribed and turned on notifications yet? If not, you might miss our newest videos. Now get comfy, and let's dive into today's paranormal experiences. So, I don't really talk about this stuff out loud very often, because if I hadn't lived through it, I'd probably be the guy rolling his eyes and going, yeah, okay, sure you did. But I did. And the older I get, the more I realize how weirdly clear these memories still are, like they're pinned to a timeline in my head. Alright, first one. I was maybe 4 years old, give or take. A little kid living with my parents in this quiet neighborhood in western Massachusetts. The kind of place where everybody knew everybody, and the houses weren't big, but they felt big when you were tiny. Our house had 3 levels, a basement that always smelled a little damp, a main floor, and then the upstairs where the bedrooms were. You'd walk in the front door, and the living room was right there on the right, kitchen on the left, and the stairs straight ahead like an invitation. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms. My parents had the one on the left, and I had the one on the right. And my room, at least in my kid brain, was enormous. The thing I remember most is the closet. Just a normal closet. Except it wasn't. It had that old pull-string light bulb inside, one of those cords you yank to turn it on and off. But above the closet was this weird little door, like a hatch, leading into this attic-ish space above my room. Nobody ever used it. Not once. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, feels off. Anyway, one afternoon I'm on the floor in front of the open closet, absolutely surrounded by kid chaos. I had this red plastic bin full of Legos and random toy junk, little action figures, loose wheels, half a dinosaur, all the important stuff. I also had crayons, paper, and some clay I'd been turning into terrible snakes. My dad had been doodling these perfect little 3D boxes around that time, like cubes, and it had become my personal mystery of the universe. I was obsessed with figuring out how he did the back lines. So picture this, a grubby-faced kid sitting cross-legged, aggressively stabbing a piece of paper with a crayon, trying to force the back of a cube to exist through sheer determination. And then I hear a little sound from inside the closet. I look up, and that pull string for the light is gently swaying side to side. My first thought is basically, weird. And then I go right back to my cube mission. A few seconds later, another sound. This time, the string isn't gently swaying. It's whipping around like somebody's flicking it. And I remember, very distinctly, having this completely unserious child reaction of, adults are always doing weird things, whatever. Then it changes again. The cord goes totally still. And then it starts getting yanked straight down like someone's pulling it, over and over, clicking the light on and off. On, off, on, off. And then the closet door swings shut by itself. And I just stared at it for a moment. And I swear to you, I had this calm little thought like, never seen that before. And then I went right back to stabbing my paper. I know. In hindsight, I'm like, excuse me? How was I not screaming? But I was 4. My brain filed it under mystery grown-up mechanics and moved on. Now, the second thing in that room wasn't a one-time event. It was a night thing, like a recurring thing. My bed was in the far corner of the room, and near the bedroom door there was a window. Every night, I'd lie on my side facing that window while I drifted off. And almost every night, there was this pale bluish glow there. And here's the part that sounds the most ridiculous. The glow would sort of become whatever I imagined. At that age, I was obsessed with giant robots. There was this movie I loved, and I kept picturing this towering metal figure out in the distance. In the bluish window mist, it would look like the robot was way out there, semi-transparent, tinted blue, slowly walking toward the house, but never actually getting closer. And I'd watch it until I fell asleep, night after night. It never felt threatening. It was just strange, almost comforting in a weird way. My parents said they'd had odd moments in that house too, but I'm sticking to what I personally saw and heard. Okay, fast forward about a decade. I'm around 14, and by then my family had moved down south, closer to Virginia, but we came back up to Massachusetts for the holidays to visit my grandmother, Marjorie. She lived in this cozy apartment building, nothing fancy, but warm and familiar. I'd stayed there a bunch as a kid and never had anything weird happen. That night, everyone's deciding sleeping arrangements, and they tell me to take the couch in the living room. Fine, whatever. Teen me is just happy nobody is making me share a bed with a snoring relative. So it's late, like 1 or 2 in the mummer, and the apartment is pitch black. Totally silent except for the little hum of the building. I'm lying on the couch with my handheld game system, playing this old Pokemon game, doing one of those repetitive little grinding tasks you only have the patience for when you're 14. I'm half annoyed, half locked in, pressing buttons like it's my job. And then, out of nowhere, I get this sharp awareness. It's really dark in here. Not scared dark, just suddenly aware of it. And the thought didn't feel like it came naturally. It felt injected, like someone nudged my attention. And the instant that thought lands, I hear something above me, on the ceiling. It's muffled at first, like someone talking through a wall, except it doesn't sound like a neighbor. It sounds like it's in the room with me, like a man murmuring without stopping, low, rapid, relentless. I freeze and stare upward like, what is that? And the murmuring gets louder, clearer, and then I realize, no joke, the sound is repeating my thoughts. Not in a crisp voice, in this messy, whispery mumble, like it's chewing the words up. If I thought cat, it would go, cat, 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 cat. If I thought something stupid, it would latch onto that too, immediately, like a mirror with a mouth. I'm trying to stay cool, because I'm a teenager and pride is a powerful force. So I do this very casual move where I pull the blanket up and go, I'm not scared. I'm just getting comfortable. I'm cold. Meanwhile, my brain is going a mile a minute. To drown it out, I crank the game volume up and press the speaker close to my face. I even switch areas in the game to get louder music, like that's going to save me. It doesn't, because the whispering starts moving. Not physically like footsteps, but the sound shifts from the ceiling, down, like it's descending toward me. And it gets louder and louder until it's basically right next to my head, like a real person leaning in and whispering non-stop. And at first, this is so embarrassing. I actually try to make it say ridiculous stuff on purpose, because my teenage brain is like, oh, it's a thought parrot? Watch this. So I think the dumbest, most inappropriate words I can, and it starts mumbling them, and for like 30 seconds it's almost funny, because it will not stop. It doesn't pause, it doesn't breathe, it's just relentless. And the moment I start feeling fear, my thoughts turn into pure panic, so the whisper turns into pure panic too. It's like, what is that? What is that? It's right here. It's right here. Stop, stop, stop. And it's echoing it back in that ugly, whispery loop, getting tighter and louder and closer. Something in me snaps into fight or flight, and I pick fight. I throw the blanket off like I'm squaring up with the darkness, and I swing my fist straight toward where the sound is. And instantly, silence. Gone. Just gone. Like someone hit a switch. I sat there breathing hard in the dark, listening for it to come back, but it didn't. The apartment was normal again. Quiet. Still. That was the last time anything like that ever happened to me. I'm in my late 20s now, and I'm way more skeptical than I used to be. I can rationalize a lot. Sleep stuff, stress, your brain doing strange things in the dark. But I'll never forget those 2 moments. The closet light that moved like it had hands, and the whisper in my grandmother's apartment that sounded like it knew exactly what was inside my head. So I went to see my mom today, and I'm planning to stay the whole weekend. We were sitting together later in the evening, tea, blankets, that quiet end-of-day kind of calm. And she tells me she's had something, honestly, really strange happen this morning. At first, she didn't even want to say it out loud. She kept pausing, like, "You're going to think I've lost it." And I swear, she looked genuinely upset, like she was embarrassed to even bring it up. But eventually she took a breath and told me. And here's the thing. This isn't the first weird experience we've had around that apartment. Years ago, back when I still lived there, we both saw these odd lights outside very early in the morning, like a floating little light sphere, kind of. And on totally separate mornings, weeks apart, we each heard footsteps moving through the hallway when no one else was there. Same time of day, too. Neither of us told the other until later, which somehow made it creepier. Anyway, this morning is what really got her. She woke up before sunrise, still dim outside, that gray-blue darkness when morning's coming but hasn't arrived yet. The sunlight wasn't even on her side of the house yet. She turned over toward her pillow, this old pillow she's had forever, like more than a decade, and she froze. Because it was glowing. Not like, "I think I see something," glowing. Like actually glowing. She said it looked as if there were dozens of fireflies trapped inside the pillowcase, all clustered together into one big, warm, yellow ball of light. And she just stared at it, trying to make her brain catch up. Then she did what anyone would do. She touched it, just to check if it was some trick of her eyes. And the second her fingers pressed into the pillow, the light sort of shifted, like it slid away from her touch. And that big glow split into a few smaller round lights, little orbs almost, moving aside as if they were making room. And then, just like that, it stopped. No fading, no slow dimming, just gone. My mom got up immediately and went into full investigation mode. She took the pillow to the bathroom, turned on the light, checked the seams, opened the case, shook it, squeezed it, even turned the bathroom light off to see if it would happen again. She said she felt ridiculous, but also terrified. Like, what do you do when your pillow behaves like it's alive? I tried thinking logically too. Static electricity crossed my mind because synthetic fabric can do weird things. But from what I've read, static usually looks like tiny bluish specks, and you have to rub the fabric to make it happen. This sounded different. It sounded deliberate. So she goes back into her bedroom, still unsettled, and decides she needs air. She opens the window. And that's when the second thing happens. Out in the sky, not high like a star, and not far away like a plane, there's this glowing round object. She guessed it was maybe a kilometer or two away, low enough that it didn't feel astronomical. And it wasn't a steady light either. She described it as shimmering, pink and gold and hints of green, like looking into a little kaleidoscope that's somehow hanging in the air. She stood there watching it for maybe half a minute, completely stunned. She said it drifted slightly, like it was gliding or bobbing, not shooting across the sky. Then she glanced away for a second, just a reflex, like her mind needed a break. And when she looked back, it had shrunk, like it was pulling farther into the distance. And then it vanished. No streak, no fade into clouds, nothing. Just gone. When she told me, she started crying. Not dramatic crying, more like the kind where you're frustrated and scared and you don't know how to explain something without sounding insane. She kept saying, "I swear to you, I'm not making this up." And then she said something that really stuck with me. She had this strong feeling that the thing in the sky might have shined onto the pillow somehow. Like the two events weren't separate. They happened within maybe 20 or 30 minutes of each other, and in her gut, it felt connected. I don't know what to make of it. I've heard plenty of strange stories, but nothing quite like this. Not the firefly glowing pillow, not the kaleidoscope light in the sky, and definitely not both in the same morning. And honestly, I'm staying the weekend, but I'm not sure I'll sleep as easily as I thought I would. So, I want to start by painting you a picture, because this whole thing only makes sense if you can see where it happened. I grew up in this little Midwestern town where people actually knew each other. Like, knew each other. Families lived close. Neighbors waved. If someone's porch light was out, somebody mentioned it. It was that kind of place. Our house sat halfway down a quiet block. My grandparents, Nana and Grandpa Ron, lived right on the corner nearest us. And behind them, kind of tucked to the side on the cross street, lived this older woman named Marjorie. Between our three houses, all the backyards basically touched. The only thing separating ours was this fenced-off section because we had a small above-ground pool. If I wanted to get from our back door to Marjorie's place, I'd slip outside, cut through my grandparents' yard, and follow the outside of our pool fence until I reached this little wooden garden arch. You stepped under that arch and, boom, you were in Marjorie's backyard. And when I was little, Marjorie was my best friend. She'd been widowed long before I ever knew her, lived alone, and had grown kids I barely saw. But she and I, we were inseparable. We planted flowers together, made little craft projects, and my favorite thing was sitting on her couch while she had me read the comics from the newspaper out loud. It drove my mom, Denise, absolutely nuts, because I'd be reading way earlier than she expected, but honestly, I give Marjorie credit for how comfortable I became with reading. Everything felt safe back then. Peaceful. Quiet. No weird history, no scary rumors, nothing like that. And then, one summer afternoon when I was about 12, something happened that split my life into a before and after. It was the middle of summer, hot enough that the air felt thick. We didn't have AC, so my mom and I were at the kitchen table with the window open, trying to steal whatever breeze we could get. She was flipping through a magazine. I was reading a book. Our back door was right there in the kitchen. My older brother, Ethan, he was around 14, had been outside mowing Marjorie's backyard as a favor. And then the back door opened. I looked up expecting him to stomp in sweaty and annoyed, like usual. But he came in, crying. Not full-on bawling at first. More like that exhausted, defeated kind of whimpering people do when they're trying not to break down. He was pale, like ghost pale, and he just stood in the doorway like he didn't know what room he was in. My mom turned around fast, chair scraping. "What's wrong?" she said, already moving. Ethan's eyes were wide, his whole body trembling, and he just stared at us like he'd run straight out of a nightmare and didn't know if he was safe yet. My mom reached him and wrapped him up, and then the sobbing really started. He tried to talk, but it came out in this frantic rush. Voices, shadows, footsteps, something moving around him even though no one was there. I couldn't catch every detail because it was so panicked and fast, but the words that did land made my stomach tighten. My mom gave me this quick look, like something's wrong, and half-guided, half-carried Ethan into the living room, still holding him. I honestly think she was trying to figure out if he was overheating, like heat stroke or something. But me? I was 12. It was bright outside. Middle of the day. Part of me was shaken by how Ethan was, but another part of me was like, no way. Not in our backyard. Not in full daylight. So I did the dumbest, brave thing a 12-year-old can do. I walked right out the back door. I took the little path into my grandparents' yard, turned left, followed the fence line, and stepped under the garden arch into Marjorie's backyard. And the second I crossed under it, I got hit with nausea so hard it almost dropped me, and the air changed. It felt heavier, dense, thick, like I was walking into water. And at the same time it felt charged, electrified. The only comparison I've ever had for it is standing too close to a TV with static, like the whole atmosphere is buzzing and prickling and alive. Then I heard footsteps. At first, they were soft, like distant thumps, but I could feel them too, like vibration through the ground. And then there was this faint laughter, this awful, cliché kind of laughter, like someone mocking you, but it wasn't coming from one spot. It felt like it was in the treetops, in the air itself, everywhere at once. And shadows started moving. Not like a person shadow, more like patches of darkness slipping at the edge of my vision. I'd catch one in my peripheral sight, turn to focus, and it would vanish. Except it kept happening, over and over, like something was circling just outside my ability to look straight at it. I stood up a little more, still holding my stomach. The footsteps got heavier, louder, closer, like something massive was running in circles around me, even though I couldn't see anything. The laughter rose with it until it wasn't laughter anymore. It was this shrieking, taunting sound that made my skin crawl. And the trees started shaking. These were huge old oaks, thick trunks, tall, solid, the kind that don't move unless there's a real storm. But they were rattling from trunk to treetop like something invisible was yanking them. There was no wind. At that point, my brain basically screamed, "Leave! Now!" I forced myself upright and ran back toward the arch, and as I crossed through it, I caught shadow movement along the fence line. Closer, sharper, more defined. I turned my head for half a second, just a half second, and I saw them. 4 tall figures, pure black. No transparency, no details, just voids shaped like something standing upright. Cloaked looking, too tall to be normal. 7, maybe 8 feet. I couldn't see faces, but I knew they were looking at me the way you can feel eyes on you in a dark room. They glided along the ground, keeping pace from about 20 feet away. And then, one by one, they just disappeared. Not behind anything, not into shadows, just gone. I sprinted back to the house, flung the back door open, and practically crashed into the kitchen. My mom was there again, and I started spilling everything. Nausea, footsteps, the air, the laughter, the trees, the tall figures. My words coming out just as fast as Ethan's had. She held up her hand and told me to lower my voice. And then, quietly, she listened, all the way through. When I finished, she looked at me very seriously and said, "Don't tell your brother. He's already shaken. He doesn't need more." So, that was that day. A year later, we moved. New town, more land, different house. Nothing about the move had anything to do with what happened. Ethan never experienced anything again. Neither did my parents. Neither did my other siblings. But for me, it followed. That static, electrified air, the shifting shadows, it started happening again, randomly at first, then more often. Eventually it was weekly, sometimes more. Daytime, nighttime, alone, sometimes even with other people nearby, and nobody else ever seemed to notice. It eventually stopped being terrifying in the moment, because once something becomes common, your brain gets tired of screaming. But the unease never left. It was like having the constant sense that you're in the same room as someone dangerous, except someone was a cluster of moving, shapeless shadows that came and went, and when they were near, the whole world felt charged and wrong. And then something stranger happened. I realized I could trigger it. After that, it stopped being spontaneous most of the time. I could leave it alone for weeks, then test it just to see if it still worked, then back off again. I don't even know how each episode ended, honestly. I think I just walked away, changed rooms, got distracted, like it was bound to whatever space I was in. Until one night, It didn't feel like I called it. It felt like it forced its way in. At our new place, we had a big property with a few outbuildings. One of them became this hangout spot, kind of a clubhouse, where we could be loud and nobody cared. I played guitar, so I spent a lot of time out there because I could crank an amp without anyone yelling at me. One night, late, like edging into early morning, I was out there playing for hours. I'd recently gotten a new amplifier, and I was obsessed with it. At some point, I noticed the volume knob felt loose, like it kept creeping down on its own. It was irritating, so I turned it all the way up and started playing hard, fast, half to blow off steam, half because I wanted to catch the knob in the act. I leaned forward, eyes fixed on it, and right in front of me, that knob twisted straight down to 0. The amp went dead silent, and the moment it did, the air exploded with that electric pressure, stronger than I'd ever felt it, like the room had been filled with charged mist. I sat up and realized the space was full of them. Not 10, not a handful, more like 50. Shadows gliding everywhere, appearing and melting out of existence like something was erasing and redrawing them in different places. And what scared me most was how uninterested they seemed. Like I wasn't the main event. Like I was just familiar. I couldn't move. I just sat there, frozen in my chair. Then something shifted to my left. Bigger movement, heavier. I turned and saw one shape on the wall that was clearer than anything I'd ever seen. A spider. Not a normal spider. A huge one, the size of a crib mattress. Solid black like the others, but the outline was unmistakable. And even though I know spiders don't move like this, the head or front of it rotated toward me, like it had noticed me. And then it dropped. Straight down from the wall to the floor, disappearing behind a stack of boxes. That was it. I bolted. I ran out of that building so fast I nearly tripped, and as I sprinted uphill toward the house, for the first time, I could feel it pursuing me. Not just around me, but in my head. Like something closing in from the edges of my thoughts, trying to swallow the space I was in. I got inside, raced to my bedroom, dove onto my bed face first, shoved my face into a pillow, and yanked my blanket over my head like a little kid. And I could feel the darkness pressing into the room. I didn't know what else to do. So I prayed. Not a polite prayer, not a calm one, a desperate one, over and over. Please, please make this stop. I don't want this anymore. Please. And then, under the blanket, eyes squeezed shut, I felt light. Not like imagination light, like actual brightness coming through my eyelids. It startled me so much I sat up and looked around, searching for the source. Nothing. The room was dark. But the second I ducked back down and started praying again, that light came back. And it kept happening. Dark pressure returning when I stopped, the light swelling when I prayed. At some point I realized, if the darkness could return, that meant it was also retreating. So I prayed harder, like I was hanging onto a rope. The light built and built until it felt like it should be blinding, except it didn't hurt. It was warm, comforting warm, the kind that makes you feel safe in your bones. And with it came this soft roaring sound, gentle but huge, like wind through a massive space. Then, suddenly, it cut off. Dark again. But the wrong darkness was gone. No heaviness, no pursuing pressure, no fear, just calm. When I came out, my oldest brother was in the hall waiting, half asleep and annoyed. He was like, "Dude, seriously? You okay?" And I said something totally normal, like, "Yeah, I just had to take a massive crap." But inside, I felt clean, like I'd never felt better in my life. And that was the last time. After that night, the static atmosphere stopped. The shadows stopped. The feeling of being watched stopped. Like whatever had been clinging to me, Whether it was real, psychological, spiritual, I don't even know. Whatever it was done. And I know this is a long story. I've never told it quite like this before. But if I'm being honest, I still remember exactly what that garden arch felt like a doorway you can't see until you step through it. Okay, so I need to tell you what's been going on, because I'm at this weird point where I don't know if I'm overreacting or if I'm underreacting. So the house next door to me, it's been empty forever, like years. It's this huge, creaky old mansion with the kind of porch you can picture in an old photograph. A few different owners have bought it in a short span, 3, I think. And every single time, they start renovations and then just stop, mid-project. Boards in the yard, tarps half on, windows covered, and then nothing. No moving truck, no, finally, someone's living there. Just silence. And then, maybe 5-ish weeks ago, I started noticing lights. Not normal, someone's home lights. I mean, lights turning on late, always after 1 a.m. And I'm awake then because I work from home and my schedule is basically nocturnal. The first time I saw it, I did the rational thing. Maybe the owners came by. Maybe they needed to grab something. But there were no cars, no headlights, no doors opening. Just a glow in an upstairs room, like someone flipped a switch and walked away. The second time, it happened even later, like 2:15, 2:30, and still no cars. So I called the cops because, okay, fine, maybe someone broke in. Squatters, bored teenagers, whatever. And honestly, I love old buildings. I have a soft spot for them. The idea of people trashing that place for fun made my stomach twist. The officers came out, walked the property, knocked, shined flashlights in windows. Nothing. No broken doors, no smashed windows, no obvious way in. And they told me they couldn't enter without permission unless there was clear evidence of a break-in. So they left. It happened again a couple nights later. Same deal. I called again. Same routine, same outcome. And I could tell, by the way they looked at me, that they were already filing me away in their minds as the neighbor who calls about nothing. So I decided the next time it happened, I would record it. Just proof. Something solid. 4 nights went by, and I started thinking maybe it stopped. And then one night, I was in my kitchen making the saddest meal imaginable. Heated up garlic bread and a frozen pizza, and I had my timer set. I remember the exact time because the timer went off at 3:07 a.m. I walked over to the oven, and through my kitchen window, I saw the basement lights on next door. So I grabbed my phone and started recording. And the second I hit record, the light in their kitchen snapped on, the window facing my direction. And at that exact moment, the basement light clicked off, like it was coordinated. Like it noticed me. And then it got wrong. Lights started flashing on and off in different parts of the house. Kitchen, front room, upstairs hallway, attic window, basement again. Like someone was hopping around rooms at superhuman speed. Except it wasn't one light at a time. It was overlapping. Lights flipping in totally different levels of the house almost simultaneously. Like there would need to be a person in each room, all playing some stupid synchronized game. It didn't feel like someone's inside. It felt like the house itself was doing it. So I called 911 again. The cops showed up and, of course, by the time they arrived, everything was dark, quiet, like nothing had happened. They gave me that look. You know the one, the polite one that says, "Sure, okay," while their brain is already halfway back to their car. So I told them, I recorded it. I pulled out my phone, hit play, and the video wouldn't open. And the officers didn't even try to hide their doubt. They did their little walk around again and left. And I swear to you, swear, the minute they pulled away, the attic light flicked on once. Just a single blink, like a smirking little, nice try. After that, I stopped calling the police. I'm not trying to become the neighborhood joke, but the lights kept happening, and every time I tried to record, phone, tablet, even my old backup device I keep in a drawer, something went wrong. The photo wouldn't save. The video would freeze. A black screen, a corrupted file, every single time. Then 3 nights ago, I said something I shouldn't have said. I'd been running on fumes and I wasn't working that night. I was exhausted, like bone-deep exhausted, so I decided I'd just watch TV on the couch until I drifted off. Before I settled in, I went into the kitchen to turn off the little light above my fish tank. I have a bed of fish, and I always say goodnight to him like a lunatic. So I said, "Good night, Captain," because that's what I named him. And then, half joking, half just being dumb, I looked out the window toward the mansion and I went, "Good night, whoever you are." Like, I didn't even say ghost. I didn't want to give it that much. I was trying to be casual, flippant, like you talk to an empty room. And right after I said it, the living room light in that mansion snapped on. But here's the thing. It wasn't the usual warm white glow I'd seen before. It was red. Not, maybe the shade is weird. Not, maybe my eyes are tired. Red. Like someone put a red bulb in there on purpose. It held for maybe a second, long enough for my whole body to go cold, and then it shut off. And I just whispered, "Nope," like I was declining a party invitation. And I walked straight back to my couch and laid down like pretending hard enough could erase reality. About 15 minutes later, my cat, Miso, who'd been curled up on my stomach, shot upright like she got electrocuted. She hissed. A real, ugly hiss. And then she bolted out of the room like something chased her. And as soon as I sat up, I heard my front doorknob jiggle. Not a bump. Not the house settling. The unmistakable sound of someone trying the knob. Like a hand testing it. Once. Twice. I flew to the door, heart pounding, and looked through the peephole. No one. I checked the windows, the yard, the sidewalk, the street. Nothing. Nobody. And that's the part that's messing with me most. Because the lights were creepy, sure, but they were at a distance. They were a mystery I could squint at and call weird. But the doorknob? That was here. That was my space. Now I'm barely sleeping. And when I do, I get nightmares. Really vivid ones. The kind where you wake up more tired than when you went to bed. And I keep replaying it, over and over. That red light, my cat hissing, the doorknob turning. And I keep thinking, did I invite something? Did acknowledging it, even lightly, make it feel like it could come closer? So I don't know what to do now. Do I ignore it completely and act like it's not happening? Do I try to figure out what it is and risk making it worse by paying attention? And how do you even confirm something is supernatural without spiraling into paranoia? Because I'll be honest with you, part of me still wants a normal explanation. A wiring issue, a prank, a squatter with a weird obsession with light switches. But the other part of me, the part that heard my doorknob move in the dark, can't shake the feeling that something heard me. And it answered. So, this happened to me a few years back, and I almost never bring it up. Not because I've forgotten it, trust me, I haven't, but because it sounds like something you'd make up for attention. And I'm not asking you to believe me, okay? I'm just telling you because it still sits on my chest sometimes, like a weight. Back then, I was dating this guy named Ethan, and we were hanging out with our friend Drew. Ethan and Drew were those super logical, prove it or it's not real types. Like, they'd roll their eyes at astrology, anything paranormal, all of it. Meanwhile, I've always been the person who's like, hey, maybe we don't mess with things we don't understand. Anyway, it was late, around 10 p.m., and we got the bright idea to drive out to the beach. And someone, Drew, I think, decides it would be fun to make a homemade spirit board. Real arts and crafts energy. Cardboard, marker, a little cup as the planchette, the whole thing. And before you assume it, no, we weren't drunk. No drugs, nothing. Just 3 bored people who thought the ocean at night would be a vibe. I remember sitting there and being the only one not laughing. I kept saying, if you're going to do this, you have to take it seriously. They were clowning, asking dumb questions, trying to spook each other. We get to the beach. It's dark and windy, and the waves sound louder than normal, like the whole shoreline is breathing. I did the whole little, okay, we're opening this thing, calling the corners, setting the intention, whatever you want to call it. We sat on a blanket, the cup in the middle, our fingers barely touching it. For the first 20 minutes, nothing. It was exactly what they expected, me being dramatic over cardboard. Then Ethan asks, half joking, is anyone here with us? And I swear to you, the cup slid so fast it didn't even feel like a slow push. It just shot across the letters and stopped right on yes. All 3 of us froze. Like the air went tight. Even the ocean sounded farther away for a second. Ethan's face changed immediately. No more smirking. Drew did that thing where people laugh when they're scared, but it wasn't a normal laugh. It was sharp, too loud, like it was coming out of him without permission. I was like, nope, we're done. I tried to end it right there. I started saying, goodbye, goodbye, and I moved the cup toward the edge like you're supposed to. I tried to close it. I wanted it shut. But the feeling didn't stop. And then things got wrong. Drew starts laughing harder, like it's building, and Ethan suddenly stands up and starts pulling off his hoodie and his shoes, like he's on autopilot. He looks at the water and goes, really calmly, I'm going in. And I'm like, Ethan, what are you doing? Because it was cold, like truly cold, and it was late enough that the beach had emptied out hours ago. The only lights were distant street lamps, and the moon was barely doing anything. He doesn't look at me like my boyfriend. He looks through me, blank. And he just repeats, I'm going in. I'm begging him, like, actually begging. I'm crying and grabbing his arm, trying to hold him back, and he's still walking toward the water like I'm not even there. Meanwhile, Drew is still laughing, but now he's shouting that his name is Pauline, over and over, like he's announcing it to the beach, like he wants someone to hear him. Ethan and I are terrified at this point. We're trying to get Drew to come back with us, and he's bouncing between laughing and yelling that name. We basically drag him up the wooden steps off the sand, back toward the parking lot. We get him to the car, and then, out of nowhere, he locks onto something across the road. A shadow moving by the dunes. A coyote. Not even close. And Drew bolts after it. When I tell you I've never seen someone move like that, listen, I know how it sounds. It wasn't, oh, he ran fast. It was like his body was doing something it shouldn't be able to do. Long, insane strides, like panic had turned into fuel. Ethan and I catch up just enough to yank him back and basically shove him into the back seat. We're shaking. I'm trying not to hyperventilate. On the drive back, we pass this small chapel, not a big church, just one of those little roadside ones, and Drew suddenly sits up straight and starts making sounds that aren't words. Not English, not anything I recognized. It sounded like a burst of language without meaning, but with a rhythm, like chanting almost. Ethan keeps glancing at me like, what do we do? And I'm just staring straight ahead thinking, we messed up, we messed up, we messed up. We get to Ethan's place, and I hate admitting this, but we panicked. We ran inside and slammed the door behind us. And Drew was outside pulling at the handle, clawing at the wood. The next day, when Ethan checked the door, there were literal scratch marks, like someone had dragged their nails down it hard enough to leave grooves. That night, I called my friend Maya, because Maya is the kind of person who actually knows things. Like, she studied spiritual stuff, protection rituals, the whole deal. She didn't laugh when I told her. She got very quiet and told me to put the phone near Drew. And then Maya said a word. She said it was from the Cree language. Just one word. Short. Firm. The second Maya said it, Drew's whole body jolted like he'd been punched from the inside. He threw up, not normal sick, like sudden violent vomiting. And then he started sobbing. Real sobbing. The kind where you can't breathe between cries. And he just kept saying, "What happened? What happened to me?" Like he didn't remember. Like he'd woken up somewhere he didn't recognize. After that, things calmed down. Not immediately, but enough that we could function again. We didn't touch the board. We didn't talk about it much. We just tried to pretend we could outrun it by not naming it. But here's the part that still messes with me. The next day we stop for food, some drive-through place, nothing special, and the employee inside keeps calling out an order. "For Pauline!" Again and again. And nobody goes up to get it. We're sitting there in the car, staring at each other like someone just turned the world into a joke we didn't understand. After that, we drifted. The three of us, slowly, naturally, like friendships do sometimes. But I've always wondered if we drifted because none of us could figure out how to talk about it without sounding insane. But I knew them. They weren't theater kids. They weren't prank people. And some things, like Drew running after that coyote, like the scratches on the door, like the way Ethan's eyes looked when he said, "I'm going swimming," without blinking. Those things don't feel like acting when you're standing in front of them. So I don't know what it was. I just know that sometimes, when I hear waves at night, I think of that cardboard board and that single, fast slide to yes. And I get this cold feeling in my stomach, like the beach is still waiting for us to come back and finish the conversation. Okay, so I don't really tell this story outside of a tiny circle of friends, mostly because it sounds like the kind of thing you'd swear you'd made up after the fact. But I swear to you, this happened. Back in the early 2010s, I was in college in Chicago. I lived on campus all 4 years, in this tall old dorm that had been standing forever, built sometime around the 1920s. Before the school bought it, it wasn't even a dorm. It used to be this busy downtown building with offices and little storefronts, so you could just feel the layers of time in it, you know? Like thousands of people had passed through those halls long before we ever showed up with ramen and laundry bags. Anyway, it's my junior year, late 2012, and I'm living in a suite with 4 other guys. We had this shared common room that we basically treated like our living room. Couch, TV, a couple mismatched chairs, the usual. And the weird part of the layout was the window. It was huge, and it looked straight down the hall into the common room of the suite across from us. And the suite across from us was a group of girls we knew. Same year, same classes, friendly but not best friends. Their common room had the same big glass window. So when both sets of blinds were open, it was like accidental reality TV. They could see us, we could see them. Most of the time, we just ignore it, or do a little wave if someone happened to look over. So one night, it's me and two of my suite mates, Evan and Noah, camped out on the couch. We'd ordered a pizza and we were doing this dumb, perfect college thing. A marathon of kung fu movies, one after another, getting way too invested in every dramatic slow-motion punch. And I need you to understand something about Evan and Noah, because it matters. Both of them are the most level-headed, skeptical, rational people I've ever met. The type who would rather argue statistics than entertain a ghost story. No superstition, no, maybe it was a spirit, none of that. If anything weird happens, they immediately start hunting for the sensible explanation. Also, we were completely sober. No drinks, no anything, just pizza grease and martial arts sound effects. It's late, like right around midnight, and at some point I catch movement through that window across the hall. Not in the movie, not a reflection, real movement in the girls' common room. All three of us look over at the same time because it's obvious. Their lights are on, which makes it crystal clear, and we see a man walking right through the middle of their common room. At first glance, it's not like, oh my god, intruder. He looks like Staff. Late middle-aged, thinning hair, kind of stocky. He's wearing dark work coveralls and something like a utility belt, like keys or tools hanging off it. The thing is, Staff wasn't supposed to be in the building that late. Maintenance and custodial people clocked out early, definitely before 9 p.m. And on top of that, the campus had just sent emails warning about people from outside slipping into dorms when doors didn't latch, wandering halls, trying handles. So the second we see this guy, the vibe in the room changes. I remember blurting out something like, "Why is a custodian in their suite right now?" Noah squints and goes, "Maybe they had a leak, like an emergency call?" And I'm like, sure, maybe. But it doesn't sit right, because we don't see any of the girls. No one's talking to him. No one's following him. He's just moving through the room like he has a destination. And I'm thinking, if this is some random guy who got in, or someone who shouldn't be there, those girls are our friends. We can't just shrug and go back to the movie. So we stand up immediately and head into the hallway. We step into the hall and look down toward the elevator bank. And there he is. Same guy. Same coveralls. Walking calmly toward the elevators, like he's finishing a shift. We start moving faster. We're not sprinting, but we're definitely trying to catch up before he disappears into an elevator. We're maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 meters behind him, close enough that I can see the shape of his shoulders and the way his arms swing. Close enough that this doesn't feel like a trick of lighting. And I call out, loud enough to echo a little in the hallway. "Hey, sir." Nothing. So I try again, louder. "Hey, excuse me." Still nothing. No head turn, no pause, no flinch. Like we're air. And that right there is when my stomach drops, because it's one thing if he's staff and just doesn't feel like dealing with students, but you still react when someone calls out in an empty hall. You at least acknowledge sound. He keeps walking. He reaches the elevator bank, and from our angle, it looks like he steps into one of the elevator openings. We rush the last stretch, and I'm already rehearsing what I'm going to say, like, "Sorry to bother you, but are you supposed to be here?" That kind of thing. But when we get to the exact spot, right where we saw him enter, we realize something that makes all three of us stop dead. He stepped into one of the elevators that doesn't work, one of the sealed ones, the gated, closed, unusable elevator shafts. And I don't mean the door was closing and we missed which one. I don't mean he slipped into a working elevator and we got confused. We watched him walk straight into the dead one, straight into where there shouldn't have been an opening at all. Evan immediately starts trying to logic it out. Maybe it's the angle, he says. Maybe he went into the one next to it and we thought, But that doesn't hold up, because if he'd gone into a working elevator, the doors would have been open long enough for us to see them. Those doors took forever to close, and we reached the elevator bank in like 2 or 3 seconds after he entered. There wasn't even time for a full close. Plus, there was no ding, no elevator light, no movement. Just the moment where he should have still been there, and instead he wasn't. The hallway is silent. It's just the 3 of us standing there, staring at a sealed elevator like it's going to explain itself. I remember Noah saying, really quietly, "That's not possible." And the worst part? None of us could even pretend he looked ghostly. He wasn't translucent. He wasn't shimmering. He looked like a completely normal, physical person. Solid. Real. Like you could have bumped into him. Except, he walked into a place a human being cannot walk into. The next day, I see one of the girls from that suite, her name was Tessa, in the lobby, and I'm still unsettled enough that I just go for it. I'm like, "Hey, weird question. Did you guys call maintenance last night? Like late? Around midnight? Plumbing problem? Locked out? Anything?" And the second I say it, her face changes. Not confused, more like wary. Like her brain wants to reject the question, but her body reacts anyway. "No," she says slowly. "We were all asleep. We had early classes." And she can see on my face that I'm not asking casually, so she goes, "Why?" So I tell her. I tell her about the guy crossing their common room and the hallway and the elevator. I keep it as grounded as I can, because even while I'm saying it, I can hear how insane it sounds. Tessa looks freaked out, like properly freaked out. But she tries to be practical too. She says maybe one of her suite mates called someone without telling the others. So she promises she'll ask. Later that day, she gets back to me. "So that's it. That's the whole story. No dramatic ending. No, and then the lights went out. Nothing like that. Just 3 sober, rational college kids watching a man walk into a sealed elevator shaft like it was the most normal thing in the world. And honestly, that's what still gets me. Not the idea of a ghost or a haunting or whatever people want to label it. It's that I saw a person where a person should not have been, and then he was gone. I've never had anything like that happen before or since. But that night still sits in the back of my brain like an unanswered question that refuses to fade. Okay, so first, a little context, because the where matters here. I live just outside Cincinnati, but not the Ohio side. I'm down in northern Kentucky, close enough that if you fly into the Cincinnati airport, you'd actually be landing nearer to my house than most of the city itself. It's one of those regions that's kind of stitched together from a lot of different worlds, different income levels, different neighborhoods, a lot of old history, Civil War history, river history, and the kind of native history you feel more than you can point to on a map. Stories tied to tribes like the Shawnee and Cherokee, mostly passing through or using the land for hunting rather than building big settlements right where I am. And yeah, around here, paranormal stories are basically part of the local seasoning. People talk about haunted spots like it's just normal small talk. I've got my own experiences too, but the thing I'm about to tell you, this one gets under my skin because I didn't see it myself. And none of the adults I've talked to have seen the main thing either. The only witnesses are teenagers. And look, I get it. If you're the kind of person who hears a bunch of teens said they saw something, and your brain immediately goes, "Sure, okay, I'm not even mad at you. I've done the same thing." But here's what changed it for me. Once you know a kid well enough, you start noticing their tells. Teenagers can be slick. but most of them don't have the patience to build a consistent lie over time, especially not when friendships fracture and they stop coordinating with each other. If anything, kids accidentally reveal the truth when they don't mean to, because they're still learning how to mask things. So, here we go. My son switched schools and met a group of kids who lived in a nearby trailer community. And before you picture some run-down, busted-up place, no. This one looks, honestly, kind of nice. Clean lots, decent upkeep. It had a basketball court, a playground, long looping streets where kids could ride bikes and mess around without constant traffic, and these open grassy areas where they'd set up little games like it was their own neighborhood park system. My son was thrilled. He wanted to be there all the time. Before long, I became the regular chauffeur. That was my role. Drop him off, pick him up, sometimes take a few of the kids with us on day trips. Movies, hiking, mini golf, whatever. My whole thing as a parent is balance. I want my kid to have experiences, and I want him around friends in more than one environment. And it was during those car rides, windows down, kids talking over each other, that I started hearing it. At first it sounded like typical spooky kid talk, like, "Oh dude, you know what's in the woods," that kind of thing. But eventually I got upgraded to, "All right, mister, is cool," and I started getting the full version of the stories instead of the edited, half-mumbled ones. Now, in this trailer community, there's this oddly placed strip of woods. Not a forest, not some big nature preserve, just this patch. Maybe about an acre wedged between two homes near a bend in the road, and then it narrows into this thin, stretched-out line of trees running behind the trailers for a good quarter-mile. It's also the side closest to the interstate, so I always assumed it was left there as a sound buffer, like nature's little noise wall. One of my son's closest friends, let's call him Mason, lived in one of the trailers right beside that wooded patch. And that matters later. And that's where the stories start getting weirdly consistent. They told me about seeing tall, dark shapes standing at a distance, like a person, but wrong. Not just a dude in a hoodie, more like a silhouette without detail. No face, no clear outline of clothes, just a vertical, humanish absence. And they'd blink and it would be gone. They told me about noises too, growling sometimes, wailing other times. And then the worst one, mimicry, a voice calling from deeper in the trees. Sometimes it sounded like one of their friends, sometimes like somebody's mom, sometimes like a little girl they didn't recognize. One kid swore he heard a baby crying out there, like right past the tree line, like it needed help. But the voice always had the same purpose, drawing them in. And then there were the marks. This is the part where I got a little colder about it, because a couple of them, more than one, showed me scratches and red welts after they'd gone near that patch. And what creeped me out was the pattern they themselves noticed. It tended to happen to the kid who was the weak link that day. Like, the smallest one, the one who was already jumpy, the one who'd been having a rough time at home, or the kid who went in there angry, grieving, stressed out. Like it wasn't random, like something was picking the easiest target. Naturally, the kids had a name for it. They called it a skinwalker, which, yeah, I'm aware that's not really culturally accurate for Kentucky woods. I think it was just the monster of the moment, the label they had available. But even if the name was wrong, the fear didn't sound pretend. At first, it was all coming from one big friend group, and I told myself, okay, sure, they're hyping each other up. They've created a shared urban legend. Kids do that. But then the group blew up. Teen drama, friends splitting into enemy camps, backstabbing, the whole exhausting thing. And my son, being who he is, still tried to stay friendly with people on both sides. So I'd hear stories from kids who were no longer speaking to each other. And that's what got me, because they weren't comparing notes anymore, but they were still describing the same things. Same patch of trees, same distant figure, same voice calling you in, same tension. Then Mason told me something that made my stomach drop. He said he'd seen that same tall, dark, featureless figure inside his house, in the corner of his bedroom. Not outside, not at a distance, in his room, like it had crossed whatever line existed between the woods and everything else. And that was the moment my brain started making connections I didn't want to make. Because once I started paying attention, not to the paranormal stories, but to the adults and the general atmosphere, I noticed something else. It's like that whole place carried a kind of rot. People would move in and suddenly their lives would start unraveling. Cars that were fine would suddenly need expensive repairs. Couples who'd been together for years would split up in brutal, messy ways not long after relocating there. Kids who had never been violent would get mean, like truly aggressive, hair-trigger cruel. Injuries from accidents became common. Constant fighting, constant chaos. And then it escalated. This wasn't gossip, this was real. There was a situation where a teenager stabbed a grown man over something stupid and small. Like, the kind of petty conflict that should have ended with shouting, not blood. And that's the dividing line for me. So that's where I'm stuck. Because I can't prove anything supernatural happened. I didn't watch a faceless thing step between the trees. I didn't hear the voice myself. But I've heard these kids talk, separately, over time, with the kind of fear that doesn't feel performative. And I've watched the pattern of harm and negativity around that little wooded strip. And I keep coming back to the same thought, even though I hate it. What if there's something in that patch of trees? Something that doesn't roam beyond the community lines, but still influences everything inside them. Not like a ghost story where it slams doors and throws plates. More like a pressure, a stain, a slow leak of anger, misfortune, and hostility that just keeps seeping into whoever lives too close to it. I don't know what to call it. I don't even know what I believe. I just know it doesn't feel like a harmless legend anymore. And every time my son mentions that place, I find myself listening harder than I should, watching the kids' faces, watching their hands, trying to figure out who's genuinely scared and who's trying to pretend they aren't. So this happened about 11 years ago, when I was around 7 or 8. Back then, my family, me, my little brother, and my parents, lived in this old 3-story apartment building. Our place was kind of weird in a way I loved at the time. It had this loft-style upper level inside the apartment, like a half-second floor. My parents used that loft as their bedroom, and my dad sometimes kept paperwork up there on a little desk. Then, below the apartment itself, there was a basement level with storage and a small office where he usually worked because it was quieter. One afternoon, I was upstairs alone in the main apartment, sitting way too close to the TV, playing on my console. Pretty sure it was FIFA, because I remember the exact sound of the ball getting kicked. My mom was out at work, and my dad was down in the basement office with my little brother, doing his usual thing. At some point, I paused the game and wandered into the kitchen to make myself a couple of sandwiches. I'm spreading stuff on bread, half paying attention, when I hear it. My game. Not the menu music, not the crowd noise, the actual thwack of the ball being kicked, like someone had unpaused it and was playing. And the thing is, I was in one of those modes where it's basically just you and the goalkeeper. So every kick is really distinct, you know? I froze for a second, staring at the counter like my brain couldn't decide if it was about to laugh or panic. Then I walked back into the living room and no one was there. No one on the couch, no one standing behind me, nothing. But the game was unpaused. I remember my stomach doing that little drop, like when you miss a step on stairs. And almost immediately after that, I heard something from upstairs, up in the loft. It sounded like papers being pushed around, like someone was rummaging through a stack in a hurry. That loft wasn't huge, so any noise up there felt close, like it was happening right above your head. So I climbed up to check. I was trying to be brave, doing that thing kids do where you act tough but your eyes are too wide. And again, nobody. But my dad's little desk up there, his papers, were totally messed up. Not like one page slid off, like a whole stack had been shuffled and scattered, like someone had flipped through them and left in a rush. At that point, I was properly scared. Not spooky story scared, real kid scared. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. I backed away, came downstairs, and told myself maybe it was just, I don't know, vibration, air, something normal. And then I heard it again, this time from my bedroom area. One of those plastic toy bins I kept all my stuff in. It sounded like someone digging through it, moving toys around, the soft clacking sound of plastic and pieces shifting. I went over there, already feeling like I didn't want to look, and when I pulled the lid back, nothing. No one. Nothing moving. Just the toys sitting there like they'd been innocent the whole time. That was it. I ran. I bolted down to the basement office like my life depended on it, blurted everything out to my dad and my brother at the speed of a fire alarm. My dad barely looked up at first. He was working, and to him it probably sounded like I was making up a dramatic story because I was bored. My brother, of course, hit me with the classic, "You're hearing things." Here's one detail that matters. From our front door, if you stood a certain way, you could see straight into the kitchen counter area. So we walked up to the apartment together, and before we even stepped fully inside, we heard this sharp, metallic sound, like two knives being scraped together. Slow, deliberate. Not a clatter, not an accidental bump, a drawn-out grind, like someone was pressing them together and moving them back and forth. We both stopped dead. We leaned in and peeked through the doorway, and I could see the kitchen counter clearly. No one was there. No hands, no shadow, no movement. But the sound was still coming from right there, like the knives were doing it all by themselves. I looked at my brother, and his face, he heard it too. I could tell instantly, because his expression changed from, "This is dumb," to, "Okay, what is that?" We didn't even discuss it. We just quickly shut the door like we were sealing something in, and then we ran back down to the basement crying, both of us, no shame, full panic. We stayed down there until my dad finished his work for the day. Hours. We didn't go back up even once. Later, when my dad finally came upstairs with us, we walked him through everything like we were reenacting a crime scene. Room by room, pointing, explaining. This is where the game unpaused. This is where the papers were. This is the toy bin. He tried to be calm. He did that dad thing where he explains everything with logic, because that's what you do when your kids look like they've seen a ghost. He told us sounds can travel weirdly in old buildings. Pipes can shift. Air pressure can move things. Maybe the controller got bumped. Maybe a draft flipped papers. And I wanted to believe him so badly. The weird part is, after that day, nothing like it ever happened again. Not once. No sounds, no rummaging, no unpausing, nothing. We moved out a couple years later, and I've told the story a bunch of times since then. Most friends laugh and say I'm exaggerating or making it up, which, fine, whatever. I get how it sounds. But about a year ago, I brought it up again with my dad, and we actually talked about it seriously. And he told me something I didn't expect. He said he remembered us being absolutely terrified, like genuinely shaken. And he admitted that he didn't want to show fear in front of us, because he felt like if he acted scared, we'd completely fall apart. So he stayed calm on purpose and tried to give us explanations, even if he wasn't fully sure himself. And then he said something that stuck with me. He said the reason a tiny part of him believes it is because every single time I've told it, over the years, the details never changed. Same sequence, same sounds, same places, like it was burned into my memory. And honestly, it is. To this day, I still don't know what caused any of it. I don't claim it was something supernatural. I don't even know what I think it was. I just know what I heard. And I know I wasn't the only one who heard it. Okay. I want to start by saying this. I've never been the ghost story person. Like, I'm usually the one who nods politely and thinks there's probably a logical explanation for that. I've always leaned toward the sciencey, grounded side of things. Not in a cold way, more like, I want to believe, but I need something to happen to me directly. Otherwise, it's just a story. So here's what happened. On my dad's side, there's this old family house. The kind of place that holds a lot of history in the walls, you know? Years ago, my grandmother, everyone called her Noni, not Nana, got really sick. Hospice came in, and they set up a bed for her on the first floor, right there near the front living room. She passed peacefully in that house. And after that? Nothing spooky. No footsteps, no lights flickering, no eerie dreams. If anything, the house just felt quiet. Sad sometimes, but normal. Fast forward. My dad inherited the place and moved back after living far away for a long time. He brought one cat with him, an orange one named Miso, and later adopted a second, this fluffy gray sweetheart named Juniper. Over time, I started rebuilding my relationship with him. It wasn't easy. We had history, complicated stuff, but we were trying. And for the first time in a long time, it felt like there was something to mend. Then this summer, everything changed fast. His health took a sharp turn. Suddenly, he couldn't move around safely, and he was a fall risk, so we set up a bed downstairs for him. Same general area where Noni's hospice bed had been years ago. It wasn't planned as some symbolic thing. It was just the safest spot. And then, just a few days ago, he was gone. He didn't pass in the house. He passed in the hospital. The timeline still feels unreal. He was home the day before, and then within one day we were in the ER, and by early the next morning he was gone. Just like that. Like the world quietly slipped its hands out from under me. Since then, I've been going over to the house every day, sorted paperwork, trying to be responsible, feeding the cats, making sure they're okay. The first time I walked in after it happened, it was brutal. I still do this thing where I say, "Hey, Dad," when I enter. I know I won't hear anything back. I'm not doing it because I expect a response. It's just me being open. Me letting myself talk into the silence because I don't know what else to do. The first evening I went over, nothing happened. I cried everywhere, like ugly crying. At the foot of his bed, in the hallway, in rooms I didn't even realize held so much weight. Before I left, I lay down on his bed for a while, and both cats climbed up and tucked in close. That part was actually comforting, like the only thing in the house that made any sense. Then the next night, this is the night I can't stop replaying. It was around 8 p.m. I went over again, did what I needed to do. More papers, more little tasks, that weird numb autopilot you get when you're grieving. And when I finished, I did the same thing I did the night before. I lay down on his bed. Miso hopped up. Juniper followed. They settled in like they'd been waiting for it. I was texting my mom, just trying to keep myself anchored to something normal. And then, it happened. Out of nowhere, this full-body chill slammed into me, but I did. And within seconds, like immediate, both cats reacted. Both heads snapped up at the same time, like a synchronized movement. Their ears went forward, eyes wide, locked on something that wasn't me. It was so fast and so sharp it startled me, and I'm already sitting there with my skin crawling. That was the part that hit me hardest. Because chills, okay, fine. Bodies do weird things. Grief does weird things. But two animals reacting instantly, together, like something just entered the room. That's not as easy to brush off. So we're all lying there, me frozen, the cats staring, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm feeling. I wasn't screaming or panicking. I didn't feel like I was in danger. It was more like shock. Like my brain was scrambling to find a label for something it didn't have a file for. And I started talking. Softly at first. Just talking into the air like a fool, except it didn't feel foolish in the moment. I said something like, "Dad, I love you. I miss you so much." And then my mind jumped and I thought, what if it's Noni? Because she passed here. And for a second, I didn't know who I was even addressing, so I just said, "Okay, whoever this is, I feel you." The chill didn't immediately go away. It hung on, and the air in the room felt occupied. That's the only word I can think of. Like when someone's standing behind you and you don't hear them, but your body still knows. The cats stayed focused too, like they were tracking a presence more than a sound. After a bit, Juniper eventually got up and wandered toward the water bowl area, and Miso relaxed again like he decided the situation was acceptable. But my body was still buzzing with that chill, like it had left a fingerprint on me. I finally sat up, because at that point I felt unsettled. Not terrified, just shaken. Like I'd stepped over a line I didn't know existed. I started gathering a few things to take out to my truck, and I still had goosebumps outside. Outside, in the fresh air. It didn't make sense. Then I realized I'd forgotten something inside, and when I went back in, I'll be honest, I moved faster. My heart was thumping, and part of me was half expecting to see, I don't even know what. A shape, a shadow, anything. Nothing happened. No dramatic moment. I just said, "All right, good night," like I always do now, and I left. But I left different. Because I couldn't explain it. I couldn't rationalize it. And I'm the kind of person who usually can. When I got home, I told my wife immediately. And while I'm talking, our 4-month-old is staring at me with these huge, unblinking eyes, like she's completely captivated. Like she's listening too. It was actually kind of sweet. This tiny little person just locked into my voice while I'm trying not to sound insane. Tomorrow I'm going to tell my mom and my sister. I already texted them, like, "Something happened. I can't explain it. I need to tell you in person." Because I don't even know how to say it without sounding like I'm trying to convince myself. But I think, honestly, I'm not a skeptic anymore. I don't know if it was my dad. I don't know if it was Noni. I don't even know if I have the right to label it at all. I just know the room changed. My body knew. The cats knew. And for a moment, in the middle of all this grief, it felt like the house held more than just silence. So this really happened to me when I was about 16, maybe 17, in the woods of Leelanau County, Michigan. My family and I were up north on vacation, staying in that dreamy, everything smells like pine and lake water part of the world. One afternoon, we went to visit a family friend. Her name was Marianne, who lived way out in the middle of this dense forest, like the kind where the trees feel taller because the light can barely get through. What I remember first is the road. When we turned onto it, the pavement just ended. It became this crunchy gravel road that looked like it had been carved into the woods a long time ago and never updated. And I remember staring down it as we drove, watching it slope downhill, then curve left and disappear into the trees, like it was leading somewhere it didn't want to explain. A few hours go by. Adults are talking, everyone's relaxed, and I'm bored in that very teenage way where curiosity starts feeling like an itch under your skin. So I'm like, I'm just going to take a quick walk and see where that road goes. And I need you to understand, I grew up outside Chicago. I wasn't a woods kid. And up there, people casually mention things like black bears the way they talk about squirrels. I remember feeling nervous the whole time, like I was pretending I was brave, but my body didn't believe me. Still, I went. When I reached the top of the hill, it was actually kind of beautiful. Birds were chirping, frogs were going off somewhere, like the whole forest had its own soundtrack. It didn't feel threatening exactly, just alive. Too alive. I started walking down the hill, and to calm myself down, I started whistling that little 4-note tune from the Hunger Games. You know the one. It's simple, kind of haunting, but familiar. It made me feel like I had company, even if it was just my own noise. I got about halfway down the hill when everything changed. The birds stopped. The frogs stopped. Not gradually, not one by one. It was like someone hit a mute button. The whole forest just folded into silence so hard it felt physical. And immediately, my stomach dropped because I'd heard before, somewhere, sometime, that when the woods go quiet like that, it can mean there's a predator nearby. And I remember thinking, okay, this is the part where I turn around. But I didn't. I kept going because I was stubborn and curious and 16, and I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't scared of a road. I kept whistling as I walked, like if I stayed casual, the forest would stay casual too. Then, clear as day, I heard it. The whistle. Answering me. Perfectly. Same 4 notes. Same spacing. Same pitch. Like a mirror. And what messed me up wasn't just that it repeated the tune. It was how human it sounded. Not like a bird mimicking. Not like something distant and natural. It sounded like someone was right there in the trees, listening, waiting for me to do it again. Like it understood the game and was playing along. I stopped dead, just froze and stared at this patch of woods off the side of the road where the sound seemed to come from. And in that moment, I had this horrible, cold awareness that I was not alone, and whatever was there didn't want to be seen. I didn't call out. I didn't whistle again. I didn't even breathe normally. The second Marianne's house came back into view, I stopped pretending. I sprinted. Full panic sprint. Gravel slipping under my shoes. Lungs burning. Just running like something might follow me if I didn't. I got inside, and I swear I didn't leave anyone's eyesight for the rest of the night. I hovered around my family like a little kid, even though I was practically grown, because I couldn't shake that feeling that something had been watching me from the woods, and it knew I was there. To this day, I still don't know what it was. Could it have been a person messing with me? Maybe. Could it have been some animal mimicking? Possibly. But the way the forest went silent, the way that whistle came back so exact and so intentional, it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. And honestly, the scariest part is that either answer is terrifying. Because if it was paranormal, that's obvious nightmare fuel. But if it was a real person out there, just standing in the trees, watching a teenager walk alone down a forest road and deciding to whistle back, that might be worse. So, I was 19 when I started dating this guy. Let's call him Eli. He lived at his mom's place, but he had this kind of almost apartment set up in the basement. Not fully separate, but separate enough that it felt like our own little world down there. Back then, I was apprenticing at a tattoo shop, which is just a fancy way of saying I was working my butt off and still somehow always broke. So once I started staying over, it turned into this routine where I'd crash at Eli's place. And by crash, I mean basically move in without officially being invited to. It was a real bed too, which felt luxurious compared to the random couches I'd been bouncing between. The only problem was, his mom, Mary Ann, was not exactly thrilled about me being there all the time. She wasn't mean, exactly, but she had that vibe where you can feel someone disapproving through walls. So I got really good at being invisible. Quiet footsteps, doors clicked shut gently, no leaving cups around, the whole thing. And honestly, I could have pulled off the ghost roommate act perfectly, if the house wasn't designed in the most inconvenient way imaginable. Because there was only one bathroom in the entire house. Eli's space was on the bottom floor, but the bathroom was all the way up on the second floor, right in the little hallway between Mary Ann's room and the room of Eli's younger sister, Nora. And we kept weird hours. I'd get home late from the shop, Eli would stay up with me, we'd watch something stupid, snack, talk, and suddenly it would be 2 or 3 in the morning like it happened in a blink. So this one night, we're finally about to go to sleep and I realize, oh no, I have to pee. And I'm thinking, it's fine. Everyone's asleep. I can ninja my way up there and back down and nobody will ever know I exist. I start up the basement stairs, those old wooden stairs that complain about every single step you take. Like, the house wasn't creaky, it was dramatic. Every step sounded like a whispered accusation. I make it through the dark kitchen, past the living room, and up the next staircase toward the bathroom. I'm half asleep, eyes down, just watching my feet so I don't trip. And then, I feel it. This sudden cold. Not like, oh, the AC kicked on. Not like a draft. Like I walked into a refrigerated aisle at the grocery store. Like the air changed around me. I stop mid-step, and I actually remember thinking, what is that? Because it was so sharp and immediate it didn't make sense. I lift my head, squinting into the dark, and a couple steps higher, right at the top of the staircase, I see someone. A little girl, sitting cross-legged in the corner, tucked back like she'd been placed there on purpose. Long black hair, hanging forward so I couldn't see her face. And my first thought, my only normal thought was, oh, that's Nora. Because Nora had hair just like that. Same length, same dark color. And I'm immediately like, oh my God, did I wake her up? Is she sick? Is she sleepwalking? And also, please don't let Mary Ann wake up. So I whisper, really softly, Nora? Nothing. She doesn't move, doesn't look up, just sits there. And I'm trying to be calm, because the rational explanation is, kid got up in the night. So I climb the last few steps and crouch down in front of her, still whispering her name like I'm trying not to spook a cat. And she still doesn't react. That's when my stomach starts doing that slow drop thing. Because even if a kid is half asleep, they usually do something. They shift, they mumble, they blink, anything. So I glance over my shoulder toward Mary Ann's room. Her door is cracked open, and I can see her in bed, asleep, completely out. Then, without even wanting to, I look down the hall at Nora's room. The door is open just enough that I can see the bed. And there she is, Nora. And I swear, in that moment my brain just stopped working. Because I'm crouched in front of a little girl who looks like Nora. And Nora is also very obviously asleep in her bed. So I turn back, and the girl in the corner is still there, right where she was. Hair still hiding her face, not moving, not breathing in a way I can see, just present. And it's so quiet that the silence feels loud. I didn't scream. I didn't say anything. I didn't even think properly. I just popped up so fast it felt like my whole body got yanked by a string. And I turned and practically flew down the stairs. I'm going down those steps like I'm late for the last train out of town. I get maybe halfway down and suddenly, the cold is gone. It doesn't fade. It doesn't gradually warm up. It's like someone took a heavy coat off my shoulders in one pull. I stop and look back up the staircase. Dark. Empty. No girl. No shape. No movement. Nothing. And I remember standing there thinking, absolutely not. I'm not going back up there. So I go straight to Eli, shake him awake, and I'm whisper yelling like, I need you to come with me, right now. I saw something upstairs. He's groggy, confused, trying to blink himself into reality, and I'm just standing there with my heart doing gymnastics. And here's the part that's almost funny now, except it wasn't funny then. I didn't use the bathroom. Nope. I put on my shoes and walked to a 24-hour gas station a few blocks away to use their bathroom instead. Alone. In the middle of the night. Like that was somehow the safer option. In daylight, I can admit that was a ridiculous choice. But in that moment, I was like, I will take my chances with strangers and parking lots. I am not going back up those stairs. The next morning, I finally tell Eli the whole story. I'm trying to laugh it off, like, okay, this is going to sound crazy, but... And I get to the part where I'm walking upstairs and I feel that sudden cold. And Eli's face changes, like, instantly. He goes completely serious, looks me dead in the eye, and goes, wait, you felt cold on the stairs? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, really quietly, and then you saw a little girl sitting at the top? And I just stared at him, because that wasn't a guess. That wasn't me leading him. He said it like he already knew the next line. And I didn't even ask what he meant. I didn't want details. I didn't want a backstory. I didn't want confirmation. I just said something like, cool, great, love that, in the most unconvincing voice on earth. And after that, I made sure I used the bathroom before I ever came over. Every single time. Because some lessons don't need to be taught twice. So, I'm not really someone who dreams. Or if I do, they slip away the second I wake up, like mist. And when I do remember something, it usually feels less like a dream and more like I accidentally went somewhere, like an unplanned out-of-body thing. I never try to do it. It just happens. But this time, this dream was different. It was so real it honestly scared me a little. It was vivid, sharp, and I felt completely awake, like my senses were switched on. All of a sudden, I'm back in my hometown. I'm standing in the street in front of my very first childhood house, the one with the uneven walkway and the big old tree that always dropped leaves everywhere. And I remember looking around like, oh, right, here I am, like I'd been dropped there on purpose. Then I start walking, just a short stretch, maybe a couple houses down, to this place where an older woman used to live. When I was a kid, I knew her well. She always felt safe, gentle, the kind of person who made you feel seen without even trying. When I get there, the house is buzzing with activity. People are hauling boxes and dragging furniture, and everything looks dusty, like the whole place has been shut up for years. It's hard to tell if they're renovating or clearing it out, but it's definitely being turned inside out. I stop one of the movers and I say, "Hey, I used to know the woman who lived here. Would it be all right if I stepped inside and looked around for a minute?" And without hesitation, they just go, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." So I walk up the front steps and go in. Inside, the living room is lit in that pale, washed-out way old houses sometimes are. And there are a couple people standing around talking like it's no big deal. And then I notice this worn-out armchair off to the side, kind of saggy, like it's held a lot of years. There's a cat sitting on it. Naturally, I'm like, "Oh, hi, sweetheart," and I walk over to pet it. But the second I step in front of the chair, something happens. I feel this pressure in my chest, except it's not just pressure. It's like a pulling, like someone grabbed the front of my shirt and yanked. I look down, and I can actually see my shirt pulled outward in front of me, like the fabric is being tugged. But I can tell that's just how my brain is translating the sensation. The real feeling is inside my body, deep and intense. And then, before I can react, I'm being pulled. Not gently, not like I'm choosing to move, like I'm being dragged by an invisible force that has decided I don't get a vote. I spin around and I'm pulled up the stairs, faster than I can think. I can't fight it. I can't grab the railing. All I can do is go with it, heart pounding, trying to understand what's happening. And then it stops. I'm in a bedroom, and on the bed, lying there like she's resting, is the older woman I used to know. Only, she's not exactly solid. She's kind of translucent, misty around the edges, like she's made of light and fog. But I know it's her. I recognize her immediately, the way you recognize someone you loved as a child even after decades. I walk to the side of the bed and kneel down, and I say, without even questioning why I'm saying it, "Hi, Maribel. How are you?" That's not her real name, but in that moment, that's what comes out of my mouth. Like my mind is reaching for the right person, but grabbing the wrong label. She looks at me and smiles, a real smile, warm, familiar, and she says, very calmly, "I think I'm ready to go." And something in me just softens, like I suddenly understand what this is, why I'm there. So I tell her, "If you feel ready, you can go. It's okay. We'll be all right." She smiles again, closes her eyes, and she fades. Not like a scary vanishing, more like a candle being blown out. Gentle. I stand up, still stunned, and then I feel that pulling sensation again, stronger, and it yanks me right out into the hallway. And then I'm pulled into another bedroom. This time she's standing there, not on the bed, just there, like she managed one more step. She looks at me and says something short, like an afterthought, like a final little message. I wish I could tell you what it was, but I can't remember it. It's like trying to hold on to words spoken underwater, but the feeling of it stayed. It felt like a PS, a last little add-on before she left for good. And then she fades again, and that's when I wake up. When I woke up, I was shaken in that quiet way, like you've just been part of something huge, but the room around you is ordinary and still, and I couldn't stop thinking about her, about the house, about how real it felt. And the weirdest part? Maribel wasn't her name. I knew that as soon as I was awake, but I also couldn't remember her real name at all, no matter how hard I tried. It was right there and totally unreachable. So I texted my uncle, because he would remember. I asked him, what was her name again? The older woman who lived a few houses down from our old place? He replied with her actual name, and then he added something that hit me right in the chest. She really loved you, you know. And I just sat there staring at my phone, because suddenly the whole thing felt connected, like whatever that was, dream, projection, spiritual moment. Maybe she really was ready. Maybe she just needed someone she trusted to tell her it was okay to let go. And maybe, somehow, our connection from when I was little, mixed with whatever strange doorway I sometimes slip through, is how I ended up there. Not to be scared, not to explore, just to help her leave. So, this happened a little over 8 years ago, and I've had my fair share of weird paranormal moments. But this one still sits right at the front of my mind like it happened yesterday. At the time, my partner, Eli, had just left for a long stretch of military training, and I was stuck in this awkward in-between period where I couldn't move with him yet. So I stayed with a family friend for a couple months, tucked into their spare bedroom, trying to keep my head down and just get through that temporary little limbo. And honestly, because I knew it wasn't permanent, my life kind of took on this strange, whatever works energy. I just needed enough money to keep my bills paid, so when the job I'd once loved started turning into a daily stress fest, I quit. I ended up following my friend Marin into this industrial sewing place. Big machines, heavy canvas, the kind of space that smells like fabric dust and oil. It was actually fun. Super flexible too. You could show up and never know who'd be working at the other stations that day. Now, the day this story really begins, the place was unusually empty. It was just me and Marin at the big cutting table in the middle, laying out canvas and measuring pieces for the day. We got on this topic, those oddly specific things that scare you. Not the obvious horror movie stuff, more like the smaller, personal, immediate nope triggers. The kind of thing that makes your stomach drop and your brain go, yeah, I'm leaving, immediately. And at some point I told Naren one of mine. I said one of the creepiest sounds in the world, to me, is slow scratching. Not frantic scratching, like a branch tapping or a pet pawing at a door. I mean, slow, deliberate scratching. Like something is doing it on purpose. Like it's not trying to get in so much as it's making sure you know it's there, and that it has all the time in the world. And because I'm dramatic, I did a little demonstration. I dragged my fingernails down the rough surface of the cutting table. Slow, steady. Then, right at the end, I snapped my fingers down in a quick little swipe to finish it off. Like punctuation. Marin's whole face twisted up in this look like, please never do that again. So I knew it landed. We laughed it off, shook it away, and went on with our shift. That night, I was in the spare bedroom at my family friend's house, stretched out on the bed reading. My dog, Rook, was curled beside me. Rook was a big, solid dude, half lab, half bulldog, pitch black, with that heavy face that made him look like he should be guarding a gate somewhere. But he was an absolute marshmallow. He wasn't protective. He wasn't tough. He didn't bark. And when I say he didn't bark, I mean it. The only sounds I'd ever gotten from him were these little whiny, please noises when treats were involved, or a dramatic huff if he felt ignored. So when I heard him growl, really growl, my whole body went cold. It wasn't a warning grumble. It was deep and heavy, like it came from somewhere in his ribs. I felt the vibration of it through the mattress. I looked over and his hackles were up, fully raised, every hair along his back standing. I reached out, put my hand on him, and followed his stare. He was locked onto the bedroom door. And then it happened. A slow, intentional scratching started at the very top of the door. Not near the knob, not near the bottom like an animal would. From the top, like something tall, or something that didn't care about anatomy, was dragging nails downward at an almost leisurely pace. And it just kept going. It felt endless, like the sound had weight, like it was being done for me. And then it stopped, and finished with a sharp, quick swipe at the bottom, like a final little flourish. I swear my brain stalled out. I sat there frozen, my hand hovering on Rook's bristled fur, not even breathing right. He stayed rigid, staring at the door like if it opened, he was going to turn into a different animal entirely. I tried so hard to rationalize it. Pipes, old house, something settling, anything. But it was too on the nose, too perfectly timed, too specific. Marin didn't know where I lived. No one at work did. My family friend and their spouse were sweet, normal people who went to bed early and absolutely weren't the let's terrify our guest with door scratching type. And even if they were, how would they have known the exact thing I'd talked about at work that day? And there's the other detail. Rook wasn't faking anything. That dog was ready. Whatever he thought was on the other side of that door, he didn't like it. Not even a little. Eventually, the house stayed quiet. The sound didn't come back. And at some point, somehow, I slept. But it was the kind of sleep where you wake up feeling like you didn't rest, you just blacked out with one eye open. The next day, about half an hour into our shift, me and Marin were at the cutting table again, laying out canvas, and I finally said, "Okay, I have to tell you what happened last night." I started to say, "Do you remember our conversation yesterday about..." And before I could even finish, I saw Marin's hand lift toward my hoodie collar, which immediately threw me because we weren't touchy people at all. We were the type of friends who could work side by side for 10 hours and show affection exclusively through sarcasm. So I went still, watching him, and his face kind of tightened up like he was concentrating. And he goes, really quietly, "What are those?" I didn't know what he meant, so I pulled out my phone, flipped to the front camera, and looked. 3 red scratch marks ran down the side of my neck, straight from just under my ear down toward my collarbone. 3 lines. Thin. Clean. Not something you get from absent-mindedly scratching in your sleep. And definitely not from Rook. His nails were thick, blunt, like little chalky stubs. If he'd done that, it would have looked completely different. I just stared at my own reflection for a second, feeling my stomach drop in slow motion. Because suddenly, it wasn't just a creepy sound at the door anymore. It had moved from something outside to something close enough to touch me. So, I still don't know what it was that scratched the door that night. But whatever it was, it felt like it had been around, and it felt like it had been listening.